Hold on.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the February 20th, 2025 public hearing of the Human Services Committee. We have a few folks to get through. Not get through. We were excited to listen to the public this morning. We have a number of folks signed up to testify. I will say that our first 12 folks have interpreters with them, and so we will endeavor to make this work so that everyone is heard or has an opportunity to express their thoughts on the legislation that we have before us. For folks who are testifying online, I would just ask that you, when it is your turn to speak, that you accept a promotion to panelist. You have to click accept in order for us to hear you online or to, and so we are excited whether you're here with us in person or online to listen to the public, to receive testimony on all the important issues that we're considering today. So first off, we have no stranger to the committee, Dr. Harvey Corson from the Connecticut Association of the Deaf will be first up to testify. Good morning, Harvey. Harvey, before I actually forgot to make an announcement. We also have a public safety announcement, and in the interest of safety for those who are in the building, I would just ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you enter the room are the emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, the door behind the legislators can also be used. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, go to your left and exit the building by the main entrance or follow the exit signs to one of the other exits. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you were advised that it is safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room and stay away from the exit doors until an all clear announcement is heard. All right. Thank you for that delay. Harvey, it's good to see you.
Hello. Yes, thank you. It's very nice to see all of you again this morning as well.
So CTN will show, we need to have CTN zoom in on the testifier so folks can see the signs, but hopefully that will happen shortly.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, co-chairs and members of the Human Services Committee. It's so nice to be with all of you this morning. I am Dr. Harvey Corson. I've served as the assistant chair of the task force that was established by the State Advisory Board, specifically looking at the State Interpreting Standards Board. And I've also served as the chair of the Connecticut Association of the Deaf on their Education and Legislative Committee. I have submitted written testimony, but I also wanted to review some of my main points for your consideration today. Firstly, I'd like to share with you some observations that will form the basis of my recommendations today, and why we feel it's so important to establish this state standards board. There is a noticed reduced availability of sign language interpreters in Connecticut, especially for in-person or on-site interpreting, specifically in medical settings. And this began during the COVID-19 pandemic and is a trend that is still continuing to this day. Secondly, there is a definite need to provide additional resources and pathways to increase the number of qualified interpreters and for interpreters to have the opportunity to obtain certification, therefore increasing our pool of qualified interpreters in the state. Thirdly, the traditional approach of using only national certification to qualify interpreters in Connecticut, we need that to be broadened so we can include other available certifications, such as state certifications or other specialized certifications. Therefore, this would also increase our pool of qualified interpreters. There's also a strong consumer and community professional advocacy feeling amongst that community that we need to steer away from this traditional approach. And that's what we wanted to bring forth with you today, for you today. Typically, there's a 3 to 5 year delay from what the national best practices or the national standards are compared to what trickles down to being implemented in the state. So utilizing the traditional legislative process it has to involve more people and is more of a regulatory approach.
In order for us to be able to address the ever-pressing needs of our community.
So with the establishment of this board, it would be a great way to allow the state to have some flexibility in terms of meeting these qualifications, and it would follow the trends that are currently changing in the field. Every time there is a change in the trends in the field, we would have this board that would be able to make amendments or changes that would be able to allow the state to keep up with the national standards. It would also give us a protocol or an avenue for a grievance process and to have different sanctions in place, with appropriate due process in place as well, of course. The board with that arrangement will have participation from the community and professionals alike, those who work as interpreters as well. They can help orient towards the finalization and any changes that need to be made in the regulations. This will help garner community buy-in. It will offer transparency, and it will utilize diverse expertise to help enhance regulatory and policy decision-making in the state. So now in closing, I would like to express that there is a serious need in this state to have an ongoing state mechanism that would be able to review and update regulations when needed. There currently is no place that exists in the state, in this system, for people to go to find out information about interpreting, or where to find interpreters, where to file a grievance about an interpreting situation. There's no such mechanism for that. Having this state standards board established will become the mechanism. It will become the place where the community or the public can reach out and get more information. If there was issues that needed to be resolved, this entity could be involved with that as well. And most importantly, this would be done at very minimum cost to the state to have this mechanism in place. You will have participation of knowledgeable volunteer citizens who are willing and motivated to serve on this board, on the State Interpreting Standards Board, which would include deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community members. And we would all appreciate your consideration of this proposal. And we seek your support to help improve the overall interpreting services situation in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your advocacy on this bill. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if you had the opportunity to review the testimony that we have received on this bill. We've gotten some testimony in opposition to the bill from the Department of Aging and Disability Services, from the Connecticut Hospital Association, and from a union that represents employees within, arguing that this would actually reduce interpreting services for deafblind, and hard of hearing residents. And so I was curious if you had taken a look at that and if you had a response.
Yes, thank you for raising this. Of course, in this democratic country, it's important we hear multiple views on an issue, right? But to share with you honestly, I'll just share some brief history. You know, the state, in an effort to be economical, many years ago, the legislature had one approach.
There was a one-stop approach, and there was no other option. And actually, at that time, what we had established was considered the golden standard for the country. But many issues have arisen over the years, and we had to wait for people who were going to be taking the test, the interpreting test. That was one of the problems. You had to wait until they got their certification. Even though, you know, they may be determined to be qualified, they were not necessarily certified. We also had people, and many interpreters who got older and moved out of state. So our numbers have dwindled. So this approach will definitely help us to expand the number of available interpreters who are qualified to be working in this state. And it gives various pathways. It does not limit the state to only using nationally certified interpreters. Several other states have moved in this direction. I can name a few. In Massachusetts, our neighbor, in Texas, and another, I think for several years, there was an approach, it was called the EIPA. Now that specifically looks at educational interpreters, those who are gonna be working in the school systems between elementary and secondary. So what we need to do is we need to broaden our opportunities. Instead of limiting it to one national standard, we need to provide various pathways. The other thing is that we have many skilled interpreters in this state who could serve the need, and they could actually work, you know, on this board. They do not actually would not be paid because they would be volunteering to help us with this process. Now, again, I said this is a very minimal cost, because the only time we would need any kind of payment from the state is to provide interpreters for when the standards board is meeting. So we know there are some interpreters who would ask for mileage reimbursement. All right, in my years of serving on various state advisory boards, I rarely submitted a mileage request. Now, I know there are many other board members who feel the same way. They never did either. So the only time I can see a necessary cost would be for providing interpreters for those meetings. But again, the cost is considerably less. And I'm not really sure why they are opposing this, but I know that many people are resistant to change, and I think we just need to be open-minded about this.
Thank you. I know you're here to testify in support of the standards board bill, but I had a question. There were a number of other bills that also apply to the deafblind, and hard of hearing communities, and I didn't know if you had any. Since you're up there, we don't see you every day. Do you have any? Is there any testimony that you'd like to offer on any of the other related bills or bills about that community that are on the agenda today?
There is one other concern that was raised. I was working with the task force members on making our recommendations for the state advisory board, and someone raised a concern. They brought it to our attention. There was some language around having to notify the person who was accused of violating the code of professional conduct for interpreters or some of the statutes. I guess there was some language around requiring a notification within 30 days and also stipulating out what the charges were. One member of the state advisory board also then brought up that there weren't enough comments on the due process. But as board chair, I'm happy to see what I was happy to have that conversation and see what needed to be amended or added. But they had suggested we just wait until it comes to committee and then we could figure out what needs to be written in. I did propose to maybe add some additional language into this bill, but we were told that it was sufficient and that the legislative executive committee the General Assembly would be able to take care of it, and that would be the best place for it to go. That was the end of that conversation. But I would be happy to improve any of the due process language that's in this as it's drafted today. That's
Thank
the
you.
only other one I can recall.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. You're off the hook.
Thank you.
Next, we have Louisa Gasco-Soboleski from the Advisory Board for Persons who are deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Lessler, Representative Gilchrist, and other co-chairs and members of the Human Services Committee. I'm Louisa Gasco-Soboleski, and I'm here to thank all of you for creating the Bureau of Services for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deafblind become a reality. The deaf community is extremely grateful. This past year was so successful, and we're just very excited to see where this is headed. Today, I'm here to speak as co-chairperson for the Governor's Advisory Board for persons who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. I'm also here as president of the Connecticut Association of the Deaf in support of this bill, House Bill 6932. I mentioned last year, and it still remains true today, I'm getting many calls pertaining issues regarding interpreters in medical settings. Many of the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community members have expressed frustration and have tried to share their grievances about lack of interpreters in these situations. As it currently stands, there is no place to file such a grievance about a lack of interpreting or about interpreting services. Establishing this interpreting standards board would very much help remedy this situation. Just as a case example, I got a text yesterday from an interpreting services coordinator informing me that they were unable to find an interpreter for the deafblind folks in attendance today for this very event. Many interpreters are not qualified or don't feel comfortable interpreting for deafblind folks. That is another big issue that we face here in the state of Connecticut. I also wanted to share some numbers with you today. We currently have 466 interpreters who are registered in the state of Connecticut. Out of those 466, we have 66 hearing certified interpreters who are in the state and 8 certified deaf interpreters in the state, which we call CDIs, which gives us a total of 74 interpreters who are based in the state of Connecticut. And this number is insufficient to be able to serve the entire state of Connecticut and the community's needs. Which also means that the remaining 392 interpreters are out of state and work virtually here in Connecticut, or they provide remote interpreting services. The challenge we have now is a lack of an accurate tracking system of these types of things to determine an interpreter's location, to determine if they're located in the state, what their qualifications are, if they have any specialized training. For example, are they community trained, educational interpreter? Are they a legal interpreter, medical interpreter? Having a standards board established would help us find out this information to enforce the standards in the state. For providing more interpreters, for enacting more policy change. We need to be able to identify a pathway forward, a way to remedy and improve these situations. There's an oversight in a lot of the regulations regarding the professional standards in interpreting. We need to have oversight in this. We need to have a standards board to allow the professional growth in the state. This would help us to meet the demands of interpreting in the state and to ensure that we're providing quality interpreting services here as well. The standards board could help identify various strategies or pathways forward, different pathways to increase the number of interpreters in the state. We currently only have one interpreter training program in our state, and the enrollment in that program is very low. Many of our interpreters that we've relied on for so many years are at retirement age, and it's time for us to look for the younger generation of interpreters and figure out how to pipeline them into our state. I also wanted to touch on video remote interpreting, and just to make sure I state out loud why it's not effective. There are several issues with the use of video remote interpreting, and it can pose a risk to deaf folks. It's not always the most qualified or appropriate service for them to have access to language. Providing access through video remote interpreting does not allow a 360-degree angle of the room to be seen by the interpreter. They don't have access to all of the information in the room. The deaf person isn't seeing a person in 3D. They're having to see it through a 2D screen. There's no way for us to monitor the quality of the interpreters being used through this system as well, since they're coming from all over the country. An in-person interpreter would be able to streamline the information in a different way. There's also various issues regarding dialects. Just like in spoken language, in American Sign Language across the country, it's not all of the same. There are different dialects and different signs that are used, not to mention there are also local signs, like the sign for Hartford. If an interpreter was from Alabama and the deaf person signed Hartford, that interpreter would not be able to interpret what they were saying. It's also very difficult to use these services because often they're in places like a hospital where the reception is just horrible. You know, if your cell phone can't work in a hospital, it's very likely the Wi-Fi is going to have issues, which is going to cause issues with the video quality.
Excuse me, your time is complete.
Please summarize.
Our community will continue to come up and testify and share about their daily experiences. And hopefully you'll see that we need to work together to improve the quality of services for our community. Thank you so much for your time and for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for your service on the governor's board. Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much for being here. My question has to do with So we got testimony from the department who is, they understand the merits of this proposal, but have said that they've hired a new director that would lead this work. Can you speak to why you think this bill is still needed?
Thank you. Sure. I understand their point, but I don't think it's feasible for one director to be able to do all of this work, especially given how new their position is. Like Harvey mentioned in his testimony, many of us have been voluntarily sitting on boards for many years. And like he mentioned, we've never submitted for mileage or for reimbursement. We just have always volunteered our time. And you might remember last year during the press conference, Matt Ritter had mentioned that it was their mistake to close the commission and realize that they should have, in hindsight, listened to the deaf community. Maybe having a panel, so this standards board would be similar, would be a panel, would have the deaf community represented, the interpreting community represented. Instead of having it all come down to one person and their discretion, it is so great to have a new director. I've been working with them and it's been wonderful. But again, it's one person. I'm not sure it's feasible. It's a new position. This person is new to Connecticut. We have many veterans here, many veteran advocates here who have lived and breathed this for so many years and have worked to improve services here. I'm seeing this decrease in the pool of interpreters, and it's very dangerous. And it's really important that we broaden this access for our entire community. And particularly the deaf-blind community, they have had a very difficult time that is only getting worse every day trying to get interpreters. I've lived in Connecticut for over 45 years, and I have just seen such a bad decline compared to when I first arrived here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Puzo.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, you mentioned that there was only one training program in Connecticut and there were 8 certified deaf interpreters. Can you tell me where that program is and why it may be so low enrolled? Is it a pay issue or the lack of people just don't want to go into that field? Thank you.
There are several factors at play. Harvey, myself, others have worked with the community college, which now it's the state community college, but it used to be referred to as Northwestern Connecticut Community College. That was the only interpreter training program in the state. And again, it's way in the northwest corner. A lot of people who might not have been traditional students, they might have had children or jobs. Now they have to travel very far to this program. We've asked for many, many years to have the program moved to perhaps Naugatuck Valley Community College or somewhere more central. I'm hoping that having this board established will help us come up with new ideas of how to increase this pipeline. We were just learning yesterday about various programs that are in place that we could maybe implement that help get middle school and high school students even interested in interpreting. University of Connecticut right now has 500 ASL students, and some of them have the potential to become interpreters, but as of right now, to become an interpreter, to sit for the national certification test, you have to have a minimum of a bachelor's degree. Northwestern Connecticut Community College does not offer that, right? You can only get to an associate's. So you have to then go to another program. And that's just one of many factors that contributes to this. The program used to be quite a fine program many, many years ago, but unfortunately, we've just seen its decline over the years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Comey.
Thank you so much. Hi, Louisa. Good to see you. The couple of years ago, I was working with you folks on a board, and I remember we talked about workforce and student, the programs across the state that were offering the program. And at that time, I know we had a conversation with UConn. And I remember some of the conversation was just the low numbers and their ability to be able to, justify for a program for a few students. So I'm wondering if you can talk about that UConn program. You didn't mention that in your testimony.
Well, it's not an interpreter training program. They have a major in American Sign Language studies. I have been working with them trying to urge them to form a proper interpreter training major. Given that you could graduate with a bachelor's degree in that. But I spoke with folks at UConn a couple days ago, and they were saying that they currently have 3 partnership programs with 3 different high schools. So students can come and take classes for college credit, and many of them take ASL. That's a type of idea that we need to expand. We can start getting those high school students interested, and maybe we could create a pipeline of having younger interpreters in the state. I remember many years ago, we only had 100 ASL students at UConn, and now that program has grown to 500 students, and they're anticipating offering 3 additional courses or sections next fall. So it's only going to continue to grow exponentially. And I think having the standards board in place could help market something like that, could help advertise, help garner some interest, and garner the interest of younger folks in particular, to maybe get them excited about potentially becoming interpreters in the state of Connecticut. Does that help answer your question?
It does. Thank you for the clarification as well. And I appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you, Representative Comey. Any other questions from members of the committee? Checking online. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Sherry Burns from the DeafBlind Association of Connecticut, followed by Lisa Flaherty Vaughn. We are working on that. I think so. I feel like the great Oz.
Ah, well, you're right. That's right. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Cherie Burns. I am deafblind. And I am here to express my frustrations with the lack of accessibility through the use of tactile interpreters for my communication needs. As a deafblind individual, I need tactile interpretation, which means the person needs to be there with me. I am unable to use video relay interpreting because that requires vision. I must have a tactile interpreter. My desire is to improve access to tactile interpreters here in Connecticut so that I can have that communication access. It is very important to me. Without such an interpreter, I cannot have my health care needs met. I hope that you will give us this opportunity to increase these services. I want to give you an overview of what has happened over the past few years. Just in a couple of years, I've had appointments get canceled. And this is just from the year 2024 to 2025, I have lost my SSP hours because there will be a doctor appointment made in advance with the interpreting service that requires a 2-week notice. Now, my mother will call a week in advance of the appointment to make sure that an interpreter is going to show up. The doctor office will confirm that an interpreter has been scheduled. On the day of the appointment, after the doctor's office has already confirmed, we get a call saying that the interpreter service has let them know they do not have an interpreter for me. In some situations, I'm already on the road, and it's too late to be notified. I now lose those SSP hours. This can result in my having to make appointments 2 to 3 to 4 times before actually seen by the doctor. I have a service driver, my SSP, through Communication Advocacy Network, CAN, and these cancellations cause my driver's hours to be reduced. Because I am limited to a certain number of hours. Procedures and surgeries that are set up way in advance have also been canceled at the last minute because an interpreter was not available. Imagine having a situation such as that. In one case, I was prepped for a procedure, and the interpreter said I was only scheduled till this amount of time, and they had to leave. They could not stay. They had to halt my procedure. I am fortunate that I do have some professional advocacy support, but they cannot provide the time I need to get good medical care because of the constant cancellations of the interpreters. And the issues that result. My vision is slowly decreasing every year, and I do not see well. Currently, I am learning Braille, but still in the early stages. Video relay interpreting is not an option for me, as I can no longer see the screen. Not having an in-person tactile sign language interpreter prohibits me from reaching out to work on my own. Deafblind people need to be on and require the use of interpreters who can provide tactile American Sign Language. The interpreting service has on occasion sent a male interpreter to my doctor appointment, which was very uncomfortable for me. The most recent was for a mammogram appointment. In a few cases, the service has sent 2 interpreters, one hearing and one deaf, and while I know it works for the deaf individual, it did not for me, because the deaf person needed to be able to provide tactile interpreting. As a deafblind patient who needs accommodations in this focus on the annoyance that has been happening is not actually the breakdown of not having an available interpreter. It would be a qualified interpreter. As a deafblind patient, I get upset, I express my displeasure, and I am looked at as being unreasonable instead of being acknowledged for my need of care, which is what brought me to this healthcare situation in the beginning. The important request that needs to be acknowledged for deafblind patients is that they get the help and it is fully understood of what they need to get the treatment as a patient. Yes, as a deafblind patient, I do need assistance, but I still want to be independent and be able to make my own decisions. When sending an interpreter to a deafblind patient that is not qualified, it is like sending an interpreter that does not speak my language. While this has been just an overview, I cannot express enough how much the deafblind patients have been blamed for the problem or referred to as being annoying, instead of those who are responsible correcting it. Thank you. And respectfully, this is Sherry Burns. I want to thank you for your time, and I hope you understand. Any questions for me?
Yes, thank you for your testimony, and I'm so sorry for the personal issues that this has caused you. And I know that on this committee, we are interested in figuring out ways to improve services for the deafblind community and for folks who need tactile interpreters. So thank you for raising that issue and bringing it to our attention. I have a question about some of the bills that seek to provide additional legal protections, which I know is different from providing substantive access to interpreters. But there's a bill on the agenda today that seeks to add specific legal protections for the deaf community. Separately, we're going to be hearing a bill that is about discrimination in the provision of health insurance or of health care. And I know that the Judiciary Committee is looking at a similar bill, and those would be attempting to create stronger protections for people with disabilities. Are those additional legal protections necessary?
Yes, I believe that is. It's very important. I mean, we are so tired as a community of being ignored or, criticized because we are causing an issue. We are causing a problem. We as a community do need to be able to have available access, whether it be to medical appointments or anything else. I think we do need some attention to that, given to that.
And how should we tease out the apparent tension that exists between the need to coordinate services and the need to pay for and provide those services? We've heard that testimony. We see folks on both sides of that issue on the bills in front of us. And how do we tease out we only have so many dollars. We have to provide these services to the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing communities. We understand the need for tactile interpreters and how hard that is on you personally and other folks who are in need of those services. How do we solve that tension where we're competing for the same dollars between the need to coordinate and to provide the direct services that you need?
Well, I hope as a team, everybody can work together to figure that out because we definitely need to improve access for those members of our community. And I hate the fact that money would be considered the issue. Access should be considered the issue. We want to have opportunity to participate.
I totally agree, and we're all paid the big bucks, so we'll work together and we'll figure it out. Appreciate you being at the table, and we will.
Thank you. Please do. Thank you.
We will look forward to working with you. Are there questions, members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Hopefully, I'll be seeing you more often. You'll get used to seeing me. Again, I'm Sherry Burns.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Lisa Flaherty Vaughn, followed by Liza Ehlers.
Excuse me, I just need to get adjusted here, please.
Take your time.
I know you're in a hurry. I can't rush too much, though.
The time starts when you start to testify, so you get yourself situated.
Oh, thank you for that. that gives me a little bit of time for my eyes to adjust. It's very hard when we're having to rush to try to get everything organized. So thank you for your patience. Okay. All right. Moment of peace. All right. Hello. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. It's good to be with you, or good noon, actually. It's good to be with everyone. And thank you for allowing us to testify and tell you about our experiences. I appreciate the opportunity to do that with you. My name is Lisa Flaherty Vaughn, and I am from Enfield, Connecticut. As a deafblind individual, I also would be called low vision, but I want to basically show you what it looks like in my world and tell you about some of the experiences. All right, I want to talk about some experiences that I've had, some training I've had in what's called Tactile. There's a lot of procedures, and basically what I want to talk about is how disabled individuals have rights, and that we need to be able to look at what it is that we can do. And this is an example of what I have accomplished, that certificate that I showed you. I know we're here to talk about our needs, our issues, and I want to focus on the issues of the deafblind community. I can tell you it has been a truly challenging, overwhelming experience for myself, but also for other individuals who are deafblind with whom I've worked and socialized. There are so many different types of situations trying to have accessibility. I have struggled to find qualified interpreters who can provide that tactile support that I need. It's very frustrating. The result for many, interpreters, they're not even familiar with how to do tactile interpreting, just the fact that we don't have enough interpreters to begin with. We end up in the community having feelings of isolation and exclusion, and it's very common among many of us. We want to see more professional and experienced interpreters who know how to provide this type of tactile communication and support. Unfortunately, many people out there, interpreters included, do not understand what it is we need and what our culture and communication modes may be. Some of us are fully blind, some have some vision, some may need additional access to information that's occurring in the room. What I want to say here is that I am urging you to take action to establish this board so that it can work on getting education and training out and helping to make sure that the interpreters who are working with us have the training and the experience and the certification. We need to increase the pool of available interpreters, not only for deafblind, but for all of us in the community. And regardless of our ages, we need many, many more interpreters. I want to talk about what some of the training might be. One is what we call pro-tactile. Another one is called Tactile American Sign Language. Another one referred to as close vision. And it's important that interpreters have a comfort level in these individual modes. I think that it's important that once interpreters have gained this experience and education, that they somehow be certified, that it be designated that they have this skill, they have this training, whether they go to a program or workshops are provided. This is a way that we can advocate for ourselves, making sure that, you know, our interpreters are providing us with what we need for communication access. It has been a really frustrating experience over the years. One comment that I'd like to, well, actually there's three things that involved in this comment. There are two other deafblind individuals who work with me on the Bureau of Educational Services for the Blind Advocacy Board. We meet through virtually every quarter. And we are always saying, why can't we meet in person? Why can't we meet in person? And they're saying, well, it's hard to get enough interpreters. And, you know, it's, you know, many people are uncomfortable meeting in person. It's just too hard for them to get it in their schedule. You know, we can't, you know, get through the agenda that way. There's all kinds of excuses, and it's very disappointing to us. One of our individuals cannot see the screen, and they are having to get an interpreter on with them so that they can participate on site. So they feel very, you know, at a very disadvantage, but also they don't feel like there's any kind of collaboration among the group. And also the interpreters that they've had to deal with are individuals who haven't been experienced in how to provide the specific communication mode that they need.
Excuse me, your time is complete. Please summarize.
Oh, okay. So again, the insufficient number of interpreters who are comfortable working with individuals who are deafblind. So basically, it just really has an impact on our emotional, you know, status and well-being. So I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being an advocate and for being here today.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Liza Ehlers from the Connecticut Council of Organizations Serving the Deaf, followed by Nick Dion. Is Liza Ehlers is here? Oh, she's remote. Okay. She's not remote. Okay. We will not, if you are but if you are signed up to testify online and you have not clicked accept promotion, we will also not be able to hear you. But Nick Dion is online and is here. So we will go to Nick.
Hello, everyone. Is the tech set up? Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon now that it's 12:04. My name is Nick Dion. I am a working certified interpreter here in the state and also the president of the Connecticut Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, which is a volunteer organization comprised mostly of interpreters. I'm sorry I can't be there with you today, but thank you for letting me join this meeting. Our organization's been around since 1971, and over the years, our boards, who are again comprised mostly of interpreters, deaf and hearing, have had many visions and a lot of things that we want to see and be able to help contribute to enhance our state for the individuals that we work with and to support our field in general. But as a certified interpreter myself, I can tell you that the statewide and nationwide shortage of interpreters has many of us working overtime, including nights and weekends, sometimes through the overnight hours too. The demands and the requests stretch many of us too thin and frequently limit our ability to get involved and help support these visions to enhance our state. And by having the Interpreter Standards Board, this would help us and our organization and our members of our organization to achieve these goals by leveraging an additional resource body that we could work with and be able to help facilitate a lot of these visions to come to fruition. And a lot of these ideas that our boards and members have come up with through the years are in responses to the challenges that our state continues to face. One that was mentioned by Louisa was video remote interpreting, and something that's always been a problem, but only exacerbated through the COVID pandemic and a lot of education that was done to hospitals and medical facilities. A lot of it went by the wayside because during the COVID pandemic, we had no choice but to make do with remote interpreting. And ever since the ability to go back into person has been available to us, some facilities have continued to shirk their responsibility to request live interpreters. So I agree with a lot of the comments and firsthand experiences shared by Louisa and others who have spoken. The video remote interpreters who come up on screen are randomly selected through the video remote system, which many of whom are from out of our state, chosen at random and are completely unfamiliar with the people in our state, as well as the way that these medical facilities operate here locally. And this can sometimes create very high-risk situations for patients and puts the remote interpreter themselves at a disadvantage because they're not able to witness or mediate any of the ever-changing factors that are happening in the patient's room because they are not on site and they have to do the best with what they can see on that screen. Now, you're all looking at me in that room on a screen right now. This screen is at least triple the size of a video remote screen monitor in a hospital or medical setting, which are usually no bigger than the size of an iPad. Now, can you imagine having to rely on an iPad screen to communicate with everyone around you while laying on a stretcher or while in pain or your physical health compromised? It's a lot to ask a person. And by having an interpreting standards board, these individuals would be able to help address these types of high-risk situations and work with the new Bureau Director, Morrison, to provide the necessary education and resources to these medical facilities and help them to recognize their ability and their responsibility to secure live in-person interpreters, and that they should not automatically default to a remote option. Our new Bureau Director, Morrison, is a wonderful individual who I've had the pleasure to meet, and I'm excited to work with them. But they are up against a lot of responsibilities in this new role, as there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of factors co-occurring that need to be addressed in our state. And the necessary work they're going to do is nearly impossible for just one person to do and handle on their own. And by having an interpreting standards board, this would help support their work, and it would be at little to no cost to the state, which is a huge benefit. This is truly an incredible offer that the state really should consider taking advantage of. The 9 board member roles outlined in this bill represent all of the most important stakeholders in our community, all with relevant qualifications and firsthand experience with all of these niche subjects that the majority of our legislatures are either unfamiliar with or maybe lack the necessary experience with. And therefore, who better to listen to and seek out for consultation than 9 incredible representatives of the community that would only benefit the state and all decisions being made. The sheer reality is that the former Commission on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing used to have a department that would manage and address a majority of the duties listed in this bill until the legislation at the time decided to disband the commission and eradicate these necessary services without offering any form of a substitution. So in reality, the best approach for the state would be to budget for and create new jobs to reclaim these services that the state commission once had, but we all know finances are a challenge. I get it, we all do. So I encourage you all to consider this bill as a proposal to a reasonable agreement between the state and the communities that were impacted by the state's decision to disband the former Commission on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And additionally, another high-level reality for Connecticut is that our state has challenges impacting our ability to entice people from other states to move here, and as well as impacts our ability to retain the ones that we currently have in our state and ensure that they stay and want to continue to contribute and work here. If we were to establish this interpreting advisory board, it would help to draw in a different demographic of working interpreters here to Connecticut by providing them with an additional pathway to obtaining the qualifications to be able to work here and to be able to further guide them into additional avenues to create a permanent career here.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
I hope you all agree that these discussion points can be reasonably addressed, and the best way to do that is to leverage your power and to support the establishment of this board. I appreciate your time and attention to these matters, and thank you for all the work that all of you do.
Thank you, Nick, for the testimony. I just want to ask a question I've asked some other folks about the same bill, which is that we did get testimony from the department, from the Hospital Association, from some folks who work at the department, arguing that, you know, at a time when we have limited resources, that by default, if we were to establish, I could totally understand the benefit of the board, that you've made that argument very clearly, but that by creating a board that is going to divert resources away from the direct services that the deaf community relies on. And I didn't know if you had had a chance to read the testimony and if you had any response to that.
I did not have was not made aware, but did not see their testimony. I would love to read it. But offhand, it's not entirely clear what they're referring to as to how resources would be diverted. Really, all this would do is open doors to additional access for more qualified interpreters. There are different opportunities that may exist, or screenings or other state certifications in other states that have a reliable system of screening interpreters for working in various settings, one of which could very well be medical settings. And this board would inevitably look into these alternative certifications to see, and screenings to see if there's applicability here in our state. And if there are ways to deem a person qualified to work in medical settings, that can only increase the pool. So I guess I don't see evidence as to how Connecticut Hospital Association is leaning towards assuming that these resources would be diminished in any way, because I see only positive potential here.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Edward Peltier, followed by Jennifer Jackson White. I'm sorry, could you press the button in front of you, please? And just begin again, please. Thank you very much.
My name is Edward Peltier. I'm a resident of West Hartford. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 6932, a proposal to establish a state interpreting standards board in Connecticut. I'm the retired executive director of ASD and currently the board chair for Communication Advocacy Network that Sherry Burns talked about. CAN is a Connecticut not-for-profit organization providing essential services to Connecticut's deaf, blind, and deaf elderly citizens. Our consumers are frequent users of both ASL and Tactile approach used for deaf, blind individuals. As you can imagine, when a significant part of your daily communication is dependent upon accurate transmission of your message, quality, dependable interpreting is essential. Properly vetted, trained Tactile and ASL interpreters should be a fundamental right for Connecticut deaf citizens. The proposed Standards Board proposal is the work of a broad-based task force, including deaf consumers and interpreters, that understands the communication needs and challenges of Connecticut's deaf and deaf-blind citizens. The framework for enhancing quality and training of interpreters is embedded in House Bill 6932. Its passage will help ensure effective monitoring and approval of those persons providing interpreting services and providing the essential communication bridge of interpreting. I respectfully request your support of House Bill 6932. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Jackson-White, followed by Julia Silvestri.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer White Jackson. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the director at the Communication Access Advocacy Network. I'm a recent addition, so I'm still new, still getting a feel for the deaf community here, the deaf-blind community. I do feel I'm able to relate with their experience of being marginalized as a Black woman myself. I can definitely, those experiences resonate. And imagine not having access to interpreters. It's just so frustrating. You know, if it happens once, it's understandable. But if this is the majority of your experience in life, if you're having 30 doctor's appointments canceled because you don't have an interpreter, I mean, where is the dignity? Just as the Black community faces many of these barriers and obstacles as well, we can see this happening in the deaf-blind community additionally too. They just need advocacy and support. Specifically in regards to medical appointments, interpreters sometimes have struggles with the tactile component of interpreting. Some people don't like to be touched. I understand personal rights in that way. However, deaf-blind folks still need access to their medical providers. Deaf-blind individuals also utilize services called SSPs, support individuals. And often when they attend medical appointments with a deaf-blind individual, they have an interpreter on screen, and now they're expecting the support person to interpret from the screen interpreter to the individual. It's just not appropriate. And like Nick had mentioned just previously, the screen is so small, it's the size of an iPad. If a deaf-blind person requests an in-person interpreter so that they can have access to tactile interpreting, we need to honor those requests. We cannot have them be further marginalized because they're literally deprived of access to things that we all have access to every day. Hearing folks, you can go to the doctor anytime you need to. Deaf-blind folks should have the same opportunity. And communication is a right that's important. We don't want folks living in isolation. We want them out in society. And I'm happy to be here to advocate on their behalf. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity and for me to share my experience working with this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Julia Silvestri, followed by Alexandra McGee. I will just make an announcement. We have a number of folks who have been testifying in person who have not submitted written testimony. You are not required to submit written testimony, but if you choose to, that would help us. So if you have written testimony to submit, please send it to the clerk, and we will make sure that it's posted on our website. Thank you very much. Oh, and Julia is online. Julia, you just have to, oh, there you are. Can we get her spotlighted? I'm just not sure how to.
I have requested she unmute, has not yet.
Oh, Julia, would you please? She's deaf.
But she still has to unmute, so the screen will show that she's the panelist. There we go.
Great. Thank you, Julia.
Camera.
Oops. It's still not showing her on the screen.
One moment while I make a request to CTN.
Thank you for bearing with us. Yay. Julia, please proceed.
Just making sure the interpreters can see me. I can't really see the interpreters, so I'm
They-
just going to let them know
they-
that I'm going to keep an eye on the captions.
They can see you.
Okay. Good morning, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Lesser, other members of the Human Services Committee. Nice to see all of you here today. My name is Julia Silvestri. I have met some of you before. I coordinate the ASL program here at Yale University. I'm also a teacher at the the Deaf Education Program, and I'm at Columbia University, and I'm also on the board for Connecticut Association of the Deaf. I'm also here as a representative of the deaf community to support this bill to enact Interpreting Standards Board. I started using interpreters at the age of 5 years old and used them throughout my life for all of my educational experiences and my professional experiences in other facets of my life. I worked at a college that had an interpreter training program, so I learned a lot about that profession at the time and was also able to see how interpreters worked there as well as how they worked within the state system as well, and how the state ensured that there was training being provided for interpreters as well as for local entities on how to use interpreters and how to provide access for deaf folks. Here in the state of Connecticut, these mechanisms have broken down and we are in a crisis. 1.5 years ago, I gave birth to my first baby in the hospital, which should be such an exciting and miraculous time, but unfortunately it was one that became very frightening. 1 month prior, I was in preparation. I had a list sent to the hospital of all the interpreters I would prefer and felt comfortable with. But I was struggling to find where exactly I should make that request to the hospital. I thought maybe my doctor's office could help, but they weren't sure what to do. I tried to reach out to folks at the hospital. They also were unsure of how to make these requests for interpreters. Finally, one of the nurses informed me that I would have to use the video remote interpreting service, or I could bring my own interpreter, which would entail me finding one and then paying for one myself. And it would also mean that that person would be my visitor, which would not allow me to have any other family members present with me for this moment. Additionally, or eventually the hospital manager did agree to provide the accommodations that I wanted. However, when I arrived to the hospital, there was indeed no interpreter there. And the video relay system, the video remote interpreting system, was also not working. And this caused my blood pressure to skyrocket, so much so that they had to medicate me. The hospital manager came in the room again, the second time, to inform me that their lawyer had given them the advice that they would go ahead and pick an interpreter for me. And if I wanted to use an interpreter that I was comfortable with or preferred, I would have to pay them myself and bring them myself. Obviously, at that time, I was not able to advocate effectively for myself. Fortunately, I had my family who could do so on my behalf. But it was very terrifying. It was confusing, humiliating, and was a cause of great concern. Will their advocacy be successful? Will this impact my health care? Will I be safe? And that experience is not isolated only to healthcare. As a teacher of deaf children, as a professional in various contexts, as an individual, I have seen this happen in all points in the system, in business, in healthcare, in government. So many people are just unaware of what even to do. If there's a problem, if there's a mishap, there's no mechanism in place, there's no process in place for these issues to be addressed. And it's a very common struggle in our community that keeps reappearing time and time again. These are just a few of the stories that we've continued to hear over the past few years. And it's great. We now have this bureau that's been established for services for the deaf and hard of hearing, deaf-blind folks in the state. I think the very natural next step would be to enact this Interpreter Standards Board. You would have a group of people who have the knowledge to be able to provide accountability for the state, to ensure that interpreters are qualified and ready and know what to do. I'm so confident in our community leaders. I know they are ready for this. I'm sure that I can envision their work going smoothly and effectively, and I entrust them to not disappoint our community. I really appreciate your consideration and you listening to my testimony, and I am hopeful that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. And let me just say, I am so sorry about that experience. And it's sounds very scary. And, you know, you are obviously incredibly able to advocate for yourself. And so I am also concerned about other folks who don't have the educational background, the advocacy skills that you have, who are also in a position of needing services and at a time when they are in a vulnerable setting in a hospital, relying on services, are even worse situated than you were. And I'm glad you're okay, but it sounds like a absolutely traumatic situation, and I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Do you have any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thanks for being back in front of us.
Thank you. I appreciate you listening.
Next, we have Alexandra McGee, followed by Kim Silva.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Alexandra McGee, and I live in Berlin, Connecticut. I am the treasurer of the Connecticut Association of the Deaf. Also, I sit on the board at the American School for the Deaf. I am thrilled that we now have a bureau under Aging and Disability Services. It's a great addition, and thank you for doing that. Deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing individuals are still struggling, however, with the dire shortage of interpreters. Some of them do not have adequate sign language skills, and we have no one to contact to help improve these situations. This bill will provide help for our deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community, as well as being an asset for state agencies, local agencies, hospitals, and medical offices. I hope that you will consider passing Raised Bill 6932. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kim Silva, followed by Barbara Casson.
Okay. Okay. My name is Kim Silva. I live in Hartford. Retired teacher, American School for the Deaf. I am on the board of the Connecticut Freedom Trail. I'm on the board of the Farmington Historical Society. A lot of boards of people with everyone who can hear. I wanted to say that I'm getting vibes that our community is draining our state resources. I want to let you know that, and I want to ask a question. Who invented and perfected the light bulbs and helped to electrify America? I'm asking this question of the Human Services Board. Who is the name of that inventor?
Thomas Edison.
Thank you. Did you know he was deaf?
I believe so.
Thomas Edison was deaf. He used an interpreter, not a sign language interpreter. He used Morse code. His secretary sat next to him and tapped to him so he could follow his important meetings. So you are benefiting from deaf gain. These lights, our computers, are from a deaf man. And in the current federal political environment, he would be considered DEI and dismissed. We are Americans, very proud, independent Americans, and we contribute to this society. Many, many daycares are using ASL. Baby signs are very, very popular for your children. Our deaf children in the mainstream are denied ASL and sign language. I did not have sign language until I decided to learn at 19. My husband at 23. Those deaf kids need sign language. So I'm going to go back to what I wanted to testify, but I wanted to readjust the attitude that we are a vibrant community and we contribute, and you are benefiting from a deaf man's inventions. So please keep that in mind when you talk about draining the resources. How are we going to pay for this? And blah, blah, blah. Because I'm going to turn off your lights. No lights for you.
Please don't.
Okay. So, okay. Well, I am tempted to for the White House. Don't tell him. Okay. So, thank you for your time to request comments for the need for creating a board to oversee interpreter standards in the state of Connecticut. This board will create great services for the deaf community and enhance the immediate communication between deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, and the greater community of people who can't hear. For example, we all use the TV and suddenly the audio disappears. I can guarantee that you immediately get a screen notification. Oh, we're so sorry that the sound disappeared. We are working on it immediately. And lo and behold, the sound comes back on. Now I'm watching the same program. The sound disappears. I don't really care. Sometimes I use my hearing aid, sometimes I don't. The captions disappear. I've already invested an hour and a half in this movie. There's nothing. This happens in real life too. So, my husband, John Silva, and I testified earlier before the board about Hartford Hospital breaking ADA laws by not providing us with sign language interpreters in the emergency room when my husband had a stroke, and also in the OR. I was told to request a person, and it's a live person interpreter, and they had VRI. My hands were restrained. I could not see the VRI. I'm trying to see it. They took my head and my shoulders and shoved me down on the operating table. Then the patient advocacy lied, sent us letters of lies, and we had to go to the DOJ. So, what do I do about this? I know they're breaking the law. How do I help myself in the future and other deaf people who don't have the advantages I do with English, with speech, with a master's degree? I went to Louisa Gasco-Soboleski, who's CAD president, who helped me and my husband navigate our way through to help other deaf people. So, we had no commission, we had nothing. So, to prevent others from facing this situation again, the board would help people resolve these communication issues. So what you're hearing from people today, you won't need to hear from us because there will be a board of people that we can respond to. One director at the Bureau cannot respond to all of the requests and needs and information of our community. So when, as you've seen with the different people, deaf, blind, aid, communication ramp needs to be set up anew for each person. The wheelchair ramp is standard. You set it up, you're good to go. For every deaf person, deaf, blind person, hard of hearing person, that communication ramp needs to be modified for their needs. Okay, so we need interpreters skilled for various ages of deaf people, children to middle-aged to elderly, various intellectual abilities, and ASL and English competence.
Your time is complete.
We
Please
need-
summarize.
Okay, time. Okay, so anyway, also consider multiple languages, you know, Spanish or to English, to ASL, etc. So thank you for your time and consideration. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your thoughtful testimony. I really appreciate your suggestions. Please do not turn the lights off on us. But on a serious note, I hope no one who's following this hearing should take away that anybody in the deaf, blind, or hard of hearing community is a drain on the resources of Connecticut. That is absolutely not the case. You are valued residents of the state. And the question that we have as legislators is how to pay for the services that you need. And so that's the question that we're trying to figure out is, you know, given the demands, how do we best make sure that we are ensuring the needs of everyone who needs services, so we can meet the needs of incredibly important residents of the state. And it's very clear from this hearing and from the hearings that I've attended in the past that we're not always living up to the task. Are there questions from members of the committee?
Okay, I'm very proud of Connecticut's history, very involved with it. So I just wanted to let you know the deaf gain of our situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, last of the folks that we know about who we believe need or could need interpreting services is Barbara Casson. No, she's not here. Okay. So that concludes the interpreting part of today's hearing. What we normally
Louisa said, just to let you know, Barbara did submit her testimony, however, so you will have a copy of that.
Okay, wonderful. And obviously, anybody can submit written testimony to us, and we will gladly review that testimony. So we are now going to return to our, customarily what we do is we take the first hour of testimony and we give it to public officials, and then following that hour, we then alternate between public officials and members of the public. So returning to the public officials part of the testimony today, we now have Commissioner Amy Porter from the Connecticut Department of Aging and Disability Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So it is now 12:40. So for the next hour, we will only hear from public officials, and then after 1:40, we will then alternate between public officials and members of the public. But please proceed, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Representative Case, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Amy Porter, and I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Aging and Disability Services. For those of you who are newer to the committee, our agency focuses on 5 core areas: employment, education, independent living, accessibility, and advocacy for people with disabilities and older adults here in Connecticut. So within the context of this work, I'm here to offer comments on 3 bills today: Senate Bill 1158, House Bill 6105, and House Bill 6932. So Senate Bill 1158 is written to establish a separate Department on Aging. While we certainly appreciate the goal of aligning state agency functions and improving efficiency and service delivery for older adults and people with disabilities, we feel that we can do that better within our current structure, and there is not a need to establish a new department. Aging services, as you may remember, have gone through a number of significant transitions in their history. When I started with the state back in 1999, they were part of the Department of Social Services, which that included the State Unit on Aging and our Long-Term Care Ombudsman program. They'd been folded in during the 1992 fiscal crisis. Then a separate agency was reestablished in 2013, and then once again consolidated into our agency in 2018. Each time a restructuring occurs, we need to invest our limited time and our administrative resources in creating new structures, creating new processes, making sure that folks are trained. And we actually are really excited about the last restructuring. When we brought aging and disability services together, there were some questions in the community about whether that was the right thing, but really being able to look at functional need and not disability, not age, we really embraced that, looking at Connecticut's demographic trends, looking at how the federal government structures under the Administration for Community Living, where we get a lot of our funds from. So we remain excited about that, about the idea of having aging and disability services together under one roof. We have a lot of great partners who also like to collaborate together, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We've completed the time-intensive work that it took back in the 2018 consolidation, and we've also recovered from some unprecedented retirements, both in our Bureau of Aging and in our fiscal department. And we have some great new staff, really excited staff, really committed to the work. And so we're now able to use that stability and that foundation to turn to some of the issues that you're hearing about today, looking at data analysis, service improvements. So we would suggest that fracturing our services again will set us back in terms of our ability to effectively meet the needs of older adults here in Connecticut. I'm going to move to House Bill 6105, an independent bureau for persons who are deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. You've heard a lot this morning about the fact that we have been able to create a new bureau, and we are so excited. We have a new director that we've hired, an individual who's very qualified for the position, very excited to be here in Connecticut, is a deafblind individual themselves, and really has spent a lot of time jumping in to meet with all of the amazing folks that you heard testimony from this morning. Among other responsibilities, this individual is tasked with serving as the administrator to the advisory board for persons who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing that you heard some folks talking about earlier. They're also responsible for coordinating services with other state agencies, raising awareness about available programs, developing training and outreach, working with residents who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind to try to meet the community needs. It's worth noting when we're talking about an act that is making that brand new bureau independent, they are the administrator of the advisory board. So they're the executive branch person who serves as kind of a liaison and administrator to that board. But the board itself, as you've heard this morning, serves an advocacy role. They are their own advocates. So they are independent from the executive branch as an advisory board. And they're already able to do the advocacy. They were the primary driver, advocating to all of you for creating the new bureau. So they're an independent entity. They can advocate for this population, and we feel like that's the appropriate separation when we're talking about independence. The new bureau currently operates with just one staff person that we've talked about, and no budget for any additional staff. Conferring independence, we're afraid, would give them a lot more work to do and have a significant impact. But more importantly, it would take away from the work that they're already legislatively required to do. When the Bureau was created, you identified a series of responsibilities for this individual, including looking at the interpreting needs, including trying to figure out how to increase the pool of interpreters, how to look at access issues. So that's already work this individual is going to be doing, but they've only been with us for 6 weeks. So they haven't gotten to it yet. They're working with the board members. They're working to try to understand the community. So I just wanted to say that separating them out will have some unintended consequences, and we'll have some unbudgeted costs. And we're obviously happy to work with you trying to look at what the issues are that prompted that legislation as well. And then finally, let me switch to the establishment of an interpreter standards board, which we've heard a lot of testimony about today. Let me just say how much I appreciate the folks that testified. These are folks I work with regularly. We have a great working relationship. They have welcomed our new director, Morrison, to the state, and have really spent a lot of time educating Morrison, helping them understand Connecticut-specific issues, but Morrison does bring a broad knowledge about deaf services, deafblind services to our state, and we're very excited about that. We understand that there's a huge need for interpreters. We understand that there's a shortage across the country, and particularly here in Connecticut. We want to be able to focus on the recruitment side, creating more, we talked a little bit earlier about Yukon and Northwest, making sure there are more students graduating from programs, making sure that we can use the tools that are available to us. But we understand there's a huge shortage and we have to do something. What we're asking for is recognizing everything folks were talking about today, giving Morrison, who's our new bureau director, giving them a little time to get acclimated, to look at best practices in other states, to look at whether a standards board is the way we need to go. We already have an advisory board for persons who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. That advisory board often creates task forces. So they've done that to create this legislation. So we think a lot of this same work can get done by having the board, having these same folks who are willing to volunteer year over year over year, if they work with our new director, trying to set that path forward. But they just haven't had enough time to do that yet. We had the legislation, we hired the person at the very end of the calendar year. We only have ARPA funding for this position, and we haven't even been able to hire an administrative assistant, which is also part of the legislation, because we only have ARPA funding and it was not enough to sustain the position and the support services that the individual needs, the interpreters, and an administrative assistant as contemplated in the legislation. So we totally appreciate the issues that were brought here today. We do think that creating a board that then refers folks to us for sanctions, that's an entirely new infrastructure for us. We don't do that now. We don't have a mechanism for accepting complaints, dealing with sanctions, doing that investigation. We don't have the staff for it. And while we appreciate the volunteers who are willing to be part of this board, do they have the authority to be able to do anything with those sanctions and move forward? So there's a lot of things that still need to be worked out, which is what we had said to the board and the task force, is that we appreciate the work, we appreciate everything they're doing, but we feel like it's premature and we need to give our new director a little bit of time to get acclimated. With that, as you know, we're always happy to work with all of you on ideas and strategies that we might be able to implement to move any of these issues forward. We appreciate the commitment for Connecticut's older adults and people with disabilities that the folks on this committee have. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony on all of these issues, and I think we are expressing a seriousness today and trying to figure out how to work with your agency to, best configure services for all of the communities that you serve, including, we've heard, today from the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community, but also for older adults, for people with a variety of disabilities. And so we are looking today at the structure of the agency, trying to figure out how best to configure services to meet those needs. And I assume you'll be willing to work with this committee, and to the extent that we're also on appropriations, work with us to figure this out going forward.
Yes, we are more than happy to work with you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I will now recognize my co-chair, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Good to see you.
The senator and I will see you in approps to have those questions, but since not everyone on this committee serves on appropriations, when it comes to the ARPA dollars that were used to fund the new director of the Bureau, when do those dollars run out?
So they run out at the end of 26. The individual, if it's somebody that was, if it were staffing, the person had to be on board by the end of calendar year 24. So the person was on board by the end of calendar year 24. And we were appropriated $200,000 to go through the end of 26 to cover the list of things that were in the legislation, including a bureau director, an administrative assistant, and any support services needed.
But that money is only covering the position.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner, you talked about it a little bit on sanctions and stuff like that. Is your agency able to provide sanctions now with any other issue? Because isn't that usually done through either Department of Consumer Protection, but it would have to go through judiciary in order to do sanctions? Is that how it works with your agency?
Yeah, our agency does not have any mechanism at this point to assess sanctions or even accept the complaints and be able to investigate the complaints to then be able to assess any sanction. We don't have that mechanism.
No, it would be a whole nother avenue that your office would have to go down, but it would have to be regulated through Department of Consumer Protections. I believe it's not like a fraud agency. It's more of a complaint of something that didn't go right. So it would have to be a whole statutory thing that would be brought up. It wouldn't be your office.
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, I know we want to hear, and I know you do hear from as many people as you can out there to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I'm lucky enough to have Northwestern Community College in my town where a lot of this is taught. I'm proud of that. We have the first ever IDD group home of deaf and hard of hearing residents that the community college works with. I think that's great. I think it does great things. In past, we talked about this because are we reciprocating now with other states to bring interpreters in? I know that was an issue a few years ago when you were sitting here talking with us.
Yeah, one of the things, and the advisory board, who you've heard from today, they did a lot of advocacy here, and we were able to add to the legislation where it lists all of the different qualifications. We were able to add anybody who's been certified by the state of Massachusetts. So they could meet the regular national standards, or they've been deemed by a board in Massachusetts to be eligible. So that is something that is in current law. Originally, it was those individuals could only work in the community setting, and that has changed. So we've been able to address those issues in legislation along the way. And as Dr. Corson said, we need to stay on top of that because the standards change often enough. So creating some kind of a mechanism where it's open enough to include other pathways as the group is talking about, making sure that we have other ways to do that and we don't narrow ourselves in so much with the list of ways that people can be interpreters. So we do have great folks here who can help with those qualifications, but we expanded it to include Massachusetts.
Thank you. I think it's important that we get as many situations out there that we need interpreters, get interpreters there. We hear a lot from the courts who need help with interpreters. That's a huge outcry that is needed. Even here today, I mean, we were given a couple hours with interpreters, and it's very difficult to get the amount of people we need to be in a hearing like this today. I appreciate all you do. I know that the Interpreters Board, what people are trying to do is just bring more information, try to get it going. I don't think the right path to go down is sanctions and that type of thing because we're all trying to work together in the state of Connecticut. And I think you do a job that tries to bring as many people together to talk to them, to try to make sure that we're covering every avenue. And like you said, you have somebody on staff that's trying to work through that. Let's give them a chance to work through that. I'm not saying that people who have a bill out there that want to get this board advisory and look at things. I mean, that's all good. We want to do the best that everybody wants to do. But let's give it a chance to see where things are going. And hopefully, and I know Representative Gilchrist said this through appropriations, if that position goes farther than 2026, because, or are you saying because that person is an employee now since 2024, that's annualized going through?
That person is an employee right now. They will need additional supports. We will be hiring an interpreter as well. And so we're not going to, and I've talked with the board about this, we're not going to hire an administrative assistant because there's not enough funding in the budget for that. The governor's office and the administration is committed to making sure we can move forward with this. So I think it's going to be a conversation about what's the best path to do that.
Perfect. And I think that we heard a lot today and we heard that, we need to kick this up and make sure that we have enough interpreters throughout the state of Connecticut for whatever case they're needed. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Case. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Just somewhat of an academic question. I'm not sure if you can answer it or not, but it was mentioned before in previous testimony about needing a bachelor's degree. I used to run the Yukon Waterbury campus. We had American Sign Language. Does the degree have to be in ASL, or can it be a Bachelor's of General Studies with a focus on that, just to try to get more people into the pipeline? If it's a very specific degree, that can limit it significantly.
My understanding is that it's fairly broad, although there are folks who are more expert than me in the room, but I think it's a fairly broad interpretation. Yeah, that's what I thought.
So that's great. So there's a lot of people that have gone through life, and they might go through, not get credit for life experience, get it on a resume and send it in. But in order to have that find the bachelor's, I think we're leaving a lot of people out of the loop that have a great skill set that we're not tapping. So maybe we have to work on something that your agency can or department can recognize other than a bachelor's, such as an emergency certification, or give them time to reach that within 4 years or something.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for the question. And that was a national standard. The bachelor's did not come from Connecticut. But I think that's what the folks who are advocating for this proposal really had in mind, was some kind of a waiver, some kind of ability to say, we're either going to exempt you for a few years or we're going to create this alternate path. I still think we can achieve that. I think it's just a matter of making sure that we structure it appropriately, and we focus on that getting people into the pipeline right now rather than the sanctions. That may be something, as Representative Case mentioned, it's a new body of work for us. So there may be a way we can find those new pathways and think about how we could adjust the current legislation to give us a little bit more flexibility and still work with the same folks that have offered to volunteer. So.
Great point. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm been here for a little while, but I'm new to this committee, so this is a little bit new for me. What, when I think about it, why would someone need a bachelor's degree to be an expert on sign language?
That's a great question. It is as I said, it was a decision that was made at a national level with the national certification bodies. It was not made by, it's not a Connecticut decision, it's a national decision. And I think that's why the board is trying to find, is there a different pathway that we could go down, similar to what Massachusetts has, where there are people who can assess the skills of those interpreters and maybe find an alternate path to certification.
Okay, that makes sense to me because I don't see the correlation personally. Certainly, that doesn't hurt, I suppose, if someone has a bachelor's degree, but just having qualified interpreters seems to be the most important thing here. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. We do have a question online. Representative Butler, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I think we all want to make sure there's enough interpreters in the state of Connecticut. I just have a quick question about the number of interpreters that we may feel is related to the shortage. Do you have any numbers in terms of what we would need to do to address that shortage that we may see? Do you have an approximate number of the shortage that we have in the state?
It's a great question, but I think it's difficult to quantify. We know that the need is great. We know that there are interpreter needs in multiple settings. And as we heard in the testimony this morning, there's need in medical settings, in judicial, in legal settings. And then there are also needs for individuals who are deafblind, where there's a different language spoken. So being able to meet all of those needs would be difficult for me to quantify, but our new director is working on a survey, has already sent a survey out to gather some information about what those needs are. And if we can identify at least what that gap is, we might be able to address it. We've talked a little bit about how do we attract more people to the profession. So great question. I'm sorry I don't have a very articulate answer for that, but the need is large.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that survey is a great first start to actually addressing the actual answer to my question. So thank you for your testimony. And I think that the results of that will actually give us a sense of urgency of the need we need to meet. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask my question.
You're so welcome. Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much for your time today. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Deputy Commissioner Chantel Vars from the Department of Social Services. Good morning, or nope, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairs Lesser and Gilchrist, ranking members Harding and Case, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Chantel Vars. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Social Services, and I'm pleased to offer remarks on several of the bills on today's agenda. while noting additional detail is provided in the department's written testimony. An act establishing a task force to study expanding services provided by 211 Infoline program operated by the United Way of Connecticut. DSS supports the creation of a task force to study expanding services of the 211 Infoline program. An act concerning non-emergency medical transportation standards. The intent, purpose, and impact of this bill are not entirely clear to the department. The department is concerned that the language is unclear and may create a loophole where drivers may not complete appropriate background checks before being allowed to provide non-emergency transportation. DSS opposes legislation that would add risk for our Medicaid members assessing NEMT services. Enact compensating spouses for state-funded home care. This bill requires DSS to allow individuals, including the spouses of participants on state-funded Connecticut Home Care Program for Elders, otherwise known as CHCPE, to be compensated as a personal care assistant. DSS currently prohibits spouses from being paid caregivers. There is significant risk of a conflict of interest when a spouse that participates in healthcare decision-making has an opportunity for financial gain in providing care. This bill would also have significant annualized costs that is not included in the governor's recommended budget. The department therefore opposes this bill. An act concerning Medicaid rates for community hospitals in rural areas. DSS would first note that increasing rates for rural hospitals will have a fiscal impact not currently accounted for in the governor's recommended budget. Further, under the current supplemental payment structure, there is already proportionally more funds provided to certain hospitals in rural areas. It is premature to contemplate any rate methodology changes until the end of the current hospital agreement, which ends in July of 2026. With respect to an act concerning Medicaid covered dental care. The first two sections of the bill expanding dental services to Medicaid members would require additional appropriations not accounted for in the governor's recommended budget. Regarding Section 3, the bill will allow FQHCs operating mobile and school programs to be reimbursed for multiple encounters to complete routine care that could be completed in one visit. DSS opposes this language. DSS seeks to allow our members with the accommodation to schedule one visit for all services rather than the budget of having to make multiple visits. An act concerning funding for inpatient addiction treatment providers that covers room and board costs for Medicaid enrollees. Currently, DSS uses state funding to cover room and board costs under the substance use disorder, otherwise known as the SUD waiver. Furthermore, the terms of our SUD waiver prohibit the state from using Medicaid to cover room and board costs. As such, DSS believes this legislation is unnecessary. With respect to an act concerning Children's Hospital Medicaid rate parity. DSS would first note that rate increases for the Children's Hospital would require funding that is not part of the governor's recommended budget. Currently, hospitals are reimbursed for inpatient services through the APR-DRG methodology, which pays hospitals a base rate and increases the rate based on the severity of a patient's condition and treatment. The Children's Hospital in Connecticut receives the second highest APR-DRG base rate when compared to all other hospitals in the state. The Children's Hospital also receives many financial benefits from the state that are not generally available to other hospitals, including supplemental payments for physicians and graduate medical education payments. The Children's Hospital is also exempt from hospital user fee, otherwise known as the provider tax. An act concerning Medicaid coverage for licensed international board-certified lactation consultants. Currently under DSS Maternity Bundle, international board-certified lactation consultants are a covered service for members at risk or presenting with clinical problems related to breastfeeding or lactation. DSS therefore believes that this legislation is unnecessary. An act concerning the establishment of a Hispanic and Communities of Color Nonprofit Growth and Stabilization Fund. The bill would direct funding, currently $1 million, from Human Resource Development Hispanic programs, otherwise known as the HHD account within DSS, that traditionally has been used to provide direct services to our most vulnerable population. HHD funds have been used to support services such as classes for English as a second language, employment services, certified nurses aid programs, client advocacy, and literacy training. This bill would redirect those funds from direct client supports and services to instead be used to improve operational efficiencies and adopt strategies for long-term fiscal sustainability of eligibility community-based organizations. DSS recommends that the funds continue to be provided for direct client services instead of being diverted to improve administrative performances of select organizations. And with respect to an act concerning Medicaid billing for suicide risk assessments at school-based health centers, currently, the procedure code used to reimburse for suicide risk assessment is separately payable on the physician office and outpatient fee schedule, the medical clinical fee schedule, which is inclusive of school-based health centers that are enrolled as freestanding clinics, and the behavioral health clinic fee schedule. Additionally, suicide risk assessments performed and billed by FQHCs, including FQHCs that operate school-based health centers, are payable under the encounter rate. DSS therefore believes that this legislation is unnecessary. And with respect to an act concerning an equitable Medicaid audit billing and reimbursement policy for pharmacies, the department objects to the language related to the exclusion of minor technicalities from the extrapolation process. The language is vague and could be interpreted in an inconsistent manner across the audits performed by the department. Additionally, the audit statute is not provider specific. It offers a high-level overview of the DSS audit process as a whole. The department opposes any changes to the statute that are specific to an individual provider type. With regards to the remaining sections of the bill, currently pharmacies receive immediate response when submitting a claim. Additionally, DSS maintains a preferred drug list and claims process through point of service receive messages in real time. As such, DSS believes these sections are not needed. Lastly, the final section of the bill would require appropriations not accounted for in the governor's recommended budget. And lastly, an act concerning staggered terms for members of the two-generational advisory board. DSS appreciates the intent of these revisions to the two-gen advisory board and supports this legislation. In closing, the department, this closes out the committee's, my verbal testimony on today's bills. The committee does have the written testimony of the department, and I do have all of DSS subject matter experts behind me to help answer any questions you may have.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for your testimony. And we did notice that the entire Department of Social Services is in the hearing room today. Hopefully there's somebody there to answer the phones. I'll have a number of questions, but before I do, I wanted to check to see if members of the committee had questions. Yeah, yes, we do. Representative Gilchrist, you want to be first?
Great. Thank you so much. So good to see you. Thank you for your testimony and the whole team.
Thank you.
I want to start by focusing on Senate Bill 1298 and Act concerning non-emergency medical transportation standards. And just really want to dive in a little bit. So if there is someone who,
Yep.
um,
So I would
Okay.
like to call up our Medicaid Director, Bill Halsey. Or Yvonne,
wonderful.
who is the Director of our non-emergency transportation services.
Wonderful. Thank you. So my question or the conversation I really want to have is there's this, it appears to be misunderstanding between or just lack of information about what is required of those who are taxi livery drivers versus those who are NEMT hired drivers and the F license. And so I'm just trying to get a handle on what do we require of those who are livery taxi drivers who must get this F endorsement, and how does that differ from what we require of those who are hired directly from NEMT to do the transportation?
Thank you for the question, Representative Gilchrist, and thank you, members of the committee. The requirement is the same for anyone in Connecticut who either works for or is being hired by MTM, our DSS transportation broker. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as I said, the process is the same. The F endorsement is required for MTM as a transportation broker to hire independent drivers, taxi drivers, livery drivers, and also for any other taxi and livery driver who wants to perform NEMT services. So the F endorsement is regulated by DOT and DMV, and it includes fingerprinting and a background check, criminal background check, sex offender check, in order to receive the F endorsement, and that is then done by DMV. Once that is completed and everything comes back with an okay check, they will then send a letter to the applicant, and the applicant then has 90 days, a 90-day window. They will send a letter of approval for the F endorsement, and then the applicant has 90 days to come to DMV and then receive their in-person physical F endorsement license.
And during those 90 days, that's when they can't be driving for NEMT services, correct?
That's correct. NEMT, so the transportation broker, MTM, starts the onboarding process once the taxi driver has the F endorsement, so that they will then do their own internal background checks as well as onboarding training, which would include HIPAA training, safety, driver training, an inspection of the vehicle, CPR training, and various other trainings that are part of the MTM onboarding process.
Okay. So then and so you said that the requirements are so what we're hearing though is that there are these independent drivers like an Uber or a Lyft who doesn't get the F endorsement, and yet they're allowed to drive, they're allowed to do NEMT services. How is
Right, so
that working?
they're considered TNCs, which are transportation companies that subcontract with our transportation broker, MTM, and they're not required to carry the F endorsement, but they do have to go through all the MTM internal background checks and onboarding training to be able to drive and provide services, NEMT services.
And so they have that same 90-day window, is that correct? Where they,
No, they would not have the same 90-day window because the window, that window is really regulated and initiated by DOT and DMV, and that is when the applicant has gone to DMV and has applied for the F endorsement. So that's really not an MTM process.
do both the independent drivers and the taxi livery drivers have to get that training from MTM before they can drive and do NEMT services?
Yes, they do. And, you know, of course, we're talking a very vulnerable population. We want to mitigate risk and have, you know, safety as our most number one priority for our Medicaid members. So, you know, it really makes a lot of sense to go through all the trainings that MTM has established for their network drivers.
Okay, thank you. I might have further questions, but I'm good for now.
Thank you, Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to go back on the non-emergency, I know we've been through this for years, and I think it's hard for people to understand exactly where it's at, because the bottom line is, and I think going through VEO, going through the previous company, now to MTM, the bottom line, they are the responsible person if something does happen. So that's why they have their own onboarding on top of the F endorsement. They can take, and correct me if I'm wrong, they can take their subcontractors in because they did their training, so they're responsible for those people. There's no responsibility of somebody coming in with an F training as a taxi company and not having the MTM training, because if they just come in with that and don't have the MTM training, who's the responsible party if something does happen? Is that a fair statement to say?
That's absolutely correct.
So that's what we're just trying to get down, why the taxi drivers and people with the F endorsement can't come in. It's because MTM is the bottom line responsible person in the contract, in the RFP, if something happens. I mean, it's been going on for years. And if it wasn't MTM and it was DSS, you guys could regulate who could come in. But because we have a contractor, they're the responsible party. They're the ones getting the funding. And it's good or bad, but we have to take their rules because they're the contractors. And I thank you for everything you've been through, because we've had many meetings on this in years past, and we're trying to get the best for it. We're trying to get the most drivers we can. And I appreciate what Representative Gilchrist said, because, you know, you have Uber drivers and other people that want to come in. MTM could choose not to have that policy that they have to go that extra mile to train people. They could choose not to and just take it, and then they just hold the responsibility. But they want to have that extra layer of responsibility because, as you said, the population that the non-emergency medical people transport. They're some of our most vulnerable people.
Absolutely. And actually, they've been very, very engaged in terms of safety first and being very diligent about what they can do to improve services for our Medicaid members. The training and the onboarding training requirements are part of their contractual agreement with DSS.
And I don't want to belabor this anymore. So we need to make sure, and we know these other people want to come in. We need more drivers. People want to know why the taxi driver can't go in. It's a policy and it's a safety issue, and I'll leave it at that. And we can talk about it till we're blue in the face, but the F endorsement comes in. I have the F endorsement, but I can't go work for MTM because I don't have their training. Bottom line.
That's correct.
So it's only a training course up at their office in Windsor. You do it, you pass their training course, you can go on and start driving for them.
Yes, that's
I
correct.
thank you for coming forward. I know we've talked about this for years, and we're finally down to something we can handle. I'll leave it at this one. If you want to go on questions with non-emergency medical, I have something on prescriptions, but
No, go right ahead.
okay, so you're off the hook right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want number 6, 1299. We were very interested in doing the unbundling of dental services. I know we've had lots of conversations with ourselves up here. It's difficult when somebody has to go in, they have a cleaning, they have a cavity, they have something else, there'll be 5 procedures at one stop. That doesn't work, especially when you're a kid. That's why we want to do the unbundling, to do things over time. Does that make sense?
Certainly makes sense.
So it's just a funding issue from what you're saying. We get it. We want to do everything all at once, but realistically, who wants to go in and have a cleaning, have a cavity, have a root canal, have whatever needed because you're there?
I'm inviting our Assistant Medicaid Director, Fatmata Williams, to answer that question for
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thanks, DC Vars. So representatives, senators, I'm Fatmata Williams, Deputy Medicaid Director at DSS. So Representative Case, what's your question?
So we want to do the unbundling of dental within Medicare, Medicaid, because we feel as though mostly children, if you go in, you only have one chance to go in, and you have to have everything done at one appointment. That appointment can be 5-6 hours long, depending on what that child needs to have done. Why can't we unbundle it?
So we're not necessarily concerned about the unbundling. If they want members to come in twice a day or do different services within the same day, as long as they don't bill for those different services and they're doing those different services on the same day where they could just do one billing as opposed to 3 billing. But there's the other concern as well, right? The burden it places on families, asking people to come 2-3 times for one particular service that you're breaking up. So those are the 2 concerns that we have.
So if somebody goes into the dental and they have to have more than one procedure done, you want it done on one billing, but they can come in multiple days. Does that increase the cost because it starts over the process? Is that what we're trying to say?
Well, there's the potential to increase the cost. Yes, depends on how they're billing us for those services. There's the potential to increase the cost.
Okay. I think in this committee, we look at the person that's having the work done and sending them in for something for one thing and having 3 or 4 things done. It's a little traumatizing to especially a child, and we need to take a look at that and make sure we're making it comfortable for them. I'm done on that case. I have one more, if you're good. If she's up here for dental, if you want to, instead of people coming back and forth, Chair, that's up to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll allow it.
I only got one more after this.
Yeah, Representative Gilchrist, then Representative Case, then we got Representative Butler online, and then I got 9,000 questions of my own. So Representative Gilchrist. And then Representative Johnson is waving from the other end of the room. We will get through everyone. This is a highly unorthodox questioning style, so we're gonna make it work. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you. With the dental, so we're also being told example of a school-based health center who has the oh god, I want to forget the term. The dental hygienist in on one day, and then a dentist in on another day, and so the bundling is problematic because they're always going to need those 2 appointments. Can you talk us through that? Have you all considered that, and is there a way to address that? That's one of the pieces we were hoping to get to in this bill as well.
Well, I would actually say the specialist that really knows about the technical details that you're asking about is not here today. But if they're 2 distinct services, then they should be billed separately. If they're 2 distinct services. But if you're seeing the dental hygienist and you're seeing the dentist on the same day, those happen, there's no difference there. Because when I see the hygienist, I also see the dentist. Why should those be billed separately? It's the same services. It's the same service.
Yeah, the issue is that the dentist isn't, they can only have a dentist in on one particular day. And so these children are seeing the hygienist, I would, of course, being told, you got to come back to see the dentist.
Yeah.
And because of the bundling, now they can't pay for that dentist. And so they're struggling to be able to provide.
Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. They cannot bill us two separate billing for those services just because the dentist is not available.
And that's what we're trying to fix, because they don't have the capacity to have a dentist on site every day.
Yeah.
And so we really want to address that so that those children can get that dental service.
Yeah, but also understanding that it would increase costs on the Medicaid side, and I get that. It's a matter of workforce capacity that we need to address, but the potential it's going to increase costs as well. So if
Agreed. And I
that's
know this isn't
appropriated.
long-term cost of not taking care of the teeth is also gonna
Absolutely.
increase. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we have to consider all
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna do my one more and then I'll put it, okay. So with the lactation, so now we're on that bill. There is a companion bill in the Public Health Committee, which would actually, if passed, license, I believe they're going for license the International Board Certified Lactation Consultants. If that bill, here's a scenario for you, if that bill is to pass and we then do through the Department of Public Health license International Board Certified Lactation Consultants, your testimony, would what we already have in statute allow for that particular type of lactation consultant to be reimbursed through Medicaid?
Absolutely.
So we wouldn't need to specify to the type of lactation consultant.
We left it open when we put lactation services in the bundle. We left it open to any type of lactation consultant. So whether it's an IBCLC, which is the highest level, to the lactation consultants, to even community health workers who are trained to do that, all of them can provide lactation services within our bundle.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Representative Case?
Thank you. My last one, prescription drugs. Is that you?
Well, what's the
Prescription
topic?
drugs.
I'll try.
Okay. So we've talked
We're
about
really
this.
just, our main focus this afternoon is keeping the DSS folks from having to stand up and sit down a bunch of times. That's,
Or maybe we should change that and make them, because they've been sitting for a
but Matty,
while.
you're just going to answer all the questions from here on out. I think we'll.
I'll call Deputy Hadler up. Yeah, I bet she is. So with the extrapolation, we've had this for many years in this committee, and especially through COVID, there were a lot of issues with home health care and others. Can a clerical error be used in the situation of extrapolation and fining within the prescription, within an audit that causes the fines to be extrapolated out?
Okay. Yes, I'm going to need help
Wow.
with that.
Please just introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Definitely. And I'm the Director of Quality Assurance at DSS. The clerical error question comes up quite a bit. It's defined in the statute 17B99, and it's not a definitive error during the audit process. The auditor and the Director of Audit, takes those findings individually into consideration. And if it's determined that it is a strict clerical error, it's usually not put into the extrapolation process.
So we all understand the extrapolation process, and I think when you find an error, you extrapolate it out, so the fine is actually larger. But what we found through some of the complaints that I've had that I'd gone and visit through COVID, doctors weren't available, so there was a rubber stamp on the prescription. That was not allowed. Is that correct? That was a error or a non-acceptable prescription?
I'd have to go back and look at the individual audits during that time period.
I think what we're trying to do is the mom and pop pharmacies are really getting hit hard with clerical errors through the extrapolation and through the the audits and the findings. And I think we need to take a deep look at that because they're the backbones of our small communities. And if we have agencies going in there and taking a look at every I and every T, that's not fair. And that's not right. And we need to start looking at that and make sure that we're not doing that to these small companies. I would see maybe those are happening with larger companies, but I think these small mom and pops are doing the best they can with what they have. We have to have a little compassion because extrapolating this fine out is going to put some of these people out of business. Do you not agree with that? I mean, they're pretty high.
I agree that the extrapolation process does result in a higher dollar amount during the audits, but the pharmacy audits are relatively clean compared to the other provider types. I had our audit director look at 2024 and the beginning of 2025, and only 28.5% of the audits were extrapolated. And then compared to 2024, as a provider as a whole, it's about 50% of audits that are extrapolated. So the pharmacy audits, when compared to the audit universe that we perform, the extrapolation process is not overburdensome.
Okay, I think we'll look at that within this bill and see what we need to do. I think we have to have some compassion for these small mom and pops. There are errors that are made, and you're saying that the everyday error or clerical isn't looked at, but we're finding and getting calls that that is those that are being extrapolated out. And so just so everybody understands, and I believe this is what you're saying, when you find a fine or you find something wrong, you extrapolate it out so that everything that happened within that time frame is associated, so the fine goes up. Is that correct?
Yes, you're taking the results of a small sample size and you're extrapolating it over the entire universe of the paid claims that were paid during the audit period. So yes.
And I appreciate you coming forward and asking the questions. Please consider these are businesses of the state of Connecticut, small businesses, and we need to have a little compassion when we look at this stuff. I appreciate your time.
No problem. We're definitely open for conversation. We have a listing of the audit findings and we can definitely have conversations.
And is it true, because I believe in your budget over the years that I've been on Human Services 13, there is an audit department that has a number that they have to get at by the end of the year. Is that correct?
No, there is no. Our audit department does not have to meet any thresholds for.
There is nothing in DSS. I believe it 1 year was $6 million of monies coming in.
We report on our money coming in and we report our ROI as a division, but there are no thresholds that we have to meet for audit in quality assurance.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Case. Representative Butler, then me, then Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Lesser. And thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for sharing your testimony. My question is specific to the expansion of 211 services. So if you have somebody who could answer a couple of questions there, that would be great.
Please don't go anywhere. I'm going to have questions for you in just a second. You are not off the hook. Sergeant of Arms, bar the doors. No, don't do that.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Hadler, Deputy Commissioner at DSS. And Representative Butler, I'm going to do my best to answer your question about 211.
Okay, first of all, what are the current wait times that 211 is experiencing?
That is a good question and one I do not have the answer to.
Well, when we're considering expanding the services, I think that would be essential to know what the current wait times are, because my next question is, do you anticipate any staffing increases to be able to accommodate the new services that might be approved through this expansion?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Butler. I think that's one of the reasons why it would be a good idea to have a task force so that we can collectively evaluate the services that are being provided, what services might be good to augment, and whether additional funding would be needed in order to provide additional folks. But I think that the task force would be well situated to do that. We'd be happy to participate in it as a current funder of 211.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to say for the record, if we're considering expanding their area of operation or areas that they need to respond to, we need to really take into consideration what the current wait times are so that we don't degrade the response times that are currently happening. And hopefully we'll do all that and actually make the system more responsive. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me the questions.
My pleasure, Representative. Good to see you. Okay, so I have a number of questions. First on lactation consultants, if I could. So it's my understanding from your testimony that with the maternity bundle now in effect, that the bill language may be unnecessary in your view. Does that, I guess the first question I have about that is licensure even necessary, or I know there's the licensure bill we've talked about in public health. Is licensure even necessary, or is the department able to rely on board certification?
So that's not the DSS's call, right? So you have various levels of people who provide lactation services. You have lactation consultants, and like I previously mentioned, community health workers can be trained in that area. But then you have the highest level, which is the international certified or board certified lactation consultants, or the IBCLCs. And their organization determines their certification, not DSS. So that is why we left it open in the bundle. So any of these levels can provide lactation services. However, the IBCLCs claim that there are situations that only an IBCLC can diagnose and treat. But we just wanted to have women to receive the services that they need at the levels that they need it, which is why we left it completely open.
No, I appreciate that, and I understand that it's open right now. I guess my question is, are those currently all of those license types, are they currently eligible to receive reimbursement from DSS?
They are currently eligible, yes.
Okay.
Through the bundle. Through the bundle.
Through
They
the bundle.
cannot bill DSS directly for services, but it has to be through the bundle. So the accountable provider, the OBGYN or midwife, would get will get that money through the case rates, because we just included a certain amount of money in the monthly case rate that providers get every month when they're participating in the bundle. And that provider will determine the level of lactation services that can be provided within the case rates. It's a little detailed, but that's the mechanism. That's how we did it.
I appreciate it. I think I'm following. And I think I heard, I think it was Deputy Commissioner Varas say that this was specifically targeted to at-risk moms. Is this available for at-risk moms, or to all moms, or all moms?
All moms.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so that is the case regardless.
Yes.
Okay. That is super helpful. Thank you for that. Then with regard to, that's all I have on lactation. Then with regard, or lactation consultants. Then with regard to the Children's Hospital Medicaid rate parity bill, we did get some feedback from the Children's Hospital arguing, and I understand this, we always have, if you ask any provider, they are underfunded in the Medicaid program, and if you ask our number crunchers over at OPM, everyone's overfunded, and so we're trying to do our level best to deduce the actual state of things. What Children's Hospital has argued to us is that Medicaid payments to Connecticut Children's cover a lower percentage of costs than payments to adult-focused hospitals, and that the children that Connecticut Children's cares for have a higher level of acuity than the average adult patient. And so they argue that that's data that the OHS report recently found. And I just wanted to get a sense of whether or not you agreed with that assessment. We're trying to, again, we have scarce resources, but we're trying to, appropriate them appropriately. And Nicole, I see you, but if you could introduce yourself for the record.
Sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Godburn, Director of Reimbursement for the State Medicaid Program, DSS. So we appreciate that question, and we would love to take a look at CCMC's data around that. And that's why specifically in our testimony, we highlight that the way that we pay hospitals is through the DRG APC methodology. So that is specifically designed to capture acuity levels of the patients that the hospitals serve. So as the hospital serves that patient, administers services, that is captured through the billing so that the payment to the hospital reflects appropriately the acuity level. So if theoretically a hospital is serving a more acute population, that would be captured in their payment.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then with regard sort of on a similar vein, there's the bill about rural hospitals. And I'm curious if Connecticut, right, there is certainly an advantage for residents of rural areas to receive access to care. I know separately there's a concern around a number of small hospitals that have been on a shaky financial footing and making sure that there's adequate competition in the marketplace. Does Connecticut's payment methodology currently offer any kind of extra bonus to residents of rural areas or to folks who access healthcare through small or independent providers? Doctor's office?
So when looking at hospitals, I'll take Medicare. We are not Medicare, but looking at Medicare, they specifically have a methodology designed to pay a bump to rural hospitals. In Connecticut, Medicaid program rate methodologies are structured differently. So we pay what's known as supplemental payments. So for our rural hospitals, within the supplemental payment structure, they'll often see a higher payment. And then hospitals under the 2-year settlement agreement also get their increases that happen annually. So just to kind of split it apart a little bit, there's a difference between the Medicare structure and what we do in Medicaid.
So, and do you provide a similar supplemental payment to small or independent hospitals, or is that just for the rural hospitals?
We have several supplemental payment pools. So there is a small payment pool that goes specifically to hospitals of a particular size. And that is our rural. Those tend to be the ones that you consider to be a rural hospital that are in that payment pool. So we do have several pools that are structured differently to target hospitals in particular ways.
Could you, it would be really helpful to take a little bit of a deeper dive into how that works and to and do we have do we have flexibility as policymakers to work with the department to, right size the size, I don't know what the size of those payments are and, our flexibility to adjust them based on, policy concerns or policy needs?
Sure. We have all the information posted to our website and we're happy to get all the detail to you. It's very transparent of the amount of each of those pools, how the pools are funded, the disbursement of those pools to the particular hospitals. So you can see all of that information and we can share that with you. And to your question around, we're always open to have a conversation around design of those pools. Of course, you have to go and get approval through CMS anytime you're making a change to one of those. And then we do have these settlement agreement that we also have to pay attention to as well. So, but yes, we would be happy to have that conversation.
Okay, great. And then my last question or set of questions on a new topic is about the suicide risk assessments. And so, Deputy, I'm not sure who the correct person to ask that. Oh, yes. Matt? Okay. Hi. So it's my understanding the department maintains that billing, our understanding was that we had inadvertently left that off the list of services that we had previously offered, I think 5 essential services and authorized billing for those, and we inadvertently left suicide risk assessments off, but I understand the department's position is that that's not needed, and so just I wanted to better understand the department's position and why that service is not necessarily billable.
We already have that service.
It's already so
We already have the
so
codes.
you believe that the language is redundant, not
Yes,
unnecessary.
Yes, it's not necessary. We already have the codes for the suicide risk assessment.
Okay. Representative Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. It's good to hear all this information. And I wanted to just go back to the bundling of the dental care for a minute and discuss that because I think that I'd like to know a definition of how you're doing bundling. One of the things when you look at, say, surgery in a hospital bundling, so you have a hip replacement surgery and you go into the doctor, oh, you're going to have the hip replaced. Okay, then you have the surgery, then you have the physical therapy afterwards. How are you bundling dental situations? Is that how you do it? I don't see a listing of how you're bundling, so I just wondered if you have a way of addressing bundling to specific diagnostic services.
That I cannot speak to. I'm not sure how the codes are bundled, but I can speak to how the unbundling will create issues for not only members, but in terms of what's being billed. Because services that are supposed to be done in one can be broken up into several parts and be done, and the department will get billed for them. But not only that, the population can be impacted as well because children leaving school and going to several visits for services that they can get all in one is also an issue. But I cannot speak to the methodology of bundling it directly. I can ask Nicole to talk about that a little bit.
That'd be great. I think it would help understand where we're going with this language because having anything like this that is not spelled out in a little more detail might be something that would be confused and maybe leave somebody out when it's a whole thing that has to be done. And I just wondered if you have that somewhere. And
Sure. Thank you, Representative Johnson. So when it comes to bundling of dental services administered by federally qualified health clinics, that payment structure is defined by the federal government. So the federal government back in 1999 passed rules that said that FQHCs has to be paid a PPS rate, which is a bundled rate. So that all-inclusive rate would cover all the services administered by the FQHC to a patient at that particular day in that one time. So that was designed by the federal government. So when we talk about the bundling of a dental service performed by an FQHC, that payment structure was defined by the federal government. Now, states have flexibilities to do something different than that. And those are known as alternative payment methodologies. And that's something that the state can work out directly with federally qualified health centers. So the state can work in collaboration with them to create an APM methodology. But currently in Connecticut, though, we pay FQHCs through the bundled rate, which was defined by the federal government.
great. So could we see how you're bundling the services so we'll have a better understanding of which services and how they're bundled?
So any service that's performed by the FQHC, any dental service that's performed on that one day is, no matter what that service is covered and paid for under the bundle.
So, but still, again, that's very general. And I'd
Sure,
like
because
to
it's
see more
unique to the
specific,
patient.
be more specific about what it is, because I think, like I gave you an example about hip surgery.
Mhm.
I'd like to see what would happen if, say, somebody had to have all their teeth removed, and what's that? And do you do that all in one day? You know, is that like you go to the doctor, the dentist, and have the teeth removed, and you have this, you know, the whatever it is you're going to have subsequent to that. So
Sure.
if you had, you know, ways of telling us what you have, even with the FQHCs, would be a great way to understand what you're doing with bundling, so we could really have a good grasp on it.
Sure. And we can
There
get
are
you more
things like
deep.
cancer in the mouth. I mean, there are all kinds of things that could be bundled, but understanding the details of each type of diagnostic code would be really helpful.
Yes, and we can get you more detail. You know, generally what we can say is that for the FQHC payment only, when it comes to the other things performed, for example, in a dentist office, they're billing off the fee schedule. But when it comes to the payment done under the FQHC, the bundled payment, that would be up to the doctor and the patient. So if the patient, for example, had a very extensive procedure that needed to happen and needed to come back on several days, that payment would happen on each of those days. So they would get multiple payments. If, for example, it was just a dental cleaning and it's a service that can be performed on one day, then you're only getting the one payment So again, it's going to vary based off of the patient and the dentist and what services are needed, but we can get you more information.
But the overall limit, say all the teeth are removed. So you have to visit to have that diagnosis, have the procedure, then the subsequent work.
So you would
That
get three different, in that scenario, you would get three different payments for each of the days.
You may get 3 different payments, but the whole thing is bundled into one code?
No.
So you
Nope.
do it completely differently than the hospitals do it?
Yes, because
Okay.
that was designed by
Okay.
the federal
Okay,
government.
good.
Yes.
Good to
Yep.
understand. Thank you. My next question has to do with your medical rates. And we talk about one of the things that we have here in the state of Connecticut, to historically anyway, has been dividing the state into 3 parts, A, B, and C. And having and I've asked this before, but a lot of people, maybe it's changed, but we don't have that division anymore, so that the areas based on Fairfield County, Central Connecticut, and Eastern Connecticut are not based anymore on the areas. They're based on the Medicare reimbursement rates. Is that what I heard you say?
No, we do not pay separately based off of region in Medicaid, no.
Okay, so then you mentioned that you gave an example of Medicare. Medicare does pay according to region. A couple of years ago, they changed the region in Eastern Connecticut and aligned our part of the state with Massachusetts, and that reduced the reimbursement rates in the hospitals in my district, and also in the northeast corner. So we have a reduction there because of the change that happened, I don't know, 8 years ago. And so if you're looking at that part, they're doing it regionally, whereas you're doing it based on what?
So for hospitals, right, so for, again, Medicare pays, as we were talking about, Medicare pays rural hospitals, they do a bump up in the simplistic terms of for rural hospitals. In Medicaid, our hospitals are paid their base rate and then the APR, DRG, and then supplemental payments on top of that. So that's the construct of how we are paying hospitals and Medicaid.
So you're basing it still on the DRGs?
Yes, and then they receive the supplemental payments on top of that, correct?
Okay, and so I heard you also speak of the fact that some hospitals that have a more technical capacity to do higher level types of services, they receive a higher reimbursement rate?
So it's again based off the acuity level. So, and that's what the DRG captures. So going back to your point around hip surgeries, for example, if that's a very complicated procedure, again, I'm not a doctor, but if it's a very complicated procedure, that will get captured in the DRG. It's able to calculate the acuity level of what that particular procedure is and pay according to the acuity of that.
Mm-hmm. So if you were to reduce, let's go to patient mix for a second. The patient mix in the particular hospital, say it has a huge number of Medicaid and Medicare people, and in that circumstance, would it be cost efficient for the hospital to move those patients to, say, a place where you have a higher acuity capacity?
That's more of a theoretical question. I think it would be about, would the hospital want to make that decision for its own business operation? I think each hospital would have to kind of look at their payer mix and make decisions for themselves. But theoretically, we know that payer mix is a real thing, and, organizations make decisions around that.
Mm-hmm. So I represent a district that actually was, they created under the federal program, the only Medicare hospital in the state, because the patient mix has so many limited numbers of people that have regular insurance. So in the meantime, what's happened is they closed down the ICU. They closed down the birthing center. So there's no maternity and delivery. And is there financial consequence to that in terms of how much money the Wyndham Hospital gets, for example, compared to what Hartford Health would get for surgery or for, any kind of regular service that would have ordinarily been done in a place like Wyndham Hospital?
The Office of Health Strategy, OHS, really takes a good look at that. So we can connect with them and get a response for you, because since they're the department that's tasked with monitoring services and, doing through their certificate of need process, allowing services to come online, come offline. So we can connect with OHS and then get a better response for you, because a little bit of your question is touching upon the work that they do. So we would need to connect with them to get a response for you.
Yes, I've been working with OHS as well. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your answers. Yes, you have another.
Yes, Representative Johnson, something triggered me as you were giving your specific examples regarding the bundling and unbundling. I just want to state, so you're aware for the record, that if it's medically necessary, your example around having tooth extraction of the entire mouth, when it's medically necessary, we do allow for unbundling for those services, because some procedures definitely cannot be done all in one. I just wanted to say that for the record.
That is much appreciated, and I do come to understand that the way that the bundling is done in this way is different than what we do, say, with the DRG system in the hospitals. But when I hear the word bundling, it triggers the idea that you have diagnostically related groupings that are bundled, and that in that circumstance there might be a chart that you might have that I could look at, but you've done a good job of explaining it, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I do have an additional question for the department, or a series of questions about Senate Bill 981, the pickle bill. And we did get some testimony about a potentially alternate way of trying to capture the folks who are, falling into this unfortunate position, by suggesting that we amend the language to ensure that, because it's my understanding that Connecticut is one of just a few states not to provide the pickle protections, to ensure that financial eligibility standards are adjusted such that an individual identified as a disabled adult child by the Social Security Act has their Title II income related to such identification and above the income eligibility standards for full benefit Medicaid, disregarded to the income level for such coverage. Is that an approach that might work for the department? And I'm not sure who's the pickle expert.
I'm not the pickle expert, but I'm going to try to answer your
Yeah.
questions the best I can.
Supposedly, Connecticut has all sorts of strange laws about whether a pickle has to bounce and whatnot to be sold in the marketplace. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Maybe an urban legend, but apparently this is not related to that urban legend.
I would love to know more about that. That
Yeah.
sounds fascinating.
It's all on the internet. Deputy
right.
Commissioner Hadler, please proceed.
Please. As far as I think, and I think this is related to a proposed bill that had some sort of light language that we were trying to read into. I think that some additional detail about some scenarios might help us to go back to be able to further diagnose whether there's something that we're not doing that we could be. But just on a big picture scale, there is, as it relates to SSI and COLAs, I think that's the proposed bill that it came forward. In Connecticut, we're known as a 209B state after a provision of the Social Security Administration Act, as opposed to a 1634 state. Most states, about 35 of them, are in the 1634 category. They allow the federal government to administer their SSI-related programs by the eligibility that the feds use. 209B states are permitted to use different criteria for establishing eligibility. And so in Connecticut, as a 209B state, we have a fixed set of income and asset limits that we set for our programs as they pertain to the aged, blind, disabled population, or Medicaid, for example. And we go through a process where we ensure that COLAs don't disrupt people's coverage if they've been eligible. We adjust the limits to account for COLA changes. So I think that the pickle amendment is not relevant, actually, to Connecticut, because we are not a 1634 state. We're a 209B state, and so we have just some different criteria for the way we determine eligibility for that population.
But I appreciate that. But we are not in any way limited in the protections we can offer to this population. And if we chose to provide the 209B protections, we could do so. That's a policy choice that Connecticut could make. And that's what I think that language that I just read was intended to do, is to provide those 209B protections without us having to convert over to that system. Is that your understanding?
I think it will help to have a little bit of a more specific scenario that I can take back and talk to the team about. Again, we were trying to sort of understand the context from bill language that was pretty light. There was basically a sentence. And so I think if we have a little bit more detail about the scenario that we're trying to capture as to whether that person already will be covered under our existing processes or not.
So the written testimony that we've received on this bill does lay out a couple of potential scenarios that might come into play, and I suspect we're going to hear later. I know it's always tough for us because you all tend to go first, and then we hear from the public afterwards, and gets you off the hook, I guess. But puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of getting those specific issues out. But the concern generally is that there are a parent will die, and that puts the disabled individual in a point where they are losing their coverage because of that, because of a change in their status when their parent dies. And so we're trying to address that specific issue by coming up with the protections of the 209B.
Okay, I think that we'll be able to come back with additional information for you on that now and we'll go and look at the testimony that is provided, so we can sort of assess the scenario and see whether somebody should already be covered or whether there's changes that are possible under, our general eligibility scheme as pertains to that person.
Great, thank you. And I think all other testimony about the sale or consumption of pickles would probably be better in front of Public Health or the General Law Committee, not the Human Services Committee. Representative Mastro Francesca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you coming in today. I see you have a lot of testimony. I was looking at it's like 12 pages, so you offered a lot of insight to many of the bills on the agenda today. My question is on House Bill 6934 regarding the lactation consultants. And I was wondering if you would be able to tell me, and I know there was a little conversation going back and forth, maybe I didn't hear it clearly. Do lactation consultants need to be certified in order to be reimbursed through Medicaid? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you take that, Fatmata?
Yes, absolutely, Representative. It's up to the bundle provider because, like I mentioned previously, there are different levels of lactation consultants. You have some that are community health workers that are trained. You have lactation consultants that work for the Department of Public Health. You have the IBCLCs, those are the international board certified lactation consultants. Even the IBCLCs do not have a certification yet through the Department of Public Health, but I believe that they're working on it. But all of them can provide lactation services to a certain extent, with the IBCLCs being at the top of the level. So we are not requiring any specific certification, but the workforce has all these various certifications of folks who can provide the services. So our bundle states we want our members to get lactation support. It is between that member and the provider to determine the level of support that they need.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that answer, because I'm understanding correctly, they don't need to be certified. There are board certified lactation consultants. There are some that just go to do schooling. Maybe they take 300 hours of schooling, they get a certificate, but they don't have to have an official license from the state of Connecticut to do that. And based on what you're telling me, they don't need that official license from the state of Connecticut to get reimbursed for the Medicaid. That's what I understand correctly, correct?
That's correct. They do not. But also, I just want to highlight that currently the bundle provider is the one that's actually reimbursing for the lactation services, because DSS pays the bundle provider through the monthly case rates. That's where we have the money for lactation supports. So between that provider and that patient, they determine, oh, I just need a community health worker to provide me the services, or regular lactation consultants, or maybe my problem is such that what I need is that high level clinical IBCLC. Does that help?
Yeah, no, that does help. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So the Medicaid reimbursement goes through the provider. and then
Yes.
and the provider pays the lactation consultant, however, whatever agreement that they have.
That's correct.
Okay, I understand that now. Now, should a lactation consultant have their own independent business and they don't go through a provider, somebody hires them privately, would they be eligible for Medicaid reimbursement? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Not yet. They are not independently, they cannot independently enroll in Medicaid right now. And so I believe that for the IBCLCs, they are currently working to get their DPH recognition. I don't know whether it's going to be a licensure or a certificate, but after they get that, then that would qualify them to enroll as Medicaid providers, and then they can bill for services. But right now, they will have to go through and work with a bundled provider to provide services to Medicaid members.
Okay, I understand. So they have to go through a provider. And is it because they are not certified or they don't have a Connecticut state license? It's a private person. They have their own business. They cannot get Medicaid reimbursement. Does that have anything to do with them not having a certified state of Connecticut license?
Well, they're not independently enrolled with us, and you have to have certain credentials through the Department of Public Health. That is what will qualify you for enrollment in our Connecticut Medical Assistance Program Network, or CMAP, right? So they're not independently enrolled, so they cannot bill us directly for services.
Okay, but they can still go through their provider.
They can still go through the provider, yes.
And just one more question through you, Mr. Chairman. If somebody is a licensed or certified, board certified lactation consultant, is the reimbursement rate through the provider, if they're going through the provider, any different than someone who is not board certified or licensed?
I don't know, because that's going to be determined between the contract that the provider will have with the lactation consultant.
Well, I guess let me rephrase it. Is the reimbursement from the state of Connecticut to the provider any different? Is it pretty much the same across the
It's a
board?
standard across the board. We just put a certain amount of money in the case rates every month. It is the same for each member every month. So the provider determines what level of lactation services is required between them and their patient, and then they will contract with that lactation consultant and pay them accordingly. So we don't get into the middle of that. We just give the money to the provider, and we just monitor everything else in terms of the measures that we have to make sure that in fact members are getting lactation supports. We're measuring that in the back end.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. It clarifies a lot. We had this bill come out last year on the floor to have them to be certified to have a state of Connecticut license, which I didn't really seem necessary because there's some people that are licensed and some people that are not. You don't necessarily need a license to perform that service. And I believe I asked the question is, and the response, I believe, if I remember correctly, is because then they can get Medicaid reimbursement. But you're clarifying for me today that that's not necessarily true as long as they're going through a provider, which I believe obviously the majority are doing. Thank you so much for your testimony. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson, did you have an additional question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I heard you talk briefly for a minute about the fact that we're not a 209B state. And I just wanted to briefly go through that because I had proposed a bill a few years ago to have us convert from the 1150 to a 209B state. So I just was wondering, the Office of Legislative Research report that I got said that there would be a lot of difficulty, but I don't understand why someone who is deemed disabled by Social Security as a minor under the age of 18, and then the parent passes, why they're, I don't understand what you're saying there, because they should be continued as on disability. They were deemed disabled as a child under the age of 18, and they would continue on to disability even after the parent passes. They just go on to disability, and that on the parent's disability, on Social Security trust fund money.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I think I've got to do a little bit more background on this particular scenario. I don't think that's the one that we had sort of envisioned when we saw the draft testimony. We can look at what the scenarios might be. I mean, it sounds like potentially an increase in SSDI income is putting someone over the income threshold that they might have otherwise previously qualified for. Yeah, as opposed to sort of a routine COLA, which we do account for in the way we set our eligibility thresholds in Husky C. There are possible ways to continue to qualify, whether it be through a spend down, a pooled trust, or other type of vehicle to continue to qualify. But that doesn't mean we can't look at sort of a more direct disregard or some other way of maintaining continuing Medicaid eligibility for that child. I've got to go back and see what would be required from the agency in order to be able to effectuate that policy.
Representative Johnson, is your microphone on?
No.
Do you mind starting over from the very beginning? Because I don't think CTN captured anything you said. I
Okay.
apologize. And I want to thank Representative Gilchrist for noting that.
Well, thank you
Slight oversight.
for that. And so my question had to do with the fact that I overheard you discuss the fact that we're not a 209B state. And that so because of that, we get to set our own rates.
We are a 209.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
just to clarify
yeah,
that.
Thank you. The
As
other way
opposed
around.
to a 1634, yeah, it does allow the state more flexibility in some ways to be able to set some of the rules for eligibility. Again, I think that this particular scenario, the way it is now being described, wasn't totally clear to us when we saw the draft language, and so I think we need to go back and think about the scenario, see whether the language actually would fix the situation that you're describing now, and what the potential ramifications and how we might go about doing that.
Yeah, 'cause I had proposed a bill to have us become a 209B state back about, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. And I got a long report about how this would really have a big impact on our computer systems. So then when I think about that, and I think the child that is deemed disabled by Social Security before they're 18 years old, they go on the parent's Social Security work record. And in that circumstance, they continue in that all the way through is disabled on Social Security disability. So based on the parent's work record. So that's kind of like how that works. Why we would change how we're doing Medicaid for, say, the child that has been deemed disabled when they're 18 or under, and when they turn 19, and we would change how we're providing Medicaid to them then, is a question that I would have for you. So I just want to clarify that and make sure that we're clear on, because I thought it would be better to be not to be a 209B state, to be where the standards are created for us already, and that we don't have to go through this process of creating all the standards ourselves, and then maybe leaving some people out because of the complexity of all the programs. So just a thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments for the entire Department of Social Services? Minus anybody else want to come up and say something else? I always see some folks have not yet had a chance to speak. Okay. If not, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner and other Deputy Commissioner, and everyone else for your attendance today. Okay, we have now more than exhausted the first hour. And I wanted to go to the first member of the public, to Arden Parrish, and then after Arden, we'll go back to public officials, and then that'll be Michael Werner, and then we'll proceed from there. Hi, Arden.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Arden Parrish. I live in New Haven, but lately I seem to find myself in this building just as often as in my medical lab at Yale. I've had the honor to work with some of you in my capacity as a member of the Children's Committee of the Comptroller's Healthcare Cabinet, as well as the PBM Oversight and Pricing and 340B subcommittees of the Prescription Drug Task Force. I'm also the leader of the Connecticut chapter of Insulin for All, representing the tens of thousands of Connecticut residents who depend on insulin to survive. I'm here today to testify on behalf of my chapter in strong support of two bills, SB 164 and proposed HB 5580. We've been grateful to stand beside some of the members of this committee in passing legislation that guarantees emergency access to insulin in our state. With the life-saving measures that you have made possible, it might seem that the problem of insulin access is nearly solved. However, some of my chapter members tell a different story. They still tell me about skipping essential doses or meeting strangers in parking lots to purchase an extra vial, and they're shocked when I tell them that there is a better option available. As a healthcare advocate, I've been able to parse through the relevant statutes and find the amazing resources available in our state, but it's not so intuitive for those folks who don't spend their days in the legislative office building, and it's even harder in a moment of crisis. I know from my own experience that when you're out of insulin and precious seconds are ticking away, calm and rational thought are nowhere in the equation. Being able to consistently rely on 211 in these moments would quite literally be life-saving. Expanding the InfoLine program to better assist Connecticut residents trying to navigate state programs would help fill in the gaps that still remain after all of the hard work that's already been done. We're confident that SB 164 is a massive step in the right direction. Education is empowerment. Just as patients need to be informed on the resources the state provides for prescription drug access, it's also essential that they be educated on proper management of their condition. The text for proposed HB 5580 is short, but has powerful potential to meet this need. From the terrified parents of a 5-year-old boy newly diagnosed with autoimmune type 1 diabetes to the grandmother with prediabetes who wants to know how to lower her blood sugar without insulin, access to diabetes education is essential for all of us whose lives are touched by this condition. For people with type 1 diabetes like myself, prevention is not an option, and lifestyle changes are irrelevant. From the moment of our diagnosis, we are dependent on insulin for the rest of our lives. Diabetes education is crucial in helping us survive and thrive with this incurable condition, just as it is in helping those with other forms of diabetes navigate prevention and treatment options. This is why coverage of diabetes education ought to go beyond just patients on Medicaid. Ultimately, we have high hopes for HB 5580's ability to meet the needs of all Connecticut residents who are affected by diabetes. We strongly encourage you to draft this bill with the voices of patients at the forefront. Diabetes is a many-headed beast, and it's crucial that any discussion of diabetes education encompasses all of the nuances of different types and treatment regimens. My chapter would be particularly thrilled if bills like this one could be taken up by a diabetes advisory council, like the one that previously existed in the state. Whatever the avenue, we ask that you continue your commendable efforts to center the needs and experiences of patients like us. We're grateful for your work and look forward to seeing the passage of HB 5580 and SB 164. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So you want a diabetes council?
Yes, please.
Okay. Other questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you
Look
so much.
forward to continuing to work with you on this and other issues. Next, we'll have Michael Werner, and I think Michael is being joined by Megan Baker.
Good afternoon, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Harding, Representative Case, Senator Mayer, Representative Comey, and other distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Michael Werner, and I'm the lead aging policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity, and I'm joined by my colleague Megan Baker, who will introduce herself momentarily. And we are grateful to this committee for raising Senate Bill 1300, enact compensating spouses for state-funded home care, and Senate Bill 1299, enact concerning Medicaid-covered dental care. In addition to my role at the commission, I am also the Long-Term Care Advisory Council Administrator. And in that function, in that role, I help to guide the state with its long-term services and supports functions, collaborating with the Long-Term Care Planning Committee, which is operated out of OPM and is comprised with executive branch members. Our advisory council has come up with three main pillars to help address the needs of older adults in our states. And those include supporting our ombudsman, making sure that they are fully funded on both sides in all 8 regions for both the community side and the long-term care side, as is in Senate Bill 1176. We support family caregiving, including spousal compensation, as well as grandparent and non-parent caregivers. And we support elevating the oral health and dental health landscape here for Connecticut. And what's great about these two bills is that they are widely recognized, as is shown by, in this committee, having raised bills 5086 and 6333 for spousal compensation, and also 6081 for dental care. And in addition to our support of these bills, the Long-Term Care Planning Committee has put out a new 3-year plan for long-term services and supports, which also underscores the importance of these 3 pillars, including spousal compensation and increased dental care. The Alzheimer's Disease and Related Dementia Coalition, which I'm a co-chair of their statewide policy committee, also supports this, as does the Comptroller's Healthcare Cabinet. And so there's wide recognition on the importance of these bills. When it comes to dental care, what's really important is addressing chronic illnesses and poor oral health. The Department of Public Health recently did a study and found that nearly 1 in 5 residents in long-term care facilities in our state have no teeth, no teeth at all. So, imagining the impact on socializing, smiling, talking, all of these things. But there's also health implications when it comes to other chronic conditions like diabetes, cancer, dementia, obesity, mental health, and heart disease. And when it comes to the family caregiving, we would like to respectfully assert that spousal compensation is not a conflict. The person who is going to be deemed as the caregiver, there's a whole process. There's an assessment. This is extraordinary care. This isn't the traditional care that is needed by between spouses. And so we highly recommend that this bill get passed. It was similarly raised last year in aging in House Bill 5296 that it passed fully out of committee almost unanimously before going to approps. And we have 2 recommendations, and those include for the dental bill, there's an interstate compact for dental professionals. So dentists and dental hygienists can move in from other states. There's already 10 states that have enacted it, including Maine and Washington. There's 16 pending states who have legislation for it, including Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. And regarding the family caregiving portion, we would politely request that it be allowed to be accessible and as widely available as possible, including to those on Medicaid through the Adult Family Living Program and any other possible option. And now I'll go to Megan.
Thank you. My name is Megan Baker. I'm the lead Asian American Pacific Islander policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. I just want to bolster my colleague's testimony with perspective and support from the AAPI community. More than 80% of older adults here in Connecticut are either living alone or are empty nesters, but they're still considered families. In my conversations with the federal government at HHS, in their federal framework and the national strategy for family caregiving, they're still recognized family caregivers, spouses. And so this is also potent in the families of the AAPI communities in our state who are already taking on this mantle without compensation because they care. 6 of the top 15 languages spoken in the state are of AAPI sub-ethnicities, and those are spoken in the home but are not always available through nursing homes or in in-home care assistance programs. And so addressing languages, accessibility, and cultural competency places an emphasis on aging well and in place, residing in the comfort of your home, which for many AAPI residents like my Lolo looks like the one that they immigrated to back in the 70s, culturally aligned food and the surroundings of families and friends. So supporting SB 13, and in regards to SB 1299, 61.1% of Asian health services found that dental patients aged 20 to 64 had at least one missing tooth. So poor oral health is prominent in AAPI communities with a compounded consideration of immigrant populations who come from countries with no dental healthcare infrastructure and a lack of general knowledge around healthcare coverage by other residents in the state of AAPI heritage. So it's important to improve health outcomes. And when I spoke about this public hearing last week to residents in the AAPI community and community advocacy leaders in the AAPI space, there's just met with a lot of overwhelming support and appreciation. They learned how to testify. I think some have written testimony to submit for this hearing, and they're excited and becoming excited and invigorated in the legislative process because it's committees like you that care, and they see that and they care about, you recognize their lived experiences, meet them where they are, and put forth bills that can change their situation in the state, and they greatly appreciate that and wanted me to relay that to you all today. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here, thankful for the efforts put forward by Human Services, and hope that we can offer our continued support.
Thank you very much. Any question, Representative Case?
Thank you. And I know we had conversations on this, but 1300, SB 1300. We've done this in one population in DDS. I believe this is a process that we can look forward to push forward because, number one, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a process, there's reporting, and there's some sort of certification that the family member has to prove that they're able to take care. This is, I believe, a cost savings from somebody going into a home. The person who's been with them for their life, why can't we help them to secure and take care? I mean, DDS, I believe it was a waiver. It's something that we went through COVID with, that we asked them to continue it on. We did it through COVID, so those constituents wouldn't have to go out into the public because they're more susceptible. So we allowed family members, and then we just asked them to continue that, and it's been working great. How do you see that? I mean, there is a process. The person has to do reporting. It's not just take care and we'll send you a check. Is that correct?
Right, exactly. Thank you very much for that question. It is not money for nothing. And, when it comes to the quality assurance piece that was, previously raised, that's why we have this whole ecosystem. That's why we need to support the ombudsman program so that they can have the staff and the capacity to go and ensure this quality and make sure that the rights of the individual are protected. This all fits together. When we talk about cost, the most recent numbers that I just got for one night in a nursing home on Medicaid is $250 to $300 a day, okay? And for private care, $550 to $700. Under the program for adult family living, my understanding is that there's 4 tiers of care. So there's a lower tier for companionship, there's a higher tier for more immediate needs, and the highest tier is somewhere around $80 a day. So you see that difference, and that keeps families together, that keeps people in the home, and it diverts unnecessary institutionalization, which is, of course, the main goal. So in this instance, when the individual gets onboarded, there's case managers, there's a whole process, there's the financial look back, there's all of this infrastructure that goes along to it. You're right, we currently allow family caregiving. It's just traditionally not permitted for spouses. However, the federal agency CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Strategies, allowed for these flexibilities during the pandemic because they saw the need, they saw the issues surrounding workforce. And this is what this bill does as well, is it addresses workforces. So now we have permission and encouragement from the federal government to do this. And we have states like Vermont, Ohio, Indiana, and South Dakota that are already doing this. So we can do this too. It would take some thought. It would take some precautions. It would take ensuring that our ombudsman team is fully funded. But this is how, in the scheme of rebalancing, which we're working hard here together at the legislature, collaborating with the executive branch, and we submitted testimony for you to see with many citations for you to review. But this would be a very favorable path forward to help address sustainability and keep people homes in their state, especially with our growing population in the years to come.
No, and I thank you for coming forward and testifying on that. It's pretty scary, when you have to tell somebody that they have to go into a home. I mean, I have a family member who isn't home, and it's private pay, but it's just under $500 a day. And that's crazy. I mean, it would be nice if that person could stay home. We talk about it all the time in this building is people are better off at home. So let's work to make that happen. We passed one chamber last year. Let us get it out of the other. So I appreciate you coming forward, and maybe we can piggyback this on how we did it with DDS, because there are a lot of precautions in DDS on how this went through, and those precautions are in place. And I talked to those family members, and they have reporting to do, and they're certified. They just can't leave their loved one at home unless it's somebody who has been certified. So if they leave for the day, they have to have somebody who's backup certified, or a staff person has to come in. So there's somebody there that is covering that loved one at all times. So let's see what we can do to get this across, but thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are welcome. Any other questions from members of the committee? If not, thank you for your testimony.
If I may just reflect to Representative Case, yeah, absolutely. The state of Connecticut took advantage of that precedent back in 2023. So the ability to compensate for spouses under a legally liable relative is already on the books in the DDS context. So it's a matter of will. We at the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity, we support this wholeheartedly, and we are grateful for this commission to take up this topic.
Thank you. We have quite a lot of people we got to get to, so thank you for your testimony. Next is Campbell Mitchell here? Hey, Campbell. Campbell Mitchell, and then following Campbell, we will hear from Mary Reed Painter. Following Mary Reed, we will hear from David Fenton. Dr. Fenton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and esteemed members of the Human Services Committee for your time today. My name is Campbell Mitchell, and for those of you who don't already know me, I'm a graduate researcher from Ridgefield. I serve with the Comptroller's Healthcare Cabinet, the Prescription Drug Task Force, and as policy lead for Connecticut Insulin for All. It's in this last capacity that I'm here testifying in favor of two bills, SB 164 and HB 5580. First, on SB 164, we support reforms to improve robust access for services for our neighbors in crisis. Research, which I cite in my written testimony, shows the close connection between diabetes, housing, and social support, and how having access to services can keep people on their feet, out of emergency rooms, and prevent costly long-term complications. We're lucky that Connecticut has some protections along these lines, such as emergency access to insulin. However, these services can be fragmented and difficult to navigate. Hyperglycemic crisis is far from ideal circumstances to try and be navigating these things. If I go without insulin for a couple hours, I cannot safely operate a car or fairly take an exam. Yet, we expect residents to be able to navigate insurance and housing law under the same circumstances when they need to get insulin. The medical background here is complicated, but the treatment isn't. We need to make the process of getting help for our neighbors robust, transparent, and responsive, and this bill is a step towards that. On House Bill 5580, we stand strongly in favor of the concept being proposed here and are prepared to help develop it. In studies, states that invest in diabetes education see an average savings of $5,000 per patient over 2 years and $160,000 per patient over the course of life. The best programs were consistently those that leveraged community and faith-based organizations to expand capacity and build bridges to better public health. What's beautiful about diabetes education as an intervention is that it is relevant to every level of the healthcare system and every stage or type of diabetes. Whether we're talking about preventing prediabetes from advancing, working to minimize the need for prescription medications, or supporting insulin users to live their best lives, these investments turn a triple profit in taxpayer dollars, human lives, and stronger communities. In developing this bill, we urge the committee to consider how to build lasting partnerships with stakeholders, including patients and communities, and how to integrate diabetes education programs with other services currently offered, which could be supported by federal grants or waivers. Reviving the Diabetes Advisory Council, which was created in Public Act 16-66 and lapsed, and providing for an update of statewide action plans would be a good way to build on this momentum. We urge the advancement of both SB 164 and HB 5580 and look forward to continuing to work together to support our neighbors with diabetes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you. Next, we have Mary Painter. Good to see you. Our state's long-term care ombudsperson. And then we'll have Dr. Fenton. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Lesser, Representative Case, Senator Harding, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. I'm Mairead Painter, the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman, and I'd like to testify before you on several bills today. The first one being SB 164, an act establishing a task force to study the expanded services provided by 211 InfoLine program at the United Way. I support establishing a task force to study the needs to expand services provided by 211. InfoLine is an essential resource for individuals seeking assistance and services. Exploring the expansion of these services provided by this program will ensure that individuals could access the information they need and do it in an accessible and meaningful way. The next bill, SB 1158, an act concerning the establishment of a Department on Aging. While ensuring robust services for older adults is critical, the creation of a separate Department on Aging, I believe, would result in unnecessary disruption and fragmentation. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program has experienced multiple transitions over the years, and I believe that remaining co-located within one department that also provides disability services offers the most seamless coordination. The overlap between programs and services that individuals need is significant, and maintaining this structure helps to ensure that individuals in need of long-term services and supports receive comprehensive and cohesive support. The next bill, SB 1003, an act compensating spouses for state-funded home care. I support compensating spouses for providing state-funded home care as a step towards stabilizing individuals in the least restrictive environment. This promotes choice and independence at the highest level, allowing individuals to receive care from those they trust the most while remaining in their home. I believe this bill recognizes the invaluable role that family caregivers play and ensures that they receive the support necessary to continue providing this essential care. I do believe that this should go by how the person is established as far as their funding and not necessarily through an independent service. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I left you off easily. Next, we have Dr. David Fenton, followed by Senator Ciccarella.
Dr. Fenton has not accepted his panelist invite.
Dr. Fenton, would you please accept your panelist invite? Going once. If your testimony, if you're available, if you're interested in testifying online, you have to accept your promotion. Okay. Is Senator Ciccarella here? He is right outside the door, we believe. There's Senator Ciccarella. Good afternoon, sir.
So,
I just wanted to start by saying good afternoon, and I just want to thank the committee, the good chairs and rankings. For
We know
raising-
who you are, Senator, but could you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Oh, I thought everybody knew who I was.
I know who you are, but maybe not everyone in the building does. So
Sometimes I think I'm more important than I am, I think. I'm State Senator Paul Ciccarella, representing the 34th District. And I'm here to testify in support of SB 164. Basically what it is, it's just establishing a task force to study the expansion of 211. I was always familiar with 211 and the United Way and all the amazing things they do for our community. But I wasn't aware of how important 211 is to getting our constituents the services they need, whether they're state agency services or all the amazing nonprofits that do so much for our community. And Maria Harlow, who works for the United Way, always talks about all of the programs at United Way, but 211 is so vital. And I'm sitting up here with Jacob Sundick, who brought this to my attention that there are some challenges and concerns. And I'm going to let Jacob speak a little bit to that.
So I want to thank Senator Ciccarella for ceding his time to me, Chairwoman Gilchrist, Chairman Lesser, and all members of the Connecticut General Assembly Human Services Committee. As Senator said, my name is Jacob Sondick, and I wrote the original document that is now formally known as Senate Bill 164. Some background about me, why am I here? I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident and recent graduate from the UConn School of Public Policy, where I completed a strategic planning internship with the Department of Children and Families. Working with DCF, I got experience with 211, seeing firsthand how essential the services provided by the 211 info line program are for families across the state of Connecticut who are facing precarious housing and food insecurity. This inspired me to write this bill to help to look and develop solutions for the emerging 211 crisis. I rise today to testify in support of Senate Bill 164, an act establishing a task force to study expanding services provided by the 211 info line program operated by the United Way of Connecticut. Some background about 211. So 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services, including housing, food, utilities, and childcare. According to an article published by the Connecticut Mirror, calls to 211 have increased by 300% since 2019. The rapidly increasing volume of calls has put more strain on United Way of Connecticut and 211, especially given the fact that 211 has lost half of its staff in recent years, according to the Hartford Courant. Rates of food and housing insecurity are dramatically rising in Connecticut. Increasingly cold winters are also heightening the need for 211 services. The combination of rising call volume and staff and budget cuts is unsustainable for 211 as it currently functions. We need to establish a task force that begins studying these changing realities, where families that need the services that 211 provides will begin to fall through the cracks. Passage of SB 164 will allow the 211 info line program to more efficiently and effectively respond to Connecticut residents who need support with issues of housing and food insecurity, utility assistance, and essential human services. I ask for your support of Senate Bill 164 and for the much-needed 211 program. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and thank you, Senator, again, for ceding me your time.
thank you for your testimony, and to you both. Just a couple of questions about it. When I've asked questions of United Way in the past about the program, one of the issues into why certain services are covered and which ones aren't. Certainly part of it is a funding question, but some of it is also a question. I guess there is a national accrediting body for 211 type services around the country. And so when I've asked, hey, why are we doing it this way or that versus that way? One of the responses I've gotten from the United Way is, well, it's not up to us. And so I was just wondering, would this council that you're seeking to constitute, would they be able to make recommendations about what to be covered, sort of despite what the national folks, because what the services aren't needed in Alabama or California may be quite a bit different than the services in Connecticut?
So I'll hop in here. I've been having conversations with United Way and 211, and 211 provides the service of linking our residents with services that are out there. Again, whether they're through state agencies or nonprofits, 211 doesn't provide any services. So really all they do is man the phone call, which is important to have someone picking up and being able to talk to someone and walk them through what they need. Sometimes the individuals don't realize what services are out there for their specific situation. And that's really the main job of 211 call center, because they could be talking about maybe food insecurity, and, you know, in that phone conversation, they could say they also need assistance in other places. And then they're able to provide, you know, again, the contact information and push them to those resources, but they don't provide any services there.
No, and I appreciate that. And I certainly agree and understand that. I guess what I just was, it's more the types of services that they refer to and the specific needs that residents could potentially need. So, you know, if you call 211 and you ask for a restaurant recommendation, they're not going to be able to provide that service to you because that's not what 211 does. So you know, obviously they're not cooking the food, but you wouldn't call up 211 to ask for a restaurant recommendation. You would call them up to find housing or another, you know, essential social service need. So the question is what, you know, the specific types of services that they refer to. I think that's something that we've had like less ability to dictate, just because they are able, when I ask them that question, when we ask them the question, they say, well, it's not up to us. We are just going off the recommendations of national accreditors. And so I could see some value to having, you know, a council come together to sort of figure out what is it that Connecticut needs, what do Connecticut residents need? And I assume you do too, which is why you're recommending it. Does that sound right?
Sure. And yes, that is definitely something that this task force can do. But one of the things that Jacob made me aware of, and then I followed up with 211, is the wait times. It's double or triple from 10 years ago. And unfortunately, the staff, it's just not there to fulfill that need. So the wait times are something that really is a concern, and we want to address that. But along with that, anything else that they could do to provide a better service to the Connecticut residents should be a topic of the task force.
That's great, and I appreciate that. And then the other issue that we've run across is that they have a blended funding stream, so they're funded by a whole bunch of different grants and agencies. And so one of the challenges that this committee has experienced is trying to sort out, you know, sometimes they're funded by DSS, sometimes by DEMIS, sometimes by different agencies. And so understanding that, I think I could see real value in linking them together. The last question I had, I saw DSS asked, they said, could we serve on the council? Do you have any? Are you okay with them serving on the council?
So some of your specific questions, I think, could get answered here today. There are members of 211 that have way more knowledge than myself. And I was just asking Jacob, like, you know this one? Trying to cheat off his homework.
There's no right and wrong answer. There's no test here.
Yeah, so I think they could answer those questions a little bit better. But again, really bringing the stakeholders that have the information to the table is important. So again, the makeup of it, in, you know, our opinion, it doesn't matter as long as the individuals are there to do the work that they need to do to provide the services to our residents.
Okay. Thank you very much to you both. It's good to see you. Thank you for introducing this. And any other questions, members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Bill Scalzi. We don't have Dr. Fenton, I'm assuming. No.
Hello, members of the Human Services Committee, rather. My name is Bill Scalzi. I'm with MSET.
You have muted yourself. Also, you're not on video. I'm not sure if you're able to turn a video on. We do prefer that if you can. There you are. We can see you now, but we still can't hear you.
Sorry to both of those. Let me start over. Welcome the Human Services Committee. Thank you for having me speak today. My name is Bill Scalzi. I'm with M7 Transportation here in West Haven, Connecticut. We are a 37-year-old Connecticut company providing predominantly non-emergency medical transportation. We have a fleet of roughly 190 vehicles, and nearly half of those are wheelchair accessible vehicles. We do an awful lot of work in that NEMT space. I'm here to strongly support SB 1298 regarding NEMT standards. The first question you could ask me is, do I support the F endorsement for taxi and livery drivers? And that's an emphatic yes. I absolutely report that, and whatever other requirements they would put on the drivers, because safety is clearly the most important thing to our business and the passenger transportation service. We wouldn't have it any other way. However, the DMV F endorsement requires, and I'd like to read that actually. It requires certain things from drivers. Number one, a Connecticut driver's license. Number two, a medical certificate. You have to get a physical. Number three, the sex offender registry. You've got to check that. Number four is a acceptable motor vehicle report. And number five is a national criminal background check, which when applying for the F endorsement, that particular check is done by a fingerprinted, submitting fingerprints in, so you know exactly who the person is who's taking that test. In addition to that, my company M7 also requires a certified transport specialist training, the LEIE office inspector general to make sure they're not restricted from that type of transportation. And also we participate in the drug and alcohol DOT program. So we're very, very qualified for this. I want to, though, focus on the background checks, because the background checks, I want to read what it says in the requirements for us. It says, by the way, I had some recent eye surgery, so bear with me. My sight's not that good right now, but we must conduct or have a consumer reporting agency regulated under the Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act, a local, state, and national criminal history. So that's done on the internet. So before our drivers even go on the road, they have to go through that background check. The whole topic here is the 90-day wait period. When the drivers apply for their fingerprinted background checks, it's going to take up to 3 months, up to 90 days for them to get that. Sometimes it's 8 weeks, sometimes it's 12 weeks, but it's a long time. While we're waiting for that, the driver is allowed to operate. As soon as the driver sends in their application, they can now begin driving with us for NEMT or any other program that we happen to be servicing, right? Now the TNC drivers.
Summarize.
Sorry?
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. We have exactly the same requirements as what the DSS is asking us to have. So there's got to be a miscommunication there, because we meet or exceed all the requirements to have our drivers on the road. So what we're asking to do here is be able to have the Medicaid broker, MTM, accept our drivers as valid, because literally when they first start driving with us, they have already met or exceeded all the requirements by this program. So I'm sorry I got rushed through that. I had a lot more, but I'm open for any questions you may want to ask.
Well, thank you for your testimony. As I think you know, this is an issue that we've been trying to get our hands around now for a couple of years, and it's really helpful to hear your thoughts on this. And we're trying to figure out what's a fair way of doing things that also ensures maximum protections for the riding public. Are there questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am now trying to figure out who is next. We are hoping to hear shortly from Representative Mara, but I don't think she's available quite yet. Representative Rosario, we're also waiting to hear from. So I do see that Dr. Fenton is with us, so I think we'll jump to another member of the public, Dr. Fenton, and then we'll return to the elected officials who I think are going to be joining us shortly.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Doctor.
Excellent. I apologize. I don't know what happened earlier. I've been on the call and on the meeting, and for some reason, you guys weren't seeing me, but I appreciate your time. So as you said, my name is David Fenton. I'm an oral and maxillofacial surgeon in Bristol, Connecticut, resident of West Hartford. I have submitted written testimony, so I won't belabor those specific points, but I'm presenting on behalf of SB 1299 regarding dental Medicaid coverage. I think the main point here is that the biggest issue with having access to care for dentistry for the citizens of Connecticut that have Husky or Medicaid, is there's just not enough providers, and the meat of it really is just the reimbursement rate is so low and hasn't been kept up and moving on with inflation or any cost of living or anything. And currently the adult rates are literally, it's on the fee schedule, 52% of the children's rate. The children's rate is not great either, but the majority of dentists will happily want to help and serve that population. With the adult reimbursement rate, it's basically not possible. You lose money when you see those patients. So that's why so very few providers do take it. I see it commonly where patients are coming to me just as an oral surgeon to get their teeth removed because the dentistry is not available to them. So there's really not much opportunity for them to save teeth. They can't find a dentist to do it. I also see special needs and children that really need to go to the hospital or have some sedation services or be seen by a pediatric dentist, but there's no one available for them either, just because the ones that are taking it are already overwhelmed and don't have time in their schedules. I think having parity between the adult and pediatric fee schedules would help. And in Connecticut, we have already proven this in the past, where we had didn't have enough providers. This is like 15 years ago, and the pediatric rates were increased, unfortunately, and that did solve that problem for the most part. A lot more dental providers are available for under 21 population, but that change came at a cost of decreasing the adult reimbursement. So now we just traded one problem for another, and there is a publication which I included in my written testimony, a study done by doctors at University of Connecticut, showing that the reimbursement rates actually do increase provider enrollment and outcomes, access to care, and having all of that preventative care and early treatment does, in the long run, cost save because it prevents people from going to emergency rooms, which costs a lot more, and more extensive and costly treatment when they can prevent the need for it. Any questions?
Any questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not sure what happened earlier, but it is good to hear from you, and we appreciate you being in front of us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, are we? Do we have? Do we have Representative Rosario with us? Madam Clerk. Oh, great. Representative Rosario, it's good to see you. Representative Rosario, are you there?
Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today?
We're great. How are you?
Good, thank you. All right. Can I proceed?
Please do.
All right. Thank you, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Chris Rosario. I'm the state representative of the 128th District from Bridgeport. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5037, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Connect 700 program to expand state government employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, inspired by Minnesota's Connect 700 program. This legislation offers persons with disabilities up to 700 hours of on-the-job trial work to showcase their skills, fostering workforce diversity and economic self-sufficiency. I support this bill because it delivers results in Minnesota. A Department of Public Safety employee with a disability secured permanent employment in another 2 months. Human Resources Supervisor converted a candidate after 7 weeks, praising their benefits, and a mother highlighted how it is turns hidden disabilities into strengths, building committed employees. In conclusion, I urge the committee to support this bill out of committee so we can continue the conversation. With that, I'll take any further questions.
Thank you so much, Representative. We have been really interested for a number of years in expanding employment supports for individuals with disabilities. Can you let us a little bit? I know you're not in. I know you represent Bridgeport, not Minnesota, but any more information about how Minnesota's program works? I know we have a program in Connecticut that attempts to address this issue, but it may not work as well as Minnesota's.
Well, the idea came about, I was attending a conference. I'm actually on the board of the National Board of Latino Legislators, and one of my colleagues from across the aisle, Representative John Kosnick, from the House Republican Caucus in Minnesota. We were talking about disabilities in our states and programs, and he mentioned this program that they do in Minnesota, and it doesn't require an additional appropriation. They work it into their already existing human resources that they do with the Department of Labor and their hiring process. And it basically just opens up the job pool for jobs that are available and open, and it may not have gotten filled, and giving opportunities for those folks that are seeking employment that may have a disability. And I think I'm not really sure what's really happening here, but if there's ways to kind of, expand opportunities or even bridge that gap, I think this is an opportunity to do so.
Well, that's great. I would suggest maybe reaching out. We could start a conversation potentially with the Department of Administrative Services here. They have a program. I don't know how well it is working. We did get a lot of testimony last year that it was not working as well as it could. And so it might be helpful to, initiate a conversation with them. I'd be happy to be part of that and see what, if anything, Minnesota's doing that we might consider adding to our existing program. And then, of course, and I think a lot of folks know that there are also other stakeholder groups that are interested in state employment, and those folks should be at the conversation as well. So, but I think we should start with conversation with Commissioner Gilman and her team over at DAS and see what they think about this and go from there. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for your testimony, Representative Rosario.
Thank you, Senator. Have a good afternoon. Take care, everyone.
Next, we have is Nathan Tinker. Nathan Tinker's online. Hello, Nathan.
Good afternoon.
And after Nathan, we are going to hear from another pharmacist, Representative Tracy Mara, if she's around, and then hopefully we'll track. We have we can go from there. Nathan.
All right, good afternoon, co-chairs Gilchrist and Lesser, ranking members Case and Harding, vice chairs Comey and Mayer, and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Nathan Tinker, and I am CEO of the Connecticut Pharmacists Association, and I'm here representing both the Connecticut Pharmacists Association and the Connecticut Society for Health System Pharmacists in support of HB 6091. The impact that pharmacies face when Medicaid audits go awry is clearly laid out in written testimony you have received from a number of other pharmacists and organizations today. And later today, you will hear from a couple of real life experiences from Tim Harvey and Ed Schreiner. And their deep experiences will be personal and useful to you. So let me just say that HB 6091 introduces critical provisions to improve fairness and transparency in Medicaid reimbursements for pharmacies in Connecticut. By addressing key concerns such as audit procedures, communication processes, and reimbursement disputes, this legislation provides important support for Connecticut pharmacists in their interactions with DSS. These changes will not only serve to protect pharmacies from unfair financial burdens, but also ensure better patient care through more sustainable pharmacy operations. Eliminating extrapolation protects pharmacies from potentially devastating financial consequences that could and indeed have forced closures and limited patient access to medications. Implementing a mandated receipt confirmation process will enhance transparency and accountability by ensuring pharmacies receive appropriate and timely confirmation of submitted documents and notices, and thus reduce the risk of miscommunication and lost documentation, streamlining the reimbursement process and preventing unnecessary payment delays. For pharmacies to function efficiently and to ensure that patients receive the medications covered by Medicaid with fewer barriers, it is vital that pharmacists have timely and accurate information on preferred medications, thus reducing prescription claim denials and administrative burdens. It is not unusual for formulary requirements to change regularly, and for payers to impose restrictive policies that limit pharmacists' ability to dispense the most appropriate medications. Real-time information will also ensure that pharmacists can quickly identify and provide alternative therapies when necessary, preventing gaps in treatment that could lead to worsening health conditions. And finally, pharmacies must have a fair and timely opportunity to contest inadequate reimbursements by presenting evidence of their actual dispensing costs. Medicaid often reimburses pharmacies at rates below acquisition costs, creating unsustainable financial conditions. This grievance process gives pharmacies a formal mechanism to challenge unfair reimbursement rates and advocate for more appropriate payment structures. HB 1691 represents a significant step toward equitable Medicaid policies for pharmacies in Connecticut. By addressing longstanding concerns regarding audit practice, billing transparency, and reimbursement fairness, this legislation strengthens the ability of pharmacists to provide essential healthcare services to the community. Furthermore, the bill mitigates the impact of payment barriers, ensuring that Medicaid patients continued to receive necessary medications without undue delays or access restrictions, and I urge you to support. Thank you.
Nathan, thank you for your testimony on this. Did you see the or hear the response from DSS earlier to this proposal?
I did. I found it disappointing.
Understood. Are there questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, returning to the public portion, so the official portion. Do we have? We're still waiting on Representative Mara. And is Representative Candelaria, is he here by any chance? No. Okay, we will come back to them when they are available. Okay. Next, then we will have Sandra Ferreira Molina from Cohi, followed by Dr. Barnett, Dr. Brandon Barnett, assuming those representatives don't appear. And if they do, we will jump to the representatives.
Good afternoon, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and ranking members and members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 1299, which expands access to periodontal treatment and preventive oral health services for Connecticut residents. My name is Sandra Ferreira Molina, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Director for the Connecticut Oral Health Initiative. Our mission is to ensure equitable access to oral health for all. Periodontal disease is a serious bacterial infection affecting nearly half of adults over 30, and 70% of those over 65 nationwide. In Connecticut, 23% of adults suffer from severe periodontal disease, or as Dr. Berlasky would say, gangrene of the mouth, leading to pain, tooth loss, and difficulty eating. Beyond oral health, gum disease is directly linked to diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and pregnancy complications, increasing healthcare costs and patient suffering. Expanding access to periodontal care is not just about oral health. It is about preventive, life-threatening conditions. Connecticut's Medicaid program, Husky Health, costs $9.8 billion in 2024, with avoidable emergency dental visits contributing significantly to spending. Research shows that every dollar spent on preventive dental care saves between $8 and $50 in emergency and restorative costs. Periodontal treatments can reduce medical costs for diabetes and cardiovascular patients by hundreds of dollars per year. By investing in preventive and periodontal care, Connecticut can reduce unnecessary emergency room visits, improve health outcomes, and save millions in Medicaid costs. While children under Medicaid receive full dental coverage, adults face a $1,000 annual cap, limiting access to necessary treatments. SB 1299 would allow a second dental cleaning per year for Medicaid-enrolled adults, removing preventive services from the $1,000 cap and expanding the coverage for periodontal treatment, reducing severe health complications. Poor oral health leads to missed workdays, loss of productivity, and financial hardships for many families here in Connecticut. SB 1299 is an investment in public health, economic stability, and healthcare cost reduction. I urge the committee to support SB 1299 to ensure Connecticut residents receive the dental care they need and deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I know Representative Gilchrist has a question for you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you.
Pleasure, great to see you.
So you mentioned the cost of the of Connecticut's Medicaid program as it relates to dental, and earlier today, when we heard from the Department of Social Services, the kind of reason for bundling and not unbundling the services was that the cost is high. But I'm wondering if you could speak more to the kind of long-term savings that we could get in the state if we were to expand coverage for periodontal treatment. Because unfortunately, when we make our budgets, we don't look at that, and I think we should.
Absolutely. So as I also submitted written testimony, which is a lot longer than my 3-minute speech. But I do know that for every dollar spent in preventive dental care, Medicaid saves $8 to $50. And so we can definitely share more details on that, but it would definitely decrease the cost of emergency room visits and other oral health issues.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Looking forward to continuing to work with COHI on this
Thank you.
issue.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Next, we have, we'll check. Have we? Oh, yes, Representative Mara has joined us. Hello, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for accommodating me. I really appreciate that. Good afternoon to the Human Services. I'm here today to express my strong support for Bill 6091, which seeks to establish a fair and equitable Medicaid audit, billing, and reimbursement policy for pharmacies. I'm a resident of Darien, and I represent Darien. Our town is served by both chain pharmacies and a valued independent pharmacy. Today, I would like to highlight the critical role of our independent pharmacy. Not because this bill only affects them, but because their story illustrates why this legislation is so necessary. During the COVID pandemic, our independent pharmacy went above and beyond for our community and surrounding areas. At a time when people were afraid to leave their homes, this pharmacy really stepped up. They expanded their delivery service, they're ensuring medicines reached those in need, and they provided vaccines to keep our community safe. And perhaps most importantly, we're always available a simple phone call away, ready to answer questions and provide care. We are deeply grateful for their continued service, not just to Darien, but to neighboring communities as well. Notably, this pharmacy took on many new Medicaid patients because of their ability to deliver. And as a long-term customer, I can personally attest to how accessible and reliable they have always been. However, despite their dedication and integrity, this pharmacy found itself caught in what I only can describe as unfair bureaucratic trap. A simple administrative mistake, one that did not impact patient care, has led to devastating financial consequences. Here's what happened. For a period of time, Medicaid did not require signatures for prescription deliveries. Then in the midst of a flurry of emails, a policy update was issued, reinstating the requirement. The pharmacy adjusted its process, but not quickly enough. As a result, Medicaid auditors flagged every prescription without a signature and extrapolated that area across 2 years of claims. The outcome, not only was the pharmacy denied payments for the prescriptions, but they were also required to repay Medicaid for the cost of the medications they had already dispensed, medications that were properly delivered to patients in need. So let me be very clear, this was not fraud. Medicaid fraud is serious, but this was not fraud. This was an honest, administrative, inconsequential oversight that Medicaid is now using as a reason to withhold payments and impose crushing financial penalties. This kind of excessive punishment does not serve patients, it does not serve providers, and it certainly does not serve our communities. If we allow this to continue, we are not just penalizing small businesses, we are forcing them out of business. Independent pharmacies already operating at razor-thin margins cannot withstand this kind of arbitrary financial hit. And if they disappear, it is our communities, the patients who rely on them, that will suffer most. So I urge this committee to recognize the overreach in Medicaid's audit and reimbursement policies and to take action to correct it. Passing Bill 6091 is not just about excusing mistakes, it is about ensuring fairness. It is about making sure that good businesses serving real people are not bankrupt by an unreasonable system. So I strongly urge you to support this bill. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative, and for your advocacy on this issue. I don't know if you were here, or if you were able to watch earlier DSS's testimony against this bill, and they submitted also quite a lot of written testimony on it, and they made a number of arguments. They argued that the for drug list was unnecessary because they already do it. But then with regard to minor errors and whether or not small pharmacies are being effectively driven out of business by overzealous enforcement of minor errors, they say that they only look at statistically significant issues and that they already have some tools to disregard scrivener's errors. I didn't know if you had a chance to review that, if you had any first level thoughts on what they had to say.
Yeah, I do. I will push some of these to go. I'm going to have, you will be hearing from the pharmacy manager at Greaves Pharmacy, as well as the president of this Connecticut Pharmacy Association. And there's others that will be speaking today that will be able to get more into the weeds. What I would like to say is I found it very interesting to say that they would have to discuss the fiscal note on that, or the fiscal issues with appropriations, which to me sounds very shocking. What that insinuates is that these fines are being used as part of their revenue. Which they kind of dodged around that issue a little bit. They said, oh, well, sure, we have to report the fines, but we're not seeking them. But if you are saying then that you need to seek appropriations because you're not getting that money, that certainly implies that this money is something that they are going to require for their own budgetary issues. And I think we can probably be very careful when we say a clerical error versus a inconsequential error. I think that, if we have a prescription that has been given to a patient, they got the right prescription, they got the right amount, that the right directions are on there, that there's, it's in a child safety box. I'm not really sure. That is something that needs to be considered when you're looking at these fines. If you are looking at something inconsequential like a signature, or especially in today's world where we have the scan process all along, it's scanned when the prescription is filled, it's scanned when it goes to the customer. You know where that prescription is along the way. Having a signature on there might be actually considered antiquated. We know that these customers got their prescriptions, and the fine, I will let them share the fine with you when they speak today, but these are really shocking numbers, and I just don't see that this is increasing patient care. Matter of fact, I see that it's actually crippling patient care because it makes it so pharmacies are not able to do their job. If Medicaid wants to do a better job in making sure that rules are followed, they should look at the audit process and they should correct pharmacies. And if pharmacies don't do it, then they could consider a fine. But the way they're hitting it now, it's like they're trying to just collect money.
Okay. Representative Case, followed by Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Mara, for coming. So it's been many years that we talk about this extrapolation process, and I find it really disturbing, especially for a small business like a pharmacy. We had it once in my district where it was a home health care agency that submitted a prescription. The prescription was a stamp instead of a signature. Over $101,000 in fines extrapolated. That's a nonprofit. I mean,
Right.
is that the numbers that we're looking at? And when we're talking
Yeah.
about, because they extrapolate
No.
this over a long period
Yeah.
of time.
Yeah. No, yes. No, we're looking at 700,000.
Wow. So, and I do
Yeah.
believe in previous conversations, the fine money goes back to the general fund. It doesn't go to the agency. But I appreciate you bringing this forward. I hope we can get some stronger language, because I think you heard them testify that they don't do it on clerical errors, and that they're very careful how they do this. But I think they need to be a little more careful, a little more compassionate to these small businesses that we're impacting with this, because if you're talking a $700,000 fine to a small pharmacy, that's no chump change. But thank you for coming forward.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Representative Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. She's still there?
Yes, I think
Okay.
I'm still here.
Very good. I agree that that's outrageous amount to place for a fine, especially for, on a small amount of, error that's been made. The question I have, though, is in terms of the audit process that you mentioned. A lot of the times, these things don't come up until 2 or 3 years after the event has occurred, the audit is done, and then the fine is made. And I just wondered, in terms of the sequence of events, in terms of how we regulate this, how would you suggest that we address that process?
So I don't think it's as much the delay that we're looking at. It's the fact that you've taken a small amount and then you've extrapolated that small amount to a full 2 years worth. I think that's kind of the real issue that and we can look at also one of the issues too is the triggering point for what causes an audit, which is a small percentage. Like if you have a prescription, or if you have a series of prescriptions that would trigger a fine, I think it's something like 1.75%. We all know that some of the costs of medicine now, especially some of these new brand name medicines, in themselves could easily just trigger as a singular prescription. So we probably need to look at that as well. But the other issue that I have and that I put forward in this bill is that if you have if Medicaid has a consequential bulletin that they need to let pharmacies know about, it should be a focus that you've had a read receipt, that you understand that this is in fact going to be a new way moving forward. That was one of the issues that happened here, is that you've got a bulletin that comes in and the bulletin says, oh, by the way, we now you have to collect signatures again. And quite frankly, if you've got a pharmacy that's really busy and they don't have a lot of staff besides, the pharmacists and the upfront staff, you're going through these emails fairly quickly. Your focus is on patient care. Your focus is not on reading every single email. And, if something like that goes through, then all of a sudden you've put your business out. I mean, I'll let this particular pharmacy tell their story on how, they're hanging on. But if it went through as the fine was originally, then we would be short a pharmacy here in Darien, and that would be just a shame. And I don't think that should be the point of a Medicaid audit. The point of a Medicaid audit should very much be to improve patient care. And crippling a pharmacy is not improving patient care.
Just to follow up on that, because we have state audits and we have federal audits, and sometimes if the state doesn't audit properly, then the state gets fined, and then these kinds of fines get passed on to the wherever the party is that's getting audited and has created the problem. So have you looked into addressing the federal and the state and how they impact each other in terms of their audits?
Thanks. Thank you so much for that question. And that is definitely something I'm not familiar about. My assumption was this was all the Medicaid was purely a state audit. But I could be corrected on that. I'm not for certain.
Okay, well, thank you so much for all you're doing and for bringing this to our attention. And I will follow up and see what we can find out about the impact of the federal audits on the state auditing the pharmacies, and see if there's some work that we can do that will mitigate the impact of the federal audits on our state as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Thank you, Representative Mara. Assuming there are no further questions, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Dr. Barnett, followed by Valerie Lara. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Harding, Representative Case, Representative Johnson, Representative, oh, he just left, but other members who are distinguished of the Human Services Committee.
It's not personal.
Yeah, so it's okay. So at any rate, my name is Brandon Barnett. I'm a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut, where I work as an endodontist. For those who don't know, an endodontist is a dental specialist who only does root canals. I am concurrently an MPH student at the Yale School of Public Health, a fellow of the Connecticut Oral Health Initiative, and a member of the American Association of Endodontists Resident and New Practitioner Committee. I'm here today to testify as an individual and alongside our policy director at COHI in full support of Senate Bill 1299, an act concerning Medicaid-covered dental care. So throughout my training and until very recently, when I finished my endodontics residency, I served almost an exclusively Medicaid-based or uninsured adult patient population. During this time, I performed routine preventative and restorative therapy, as well as emergency procedures, extractions, and root canals, anywhere from rural Vermont to the Texas Medical Center and one of the busiest level 1 trauma centers in the country. Routinely, the patients I see for emergencies report being in some of the worst pain of their lives. Some have even likened it to childbirth, simply because they lacked access to routine preventative oral health care. On top of this, when my patients do finally access emergency services, it is often too expensive to do anything but remove their teeth. The proposed changes in SB 1299, providing periodontal therapy and 2 annual dental cleanings for adults without counting them towards the $1,000 benefit, reduce patient fear of exceeding this cap and addresses critical gaps in Connecticut's Medicaid dental program for working age adults. The best part is that we know that this works. Take children's oral health, for example, as others have mentioned. Because of the Affordable Care Act, pediatric dental care is an essential health benefit. 90% of children now nationwide have some form of dental coverage. Children's oral health coverage in Connecticut has come so far that in the Husky Health Dental Plan Benefits Member Survey, this was done last year, they actually left out the analysis on the children's benefit exclusively due to the overwhelming evidence of high scores and ratings for these questions. These are questions like, do you have a regular dentist? Have you seen one in the last 12 years? 12 months. But at any rate, certainly there is room for improvement for pediatric dental care under Husky, but we need to continue to learn from the lessons of what works and what doesn't, and continue to extend oral health coverage to working age Connecticut adults. So from what I have seen, this type of preventative support is the only way we can keep our communities from needing costly acute dental care services and potentially losing their teeth forever. SB 1299 is key to this effort. Thank you. And I do have the answers to some questions about the budget, unbundling, and ER visits if you would allow and if we have time.
Yes. So first of all, thank you, Doctor, for coming up. I don't think too many times anybody gets thanked when you're a specialist in performing root canals.
No.
But
we're not the favorite.
But very much appreciate your thoughtful work on this public health matter, and so appreciate you driving up all the way from Norwalk. Do you mind just answering those questions that we had earlier, because I think that would be very helpful for the committee.
Absolutely. So as far as the budget goes, when it relates to dental adult coverage expansion not being accounted for in the governor's proposed budget, for example, We actually have data at Cohi and among our coalition members that most Connecticut adults actually don't cap out their benefit. So this might seem counterintuitive to the notion because we often advocate for expanding this cap, but the cap exerts an indirect sort of fear, right? It's a tangible scarcity mindset because what happens is you hold off on procedures until the end of the year because you think maybe this tooth that's been bothering me for a while is going to need some treatment. Maybe something's going to happen to it. Let's pull the trigger when it hurts. And as a consequence, preventative treatment, oral health care cleanings, things like that, get put on the back burner. This has the side effect of worsening those conditions, and it kind of compounds. So they'll hold off on this, especially because, for example, if you look at the fee schedule, if you do one root canal for a tooth that needs it, and then a crown on top of that, you're capped. And that's the end of the story. So getting rid of the cap implications for preventative cleanings, routine, oral health, hygiene is going to be huge for this because that indirect pressure it exerts would be alleviated. It'd be very nice. As far as unbundling goes, I would like to add that in many cases, so like in root canals, for example, a root canal requires medication placed directly inside of the tooth. And it works over a period of days to weeks in some cases, and often needs to be replaced. So this goes back to what you were mentioning earlier about what procedures would kind of be involved in this sort of unbundling. This is the perfect example. Because sometimes even after those days or weeks have transpired, you still need to change the medication again, right? So I suppose, you could have all the time in the world, but there are just some cases you can't finish it in one visit. It just can't happen. I suppose unless you wanted to, pack a bag and have like a 2-week-long dental appointment. Otherwise, that's not happening. Now, the kicker is you could actually potentially force this. You could force a root canal to be included in one visit when otherwise it would have benefited from having that medication placed inside of it, right? And what happens in this situation is the root canal technically works, but we're talking about success over a period of 15 months versus 15 years. So if you unbundle it, you have the treatment flexibility to approach treatment planning in this way to optimize the patient outcomes for a procedure like a root canal. And going back to 2023, Joe Biden's root canal was actually done in 2 visits. Just something to think about. So, and as far as ER visits potentially contributing to long-term savings in Connecticut, I think, Representative Gilchrist, you asked this one for our policy director. This is also my written testimony, how I arrived at this calculation. But if you take the annual spending nationally of about $2.7 billion and you prorate this, to Connecticut's population, you're potentially looking at savings of about $30 million a year in Connecticut if you were to do preventative oral health measures under Husky. And that 30 million figure is potential wasteful spending that is done in the ER that could have been avoided with preventative. So.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gilchrist, you have a question?
Thank you. This is really helpful information, and I'm making faces because I'll be honest, the dentist isn't my favorite thing to do.
I understand.
And then you're talking about the root canal, and I'm like, oh my God. Can you give examples in your experience doing root canals? What are some of the most common issues that led to a root canal that could have been addressed with preventative dental care?
Yeah. So one example actually goes back to periodontal disease. So periodontal disease, for others who don't know, is like an advanced form of gingivitis that starts to eat away at the bony tissue supporting the tooth. Sometimes, and it's insidious, it happens very slowly, it can work its way down to the end of the root and potentially devitalize the tooth, turning it necrotic, and then that will then need a root canal. So if you aren't having periodontal maintenance as this slowly works its way down to the end of the root, it's a root canal just waiting to happen, right? Potentially, and that's a better case scenario because often those teeth don't make it to the root canal and they're extracted because oftentimes they actually don't hurt until the tooth is wiggling in your mouth and, sorry to be graphic, but until you need to do something about it more severe.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
And, Representative Johnson.
Just, I want to thank you for giving that example of bundling and how it works with respect to dental care. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Doctor. And seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next up, Valerie Lara, followed by Yesenia Martinez Alamo. And no Lisa Kuhn, and no Gregory Mokatoff, and no David Barton. We're making incredible progress right now. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Lisa Kuhn, you are more than welcome to come and testify. No, you're up. You're up. You're on the hot seat. We're going to skip over you. Thank you for raising your hand. I'm sorry, you have to press the button in front of you.
Okay,
Oh, no, try it again. Nope. Try again.
testing.
Now you're good.
That's good. Okay. All right. Chairperson Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and Ranking Members Senator Harding and Representative Case. My name's Lisa Kuhn. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. I am a professor of biomedical engineering at the University of Connecticut Health Center, and I'm conducting cutting-edge scientific research on customized prosthetics. I was motivated to do this work because of my friend Jan Figueroa, who had breast cancer. She's a breast cancer survivor. I'm here today to urge you to pass HB 6080 for Medicaid coverage of non-invasive custom breast prosthetics for mastectomy patients. Connecticut has one of the highest rates of breast cancer, but also one of the lowest death rates. So there are many breast cancer survivors in Connecticut that could benefit from this bill. My friend Jan, like 30 to 40% of women undergoing mastectomy, chose to wear an external breast prosthetic to restore her appearance instead of having the implant placed surgically. She did not want that invasive procedure or a foreign substance in her body. Her frustration about standard prosthetics motivated me to make her a better one. I'm not a cancer survivor, but I wanted to demonstrate to you today visually what these women are going through with the standard prosthetics. So I don't know if you can see here, but I went ahead and I put in a prosthetic on one side, and I'm clearly not equal. So these poor women are walking around disfigured already by their cancer, and then further having to face this indignity because this is what a standard prosthetic gives them. So I started making customized prosthetics, and my main 3 points to you are that standard prosthetics are a poor solution for breast cancer survivors. They are hot, heavy bags of silicone gel that are worn strapped to their chest. It limits their activities, their normal work, their healthy exercise. They don't feel comfortable attending some weddings or graduations or that summer picnic. Point number 2, in comparison, customized prosthetics are transformative. I have 20 women that are wearing the customized prosthetics I've made, and customized prosthetics are available now from a number of companies. But there's this medically necessary term that's stopping women from getting a customized prosthetic. When you can see clearly the appearance that's causing them to be the subject of so many inquiries by strangers about their medical state. So I've seen that these women wearing customized prosthetics, I've seen their self-esteem come back, seen them be able to enjoy exercise. Point number 3, I know we're in a budget crunch, but what I'm saying is that if the 70% of women with breast cancer that are going with surgical reconstruction, because that's considered medically necessary, if we show them this option for customized prosthetics, which have really come a long way, they would get off aid sooner. They would be back to healthy activities sooner. You can't, these women can't participate normally otherwise. So I just want to say my research is just one example of what's going on at UConn Health. And I'm grateful for your support of UConn Health and for listening to me today. Thank you.
I'm up. Thank you so much. You looked so familiar, and then when you began speaking, I'm like, oh, that's right, because got to see your research at UConn Health. So thank you so much for being here today and testifying. It's very interesting, the medically necessary piece, that's kind of the hook at this point, it seems.
It seems, yeah. So right, so more money's being spent because surgical reconstruction, which is a foreign object in the body, which they're still numb and have no feeling, et cetera. There's a lot of negatives to it, but somehow that's medically necessary.
Yeah.
But not the option to keep something out of your body and just get restored with latest technology, which with 3D scanning, they get beautiful appearance again.
So it shouldn't come down to money, but oftentimes since it does in this building, does your testimony include how much does it cost for someone to get
Surgical
this-
reconstruction?
No, the non-invasive, what you're
Yes.
offering.
Okay, so the numbers are somewhere between $1,000 to $3,000 for a customized prosthetic, and the surgical reconstructions are around 10 times that, $24,000. So 10 times less cost.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Yeah. Yep, Representative Vale, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently, right now, people can get, excuse me, a standard prosthetic. So this bill would just allow for a customized prosthetic that would be
Yes.
specific for that
For
person.
each woman, because they're different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if we have any online. No, thank you so much. This is really helpful. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Gretchen Edstrom, followed by Marie Allen.
Thank you to co-chairs Jillian Gilchrist, Matthew Lesser, vice chairs Robin Comey and CC Mayer, ranking members Jay Case and Stephen Harding, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee for listening to my testimony in support of proposed bill number 5580, an act concerning coverage for diabetes prevention, education, and self-management programs, and medical nutrition therapy. My name is Gretchen Edstrom. I'm a Waterford, Connecticut resident and taxpayer, family member to people with diabetes, registered nurse, and certified diabetes care and education specialist, and quality coordinator for Northeast Medical Group's American Diabetes Association Education Recognition Program. Diabetes mellitus is a life-altering and life-threatening disease that is on the rise in Connecticut, our nation, and around the world. Diabetes is a disease where the pancreas does not make enough insulin. Without an insulin, the glucose is locked out, depleting cells of energy. This lack of cellular energy can lead to a myriad of health complications. Comprehensive Diabetes Self-Management Education and Support, DSMES, is an evidence-based curriculum designed to educate people with diabetes about how to care for their disease. The main goal of DSMES is to help people keep glucose levels in target, thus reducing and preventing long-term complications of diabetes. For people with diabetes, the social determinants of health can impact multiple aspects of their self-care, including access to healthy food, ability to keep appointments, and safe places to exercise. DSMES services can help provide education and support addressing these issues. A prime example is one of the people I have worked with for many years, JC. JC is a 61-year-old man of little means living on low-income housing. It was the day before Halloween when I met with him to review his glucose readings after the doctor made a change in his medication. The first week of readings after the change showed glucose readings mostly in target. Great news. However, the following week, the readings were all elevated above 200 or even 300. I asked if he had any issues with the new medication. No, he was tolerating it fine. Did he accidentally miss some doses? No, I'm good about taking my meds, he said. And then I asked, what is different this week? He answered, it's the end of the month. All I have is 99 pennies in my pocket, and pasta is cheap. The conundrum of any public health funding initiative is proving how much money is saved when something didn't happen. Following the Medicare guidelines, DSMES services are reimbursed at a rate of about $51 for 30 minutes for individual education. There is a 10-hour initial education allowance for the first year after diagnosis and 2 hours annually thereafter. If calculating the first year of an initial diagnosis, this would come to $1,020 if fully utilized. According to ct.gov cost estimator, an average ER cost in New London, where I work, is $1,569. So DSMES prevents even one ER visit in the first year. There has already been a cost savings, and this could be just the start. Diabetes is a very demanding disease. Consequences of inattention can not only be costly, but fatal. You can live longer going to dialysis 3 days a week. You can live longer with no feet. You can live longer without being able to see. However, with increased knowledge from competing DSMES services, most people can prevent, lessen, or at the minimum delay these catastrophic consequences of uncared for diabetes. The goal of DSMES is not only to help people with diabetes live longer, but to live longer and healthier. Thank you again for hearing my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for the work you do and the passion you bring to this topic. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very
Have
much.
a great afternoon. Next, we'll hear from Marie Allen, followed by Sarah Kahn.
Good afternoon, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Marie Allen. I'm one of the 5 Area Agency on Aging directors here to submit testimony first in support of Senate Bill 1299, an act concerning Medicaid covered dental care. We all know that for older adults, dental care is very important. It does, when we find oral pathologies like missing teeth, infections, and periodontal disease, older adults are inclined to give up fruits and vegetables, those things that make them healthy, add to their nutrition, and it really does create issues for other chronic diseases common in older adults, especially coronary artery disease, neurological disease, and diabetes. Improving access to oral health really is true to the axiom, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and we ask you to consider increasing the support for dental care. We have a great example in the city of Bridgeport, where we have a low-income senior center, Hall Neighborhood House, who works directly with University of Bridgeport Phones Dental Clinic, and we have students coming over and doing oral hygiene for our older adults as well as the children in the Head Start program. And when you go into the senior center, the first thing you will see are tables full of older adults who are smiling widely, wanting to show you that their teeth have just been cleaned. So it's a really wonderful thing, and we hope to be able to continue that. Next, Senate Bill 1300, an act compensating spouses for state-funded home care. Aging CT recognizes and supports the role of family caregivers by providing compensation to spousal caregivers. If the bill is passed, this bill will provide compensation to the spouse of a Connecticut home care program recipient, state-funded, who meet the strict financial criteria. The bill is a little confusing to us. I'm not sure on the language, but it does say state-funded. As we know, the Connecticut Home Care Program serves about 18,000 individuals. Only about 15% are state-funded. The others are Medicaid-funded. In the reading of the bill, I would hope that we are looking to provide support to spousal caregivers, both who meet the Medicaid level of financial eligibility as well as the state-funded level of eligibility. And my written testimony gives those levels for your ease. And then finally, Bill 981, an act expanding Medicaid eligibility for older persons and persons with disabilities. I think I was a little remiss in the reading of this bill. There is some substitute language that supports Senator Austin's proposal. The alternative text was presented by Sheldon Tubman from the Disability Rights of Connecticut, and I would support his reading and explanation and change in language so that older adults and persons with disabilities are not hitting a benefits cliff that removes them from Medicaid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon. Next up is Sarah Kahn, followed by Katie Gustafson.
Hello, committee members. My name is Sarah Kahn, and I am here in support of House Bill 5580. This bill is to cover for Medicaid coverage for diabetes prevention program, education, and self-management programs, as well as medical nutrition therapy. So I currently work at Manchester Hospital, and I'm an instructor for the diabetes prevention program. So currently, there are 30 states that do offer the diabetes prevention program under Medicaid beneficiaries. We are not one of them, and I think we should join them. So by passing this bill, we can ensure that all residents do have access to diabetes prevention and management services. So over the last 18 months, our center has received about 200 referrals for prediabetes, of which more than 20% are Medicaid recipients. So what happens when these people come to us is that they're turned away. We do not have any services we can provide for them because Medicaid does not cover anything for them. So unfortunately, we either have to turn them away or ask them for self-pay. And I'm not sure if any of you have looked at the self-pay rates, but they are hundreds of dollars per month. So typically, I'll give you an example. So one of my patients who had prediabetes on Medicaid had to be turned away when, like most of us do, when we don't know something on the internet, searched, found some information, and kind of was trying to figure things out on their own. This patient started reporting back to me and just was keeping in touch. She reported back that she was eating fruits and oatmeal for breakfast and blueberries and banana. And I was like, and you, to a normal person, it might seem like, oh, that's a pretty healthy diet. But for, if any of you know, diabetes and prediabetes, that may not be the best one, right? So it's about the combination of the foods. So unfortunately, she doesn't have that information because she can't find it, and she doesn't have she unfortunately is on Medicaid, which does not cover any of those education services that we provide. So although we have a lot of people in our center that are willing to provide services, but if we don't get the coverage, we're unable to provide that. Another example is of a patient who also pre-diabetic, Medicaid, was turned away. About 2 years later, she came back, but unfortunately, no longer pre-diabetic. Her sugars are through the roof. They're about 1,000, and she's in the ER. And eventually she goes into a diabetic coma, right? So you can hear of different things that diabetes causes. Unfortunately, it can cause many things. So this could have, again, been prevented from that education that she was lacking because of her insurance coverage. So unfortunately, we do see this quite a bit. And it seems almost unfair for those individuals, right? So many people don't even realize they're diabetic, let alone pre-diabetic. So it's really important for us to educate patients, especially the vulnerable populations. So right now, commercial insurance plans and Medicare do fully cover the program. So if anyone that comes in that has Medicare or most commercial insurance plans will get 100% coverage, no out-of-pocket costs for the diabetes prevention program. So it's great, and we do appreciate that. However, we would like to see the same for our Medicaid population. Right now, over 33% of Connecticut adults do have prediabetes. So that number is rising. A lot of, like about 9% have diabetes. So the numbers are going up, and 33% is a large. I think you guys have 23 members on your committee. So if we're looking at your committee members, that would be 7 of you. So
Your
that's
time is complete. Please summarize.
all right, so I would urge that you guys would support House Bill 5580 to make that diabetes preventative services and management education programs and medical nutrition therapy accessible for those on Medicaid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have a question. I'm looking at the testimony from the Department of Social Services, and in their testimony, they do cite a number of not programs, but benefits for folks with diabetes. But in looking at that, it actually looks like they are specific to folks who have already been identified with diabetes. And I've heard you say a few times now that it's pre-diabetes. How is someone determined to be pre-diabetic?
So it's your blood sugar levels. So there's this thing called a hemoglobin A1C, which kind of gives us an average of about 3 months of your blood sugars. So normal rates would be below 5.7. Pre-diabetic would be 5.7 to 6.4, and diabetes is diagnosed at 6.5. So it's a 0.1 of a difference, and actually we see this quite a bit where we get patients who are on the cusp and then eventually do crossover. But for diabetes services, there is some coverage, but I know there's not much. So I know Gretchen before who went was talking about those 10 hours. There's also Medicaid coverage. It's not for all those 10 hours. I believe the person that'll go after me, Katie, she could talk more about that a little bit too and give you some more insight to that, but they don't cover it. Even if they're diabetic, it's not fully covered for them.
And then just to paint the picture of the service you're talking about that we would cover, How many appointments is it? How many hours is it? What does that look like, the education piece?
For sure. So diabetes prevention program is actually a year-long program. Yeah, so it is about, we meet with patients, we usually do like classes, so we'll do like one cohort. A cohort will typically have around maybe 15 patients in there. And we'll do kind of like, it's almost like a support group. It really, it's CDC led. It's shown to be very efficient in what it does. People lower their A1C levels. Like I can give you an example. I just finished a cohort after the year-long program. I had patients who lost like 20% weight loss, which is like a substantial amount. And then their A1Cs were so low that they're no longer pre-diabetic. No longer, like I had one patient who started at like a 6.3 and now is like 5.1 for those numbers that we were talking about. So it does make a difference. We've seen it work, and that's why we think it's very important.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Have a great day. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have one more. Please sit back down. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. This is such an important thing to be able to let people know that they're pre-diabetic, and it's just something that really can help people prevent themselves from going into full diabetes. So I just wondered how, in terms of the Medicaid beneficiaries, are we also in a situation where when someone goes for like an annual checkup, that they're doing the A1C check and and then the other thing, just to dovetail with that, is family history with the doctor and family history, because the diabetes a lot of the times is inherited. So the pre-diabetic may come at a younger age, but then as you get into your middle ages with a reduction in estrogen, for example, you may have an increase in the in your A1Cs.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think it's very important for doctors to start checking these numbers earlier. And unfortunately, we can't control what a lot of that happens. So it's unfortunate because a lot of times we do see, like I said, patients coming in right at the cusp of prediabetes and diabetes. And I'm like, if you sent us this patient maybe a year ago, it would be so much better because we could work with them and make sure we're preventing diabetes versus someone where it's almost unfortunately too late. So I think it's very important that it does get diagnosed earlier. I know for hemoglobin A1C, unfortunately, not all providers do check it. Some just check fasting blood glucose. So with fasting blood glucose, the main difference is it gives us that one snapshot at that moment right then. We don't really have an outline of where they're at anywhere else. So the hemoglobin A1C really does give us a bigger picture on what their numbers look like on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Katie Gustafson, followed by Sarah Egan.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name's Katie Gustavson. I am a registered dietitian and diabetes educator, and I work at Manchester Memorial Hospital. And I want to talk to you about the urgent healthcare crisis in diabetes and prediabetes, which Sarah just mentioned, and how we can help our most vulnerable populations. So about 9% of adults in Connecticut do have diabetes. So one in about every 10 people. So I don't know how many people are in here. 1 in every 10 people do have diabetes. And like Sarah mentioned earlier, about 1 in 3 people do have prediabetes. So this takes a financial toll on all of us because especially our healthcare system. It's $413 billion annually for these folks who do have diabetes. It's not even the numbers, it's the toll that it takes on them. It's the complications that may come from uncontrolled diabetes, such as amputations, hospital visits, going to the emergency room, etc. So for those people living with diabetes, medical expenses are more than twice as high as those without the disease. And those costs, like I mentioned, can be devastating with those complications like blindness, eye disease. We heard a lot about diabetes and oral health. Not great. Kidney failure. You don't want to be paying for dialysis because Medicaid does not cover for diabetes self-management education and training from people like registered dietitians or diabetes educators in the state of Connecticut. And we're one of the only states that does not cover this. So I want you to meet Mr. Smith. He's had diabetes for 15 years. He's never once had diabetes education. He didn't even know that it existed. You know, he goes to his doctor, he might go twice a year, but you know, doctors don't have time to talk to you about complications and what to do to check your blood sugars or how to take your insulin properly and all these complications. So Mr. Smith's outside, not wearing shoes. His A1C is running over 15, which is high. It should be 7% or less. And he gets a little wound in his foot. And if you know with somebody with diabetes, it could go from something small to something big. Turns into infection. He goes to the emergency room. And guess what? The wound wouldn't heal. And you know what that leads to? Amputation. Amputations are costly, right? Costly is about $5,000 for just a foot amputation. Diabetes education is a fifth of the cost. If we could have helped him talk about, you know, check your feet, wear good foot care, taking your insulin, having a lower A1C. Now his independence is gone. You know, it affects his life, it affects his family's life, but having access to diabetes education, it's preventable. Then you have Mrs. Lopez, you know, she's pregnant, she's excited, she wants to keep her baby healthy, she wants to be healthy as well, but she has gestational diabetes. So it's not only her life, but it's her unborn baby's life. So she doesn't have the time to come in and see diabetes education educator. Her OB might be telling her a little bit, but those complications of preterm birth or high baby weight or even stillbirth is not relayed to her.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
The summary is, like I mentioned, Connecticut's one of the only states that doesn't cover diabetes education, diabetes prevention program, medical nutrition therapy for our Medicaid population. And especially in Connecticut, if 20 to 30% of our Medicaid population has diabetes in our center that we still see them anyways. But what that means for our center is we are not making money. Healthcare is a business. So centers are shutting down around the state. So if you want us to stay around and if you want these people to stay out of the hospital, you need to start covering this because otherwise the educators, we're going to get cut. So please consider Bill HB 5580.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And the information you shared was really very helpful. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question in terms of your data. I'm wondering, as I mentioned when we were just before with Ms. Khan, that when you get older, you may have a transition from prediabetes to diabetes, and then you will run into the situation, particularly if you're not aware of the fact that you have a family history with the diabetes, especially when people get older and they turn into, you know, diabetes, type 2 diabetes. So are you able to make any information available to us regarding the numbers of people who are older who have run into the fact that they're diabetic and then lose a toe or a foot or a limb or just have the gangrene? They don't even know, perhaps in some circumstances, that they have a beginning of gangrene, and you know, especially if they have the visual problem. So they maybe stubbed a toe, have the visual problem, don't know they have the diabetes, so that it's gone from pre-diabetes to full diabetes, type 2 diabetes. Do you have data on any of that?
I don't have the data right off the top of my head, but like you mentioned, people who have prediabetes, the older you are, the more likely you are to have prediabetes or even type 2 diabetes. So if you have prediabetes, within 3 to 5 years, that's the statistic that it's going to turn into type 2 diabetes. I do know 1 in 3 people of the age of 60 and over do have type 2 diabetes. I do not have the statistics on the complications, but that may be something that I can look up. It might be in a testimony already.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that would be a big help to us to just have that data to see how many people we can prevent from amputation and all the things that go along with once you have an amputated foot or something like that, the mobility issues, the physical therapy, the need for maybe have personal care attendants come in, and also the idea that with a visual problem that occurs, they're not going to be able to see the next time that they have a foot injury and then have to lose another foot. So I have a constituent that's in that circumstance right now. And even though they have had support after all these things before, before this person had a problem with losing a foot. They weren't able to get the care and the help through the Medicaid program because the person worked but didn't make enough money to have anything but some Medicaid care, and there are a lot of denials there, and not recognizing the fact that the person had these issues, and now both feet are gone in that person's situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Natalie Shirtleff, followed by Sarah Egan, and then Catherine Strout.
Thank you so much for flexibility in allowing me to go out of turn. My husband texted me, he's sick and needs me to go get the kids. Good afternoon.
We've all been there. Keep going.
Yep. Good afternoon, Representative Gilchrist and other members of the Human Services Committee. I'm Natalie Shirtleff. I'm an Associate State Director with AARP Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1300, an act compensating spouses for state-funded home care. So really, I want to focus my testimony today on the role of family caregivers. We know that family caregivers provide such critical support to help keep their loved ones at home where they want to be and out of taxpayer-funded nursing homes. So there are about 420,000 unpaid family caregivers here in Connecticut, and they make tremendous sacrifices to support their loved ones, physically, emotionally, financially, to make sure that their loved ones can stay safely at home. And AARP has some new research that really highlights the strong support among Connecticut residents for policies like this one, as well as a caregiver tax credit, with nearly all, 98% of Connecticut residents considering it important to have services enabling their loved one to remain at home for as long as possible. It's quite remarkable support. I don't know many other things right now that get such wide bipartisan support. And this legislation would certainly help provide the support needed. Oftentimes we see family caregivers providing for their loved ones and then having to step away from their work responsibilities. So taking less hours at work or even giving up their jobs, but that takes a certain amount of financial resources to be able to do that. And so you end up with the folks that can afford to do that, doing that, and the folks that can't afford to do that, sending their loved ones to a nursing home. By compensating spouses, you will allow more people that financial security that they need to cut back on hours at work or whatever is needed to keep their loved ones at home. And at the end of the day, it will be a cost savings to keep them out of a nursing home. So you have my longer written testimony. I don't want to take up too much of your time. So with that, I will just ask for your support of this and answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much. Let me just make sure anyone on Zoom. Okay. Thank you. Good
Thank
luck
you.
tonight.
Thank
Thank you for your
you.
testimony. Next, is Sarah Egan in the room? I don't see her, so we're going to go to Catherine Strout, who I see on Zoom. Go right ahead. Please be safe, though, in the car. You just need to unmute. So we still can't hear you. It flipped the camera around, but if you tap on the screen, the little microphone should image should pop up, and if you just have to tap on the microphone image. Yeah. Catherine, we might come back because you're still muted. All right, we're gonna, Sarah Egan's not here. What? Oh, you unmuted. Go for it, Catherine.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. So I've been there all day, but I had to leave to pick up my son, and I know you can't see me now because I did something with the camera. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say my speech. Good afternoon, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Catherine Stroud. I live in Ledyard, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 981, an act expanding Medicaid eligibility for older persons and persons with disabilities. You have my written testimony and it details why this bill is needed, and I hope you get to read it. I have also included substitute language for this bill that was written by both an attorney at Disability Rights Connecticut, and he also worked with a national expert on this matter. So it is this substitute language that I'd be referring to. Thank you to Senator Austin for proposing this needed bill. When a disabled child who has been disabled all their lives collects their own Social Security well under Husky C&D limits, at some point, they may become eligible for at least half and sometimes 3/4 of their parents' Social Security retirement. When this happens, often these individuals go over the Medicaid limits and they are thrown off vital Medicaid services in Connecticut. As we've heard earlier, Connecticut holds a special status called 209B that allows them to deny continued Medicaid to these disabled adult children. They are only 1 out of 8 states that do this, and it goes against the federal law, which was trying to protect them in this case. 42 other states in the nation don't hold that status and make it a seamless transition for these individuals to obtain the higher SSDI amount, but still keep their services. They are called 1634 states, and they do follow the federal law. This only affects individuals who are not on a Medicaid waiver or MedConnect for the working disabled. So mostly individuals who have an IQ higher than 69 and don't get DDS services are affected. There are so few services for these people as it is in this situation. They are thrown off their services that they so rely. They do get health care, but not Medicaid, thus shutting them out from Medicaid services. There are some workarounds, but they are unwieldy and put an undue burden on families. My family is in this situation currently, and though considered elderly, we have not been able to file for Social Security retirement, which we worked for all of our lives, because when we do, my son will be thrown off of Community First Choice, which has been a lifeline for he and us. It allows us to hire mentors and personal care assistants to work with him on his activities of daily living and give him much needed space to practice social skills away from his parents. He becomes depressed when he is isolated and only home with us. This bill with the substitute language fixes this problem and the discrimination that goes with how Connecticut has been treating dependent adult children on Medicaid in this situation. I know we can do better. There seems to be a lack of understanding here from DSS as to what's happening with dependent adult children. So I'm really hoping that between the legislators and Disability Rights Connecticut and DSS, we can all work together to try to fix this glitch. Thank you very much for letting me testify for this bill. I'm sorry you can't see me.
No problem at all. We're glad we can hear you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions. Let me just check Zoom. Nope, no questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Now we'll hear from Sarah Egan, followed by Lisa Allen.
Good afternoon to the Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Egan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Children's Advocacy, which is a nonprofit children's legal rights organization representing low-income children throughout Connecticut. I wanted to testify on 2 bills, 6936, an act concerning funding for inpatient addiction treatment providers. I wanted to highlight for the committee that currently there is no Medicaid taking inpatient substance abuse treatment facility for children in the state of Connecticut since Rushford left that network some time ago, which means that every day there are children who are covered by Medicaid in the state who need intensive substance abuse treatment who may not be able to access it. I want to acknowledge this is a problem that DSS and OPM have been working on, but it is a necessary service and that gap must be filled. I wanted to highlight that in Connecticut, in a recent 4-year period, the #1 cause of preventable death in older adolescents age 18 to 21 was overdose by a lot, with over 110 deaths from that cause in that 4-year period. It's followed by suicide. So the lack of having a Medicaid taking substance abuse treatment facility for children is a serious problem. The second bill I wanted to testify on is 6933, an act concerning Medicaid billing for suicide risk assessments. I know there's been some back and forth as to whether that's covered, but I wanted to lift that up to say we could amend the language in committee, and to the extent that there was some anticipation of funding attached to it, direct that funding to the state's Suicide Prevention Advisory Board, which does wonderful work. It's got a lot of wonderful people on it. It's got a new 5-year plan it's drafting. It has no dedicated funding in the state budget. And we have a lot of work to do on youth suicide. There were 14 children in the state of Connecticut that died by suicide last year. We have seen no appreciable decrease in the number of youth that die by suicide in the state since I've been looking at child death numbers, which is a long time. And so we have a good suicide prevention plan. We have a lot of work to do. It would be useful to direct state dollars to that plan with an eye to reporting out on objectives undertaken during the previous year, barriers encountered, and goals achieved through that plan. I'll give you one example. One of the recommendations in the state's current plan is to make sure that all gatekeepers in school districts are trained in evidence-based suicide screening called QPR or something like that, question, persuade, refer. It's great. QPR should be like CPR. Everybody should know what it is and what it does. But how well have we done with that? How many districts are changed? How many school board members even know what QPR is, much less are trained on it? So that's the kind of information that I think the Human Services Committee and other committees here need to know. Are we making progress on this really important children's mental health initiative? Every day in Connecticut, between 16 or 17 children are seen in hospital emergency departments for suicidal ideation and self-harm every day. So this is something we need some more work on. So it's a suggestion to the committee for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for your work and your testimony. And when we look at suicide in terms of the younger population in school, do we see that there's maybe a period of time during adolescence and then maybe up through adulthood where those risks are there, and then over time, either there's an adjustment that's made or there's still difficulty depending on the degree and the difficulty the person's having. And as you move through to the end of life, you see more people are having suicidal ideations and having success at suicide as well. So I'm just wondering, in terms of how we do that, do the analysis, the QPR, for example, would we be able to also think about incorporating that into the special education part of our system in the school system and working on making sure that these kinds of situations where they're observed perhaps by the nursing staff in a school or somebody else, or say, for example, in the state of Maryland, they do an analysis every year on all the students and how they're doing and what might be a special need for a particular child. I just wondered if you had any opinions about that.
Yeah, if I'm understanding your question, Representative Johnson, having certain staff members within the school system particularly attuned to and trained in, which I think is I do support that, and I think that's a recommendation consistent with the state's suicide prevention advisory suicide prevention plan, the 5-year plan, which will be updated and should be on the website soon, my understanding. And that's one of the recommendations, right? And a few months ago, at the end of the summer, the governor held a roundtable at the Village for Children and Families on youth suicide. I was there. A lot of the commissioners were there. It was a very important event following the death of at least 8 children over the summer in Connecticut from suicide. And there was a lot of good work and a lot of good initiatives discussed. But most memorable for me was the contribution from a woman named Ann Daigle, who has a foundation to prevent suicide because she's a survivor of suicide, having lost her son to suicide. And she gave such a clear list of instructions to us as stakeholders and policymakers about what we can and should be doing to make sure that we are not part of the same club that she's in. And one of the things she said, and I quoted it in my testimony, and I think your question references, Representative Johnson, she said, we train our healthcare staff in so many things, right? Bloodborne pathogens and infectious disease and CPR, all really important. She said QPR, right, which is a basic training that anybody can learn, should be like CPR. And everybody should be trained in it. And we got to get real about this problem for our kids, because in Connecticut, we see the same trends that we see nationally, which is that suicide is the second leading cause of death for children starting at age 10. And the age of children that die by suicide, both nationally and in Connecticut, is getting younger and younger. And we have not seen a statistically significant decrease in suicide in this state in a generation. So we got to do something different.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This is incredibly important work. And as you know, our town was one of the towns impacted this past summer. And I mean, I can't even imagine as the family and close friends, but I know the ripple effect it continues to have on the community.
That's right.
Senator Anwar, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Egan, for your testimony. It's good to see you here again. We miss your voice and your actual work as much as you're doing, but it's great to see you continue the good work you're doing. The question I wanted to ask you was that a few years ago, we had passed a bill where we are creating training the trainers for QPR and trying to get it across in the communities and the schools. So you think that we have not been as effective as we were hoping we would be? We used, I think, some ARPA funds for some of that effort.
I think, thank you, Senator Anwar, for your kind comments and the question. I think some good work was done in the wake of that. And in fact, Office of the Child Advocate, where I used to work, consulted on aspects of that work. And my former colleague, Faith Voswinkle, who led our child fatality work and is now retired, continues to do QPR trainings to full houses in her retirement, quote unquote. So I think that I think that work, that bill was helpful, right? My point is that the amount of the scale of the work that we have to do, right? If we look at the state suicide prevention plan and we see, what schools need to do and what other gatekeepers need to do and what are the recommendations for healthcare institutions. And there's a lot of work to do, and we need a way of evaluating how far we've gotten. So if I said, well, how much QPR training has happened in the state versus, who are all the people that need to be trained? Where does that answer lie? So we need a structure, a reporting structure, a QI structure to support the work of the State Suicide Prevention Advisory Board in our 5-year plan that can regularly tell policymakers and other stakeholders how we are doing. And what are the initiatives? State, for example, got a 5-year grant from the CDC. Money went to DPH, $700,000 a year, to do a lot of good work around lifespan suicide prevention. It's good. That's really good. So I think we just need to operationalize the state's plan and make sure we're receiving regular updates about how far we've gotten, what are any barriers encountered, what's working, and how far do we need to go. And the QPR was just one example of that.
And so in the post-pandemic world and in all the challenges that we are seeing, it's not plateauing right now. So the death rates are unfortunately still the same. So we have more work to do is another message I take from your testimony.
Yes. If we look at even, the suicide numbers haven't really changed since pre-pandemic. They remain, the pandemic saw spikes around the country in youth homicide and youth suicide. We saw that as well. With a high couple of years ago of 14 suicide deaths. We saw 14 suicide deaths again last year. I'm sure my point was that we have not seen a statistically significant change in that number. We also haven't seen a statistically significant change in the number of children who present to EDs with suicidal ideation and self-harm, which is about 17 children a day in Connecticut. And we have seen a dramatic, statistically significant increase over the last 10 to 15 years of the number of children who visit hospital emergency departments for behavioral health reasons. And the last full year of data we have puts that number just for Medicaid covered children at 13,000, which is a big number, as you know. So we have a lot of work to do around the related children's behavioral health access issues. But I did just want to shine a spotlight on the need to maybe support our state suicide prevention plan with dedicated dollars for operations and quality assurance.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. All right, seeing no other questions, thanks so much for being here. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Allen, followed by Lauren Driscoll. Go right ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Lesser, Representative Case, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Lisa Allen, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 981, an act expanding Medicaid eligibility for older persons with disabilities. I will be submitting written testimony as well, which will include substitute language for this bill. Also, please refer to Attorney Sheldon Tubman's testimony for more detailed information. The previous speaker, my friend Kathy Strout, also spoke of this. So I'll just tell you a little bit about my story. She went into more specifics, and so I'll explain how it affects our family. When my husband files for retirement, for Social Security rather, which will be in about a year or so, my son will be over the Medicaid income limit and lose Medicaid services. My husband would like to retire as he should, but doing so may result in a loss of needed services for my son. This is a choice we should not have to make. My son has spina bifida, a developmental disability with significant medical and cognitive challenges with an IQ marginally over 69. He relies on the program Community First Choice to provide a caregiver to meet his needs, his complex medical needs. This program also provides opportunities to go out in the community when he is able. The care he needs is significant, and without my support or another PCA, he would not be able to live on his own. Someday, when I am no longer here or able to care for him, this program allows him to stay in his home and receive the care he needs. I want to thank Kathy Austin for proposing this bill, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for sharing your story. It really helps us make sense of this proposal.
Thank
you
you.
for your time today.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll hear from Lauren Driscoll, followed by Lori Sims.
So hello, and thank you very much to the leadership and the members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Lauren Driscoll, and I am the founder and CEO of NourishedRx. We are a Connecticut-based company that is dedicated to integrating food as medicine into healthcare delivery. We work across the country, and we're working with over 20 healthcare payers. We tend to focus on chronic disease, so we're diet-related disease. So we have programs addressing diabetes, heart failure, kidney disease, and also maternal health. We actually operate a program right here in Connecticut with Anthem, Connecticut, targeting kidney disease. And I strongly support HB 6101 to expand the produce prescription and food as medicine interventions for Medicaid beneficiaries and to improve access to fresh local food through the Connecticut Farmers Market WIC nutrition program. We know that food as medicine works, and we know that it is needed badly. As a country, we all know that we're spending billions treating and reacting to preventable diet-related disease, We know that poor diet is the #1 risk factor associated with death, disease, and disparities in our country. And yet we focus very little as a healthcare system on addressing poor nutrition. And to make matters worse, physicians know well how important nutrition is to the health of their patients, but they simply lack the tools to effectuate change. They have a prescription pad and they have a few minutes to give vague advice, but they really are not able to effectuate change, in particular for their patients who are food insecure or nutrition insecure. A patient of Dr. Gary Taub's, who wrote Rethinking Diabetes, put it the best. He said, "So you want to give me an antidote to the toxin, why not just not eat the toxin in the first place?" And so at NourishedRx, we've developed a clinical support tool to enable this sensible approach and have proven that by addressing the root cause, we can not only ameliorate, but also reverse some diet-related disease. And so a program like that is proposed by HB 6101 would enable much broader work like the work that we do. In a recent study, we were able to show that our participants who have uncontrolled diabetes, so we were talking earlier about HbA1c, the average blood level, these are people with A1c of 8 or greater. We were able to show after just a 14-week intervention, supplying healthy food and coaching, we were able to show a 1.5 reduction in just 14 weeks. So those are results that are comparable to leading expensive diabetes drugs. And then 1 year post-intervention, the A1C reduction not only held, but it actually continued to drop an additional point, proving that long-term dietary behavior change is indeed achievable.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Sure. And so I just want to underscore what a smart investment this is for the state of Connecticut. Many studies have shown that food as medicine can reduce costly hospitalizations by up to 49%. We've been able to show a 31% reduction in NICU admission stays for birthing Medicaid beneficiaries. And we also know that by expanding fresh food access supports local farmers and strengthens Connecticut's agricultural economy. And I believe that Connecticut can lead the nation in integrating nutrition into healthcare. So HB 6101 is a smart, evidence-based step forward. Thank you very much, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work here in the state and for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a
Okay,
great
thank you.
evening. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lori Sims, followed by Stephen Zuckerman. Lori,
Good
we're ready.
afternoon, Chair Gilchrist and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Lori Sims, and I'm Director of Government Relations for CareForth. And I'm here today to express support for Raise Bill 1300. On behalf of CareForth, we appreciate the committee's consistent attention to ensuring that our state continues to evaluate and advance the policies and programs that will make it possible for individuals to receive long-term care from chosen and qualified caregivers in the setting they prefer. CareForth has been a provider of adult family living in Connecticut since 2014 and serves participants and family caregivers who are eligible for services through the Connecticut Home Care Program for Elders. Our work focuses exclusively on enabling individuals to receive quality care at home from family caregivers and avoid higher cost and more restrictive institutional care. We deliver adult family living services to Medicaid populations in 10 states and have over 20 years of experience in activating, engaging, and providing caregiver coaching support to a broad range of family caregivers. I'd like to address a couple issues raised in earlier testimony. I concur with a previous speaker, I believe it was Marie Allen, that I'm also a little confused over the state funded requirement in the current bill. So I would like to advocate for adding both Medicaid and state funded to the bill in the CHCP program. Adding spouses to the program would not result in significant costs on the Medicaid side. And I really can only speak to the Medicaid side because it's more complicated on the state funded side. So specifically on the AFL service and the HCBS for elders waiver, individuals eligible for this waiver have already been determined to be eligible for Medicaid and have clinical needs that would otherwise make them eligible for care in a nursing facility. Individuals with complex medical and behavioral health conditions need help eating, bathing, dressing, toileting, even moving about the room. It takes a very dedicated family member to take on this care 24/7. In CareForce experience, this policy would either be budget neutral or result in savings to DSS if a participant chooses a spouse caregiver instead of professional services provided by home care agencies or in nursing facilities. I also want to thank Representative Chase for recognizing that the Department of Developmental Services worked with the legislature to add spouses in 2023. PA 23-137 added caregiver related by blood or marriage. Spouses, the only family caregivers who are prohibited from participating in the HCBS for elders waiver, are passionate, committed, and highly motivated to provide quality care, and they should not have to step into full-time caregiving roles without support. Caregivers last in their roles for a longer period if they have qualified support. In conclusion, CareForce respectfully proposes clarifying the scope of the bill to focus specifically on the service that allows family caregivers within the HCBS for elders waiver, particularly adult family living. This is straightforward. CMS regularly provides states with guidance about how to amend their Medicaid HCBS waivers to include spouse caregivers, and DDS has already done this in their Medicaid waivers. Thank you for the opportunity to offer these comments, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Lori. I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for your testimony and your time today. Next, we'll hear from Stephen Zuckerman, followed by Kathleen Garrity.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the Human Services Committee for allowing me to testify today on behalf of Bill HB 6936. I'm the president and CEO of the Root Center for Advanced Recovery. We have 13 locations across the state of Connecticut, serving approximately 5,400 patients a day with opioid dependence. And opioid dependence, as you know, is certainly impacting the opioid epidemic in the state of Connecticut. Overdose deaths, although improving, there's still a vast amount of work that needs to be done. At our sites on a weekly basis, we're hearing 4 to 5 patients a day are being referred to residential treatment services. More often than not, those patients are not able to get access to those beds due to wait lists. Our patients, one of the most courageous things they can do on a daily basis is say yes to care. The reason for that, addiction treatment, mental health treatment, faces more discrimination than any other disease out there. We've heard a lot of testimony today around diabetes. Our patients are oftentimes scared to be able to get care. So being able to get care when they want care is crucial. For our patients to be waitlisted for a residential bed, and then when that bed does become available, sometimes days or weeks later, they no longer want that bed, or worse, an overdose can happen and they die. We were seeing the referrals get unanswered or being waitlisted more often than not. We went to our board to advocate for building our own residential treatment program, a residential treatment program that could serve the most marginalized of our communities, the Medicaid population, that population often not seen by other providers in the community. We went to our board with this advocacy, even knowing that this was going to be a significant money-losing endeavor for the organization. The cost of providing these services far outweigh the reimbursement for these services. But we knew that. We still wanted to go for this. It's a mission-focused opportunity, and our board, in their wisdom, approved such an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, we learned, based upon the SUD 1115 waiver, that if you weren't a grandfathered-in residential treatment program, you were not going to be reimbursed for room and board treatment. So providers that have been doing the work have been continued to be reimbursed for room and board. We would not. Yet we're the largest provider of opioid treatment services in the state of Connecticut. We find such a decision, still in an opioid epidemic, discriminatory. We want to be able to provide that access. Bed availability is fluid. It's not static. The availability of a bed today could be very different days from now or even weeks from now. So we wanted to be able to change that. We also want our patients to have access, the same access that any one of us would be able to have. Patient choice needs to be heard and needs to be a key decision maker in how we proceed with opening up residential treatment programs. We built one in New Britain. It opened, we had our grand opening in January. Senator Anwar, who I see here, was at our grand opening and spoke at our grand opening, can attest to the nature of this site and how beautiful it is. It's a state-of-the-art facility. We want our patients to have the same access to residential treatment that other folks have throughout the state. The beds that are available, phenomenal organizations, phenomenal opportunities for our patients, but it's not enough. We need more beds. The opioid epidemic is still extremely impactful. We're proud to be able to offer this site. We anticipated that we would lose money. We just don't want to lose as much money as we're going to lose by opening up this facility. Our vice chair is Pat Reamer.
Our time is complete. Please summarize.
Yes, our board vice chair is Pat Reamer. We're excited that she is on our board. She's the former Demas commissioner. I wish she could be here today with me to support this bill as well, but she is out of town. But we are very excited to have her on our board as a former commissioner. I know she's in full support of this as well. I hope that you'll be able to support this bill and get us our funding for the room and board treatment. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. And sorry, I was looking back at the department's testimony, and if I'm reading this correctly, they're saying that we don't need the second piece because residential treatment under these that we already cover what it's saying we want to cover. But I guess the bigger point is to what you're saying, and they do recognize that we only cover residential treatment programs that are currently under our SUD demonstration waiver that have been in effect since 2022. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I'm glad you asked me that question because from my standpoint, that was a whole lot of wordsmithing. So I'm glad you asked me that question. Yes. So if you were a program that was grandfathered in as a result of the 1115 waiver, you were able to provide those services. We're still in an opioid epidemic. Nonprofits typically don't want to do this work due to the fact that it loses tons of money serving a Medicaid population. We came forward, our board supported this. We're opening up this program for folks throughout the state of Connecticut. Mind you, we're the largest provider of opioid treatment by far, 5,400 patients a day. No one else comes close to treating that many patients. If anyone should be allowed to do this and get proper reimbursement, it should be the Root Center for Advanced Recovery. So if an organization that started doing this work 3 years ago gets paid, why wouldn't an organization such as Root Center, who wants to come forth to lose money, not be reimbursed for this room and board services?
Yep. Thank you. That's very helpful. Senator Anwar?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zuckerman, for your testimony and the work that you and your organization do. I've had the privilege to interact with your clinicians, your physicians, and the patients who have benefited and are benefiting every day, and the number of lives that have been saved through Root Center. My question to you was, and this facility is an amazing facility, and part of me is heartbroken that it's taking such a long time to make you guys lose less money.
Yes.
I mean that you're asking for losing less money because you're guided by your conscience and the collective responsibility of saving lives. Can you speak a little bit about the inpatient rehab and the benefits for specific groups? And as I looked at this is a lifesaver for a specific group of patients where the opportunity of success is huge.
Yeah, so for like any disease, and addiction is no different, there are acute phases that sometimes our patients go through. So an acute phase typically warrants a higher level of care, again, like any other disease. So for many of our patients, when they go through that acute phase, it might be an increased use of illicit substances. It might be other psychosocial stressors. The use has increased, they become homeless, lost a job. Maybe a legal charge has come forth, and they need this higher level of care to stabilize them before they can go back and return to outpatient treatment. And patient choice needs to be key, and access needs to be key. If all of us can go to any single facility in the state of Connecticut to get services, why shouldn't the most marginalized of our communities? Why should there be a cap on these beds in an opioid epidemic? It's sending a wrong message.
Thank you. And I sometimes hear people in our building that we are successful. I think while we have gained some ground, we are far from being fully successful. Can you allude to that as well? Because sometimes you get a sense that people say, well, job done, let's move on to another crisis, because there are plenty of them around.
Well, think about our numbers. So we're serving 5,400 patients a day still. Hasn't really decreased. So maybe overdose deaths have decreased over the past year. It doesn't mean that people in need have decreased. It's just we've done some great work to be able to limit death. Okay, but 5,400 patients is a lot per day. No one serves more than that, and our numbers continue to be pretty consistent over the past number of years. It hasn't changed with less deaths.
Yeah. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for your testimony. I feel that it's important for us as a state to provide Medicaid funding for the services that are proven to help get people rehabilitated and be in a far better place and position for their future success. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Stephen, for being here tonight and for the work you do.
Thank you so much. Take care. Be well.
Thanks, you too. Next, we'll hear from Kathleen Garrity, followed by Ben Shaken.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Lesser, co-chairs and members of the Human Services Committee. I am Kathleen Garrity, Executive Director of the Connecticut State Dental Association, and I'm privileged to represent the oral health care providers in our state. I'm here today to express our strong support of SB 1299, which enhances access to Medicaid-covered dental care in Connecticut. I've amended my comments in light of my colleagues that have gone before me, and I'm going to highlight just a few additional points, if I may. Over the last few weeks, we have witnessed the chairs and members of this committee, as well as those in leadership and other supporters, lay the groundwork for an overhaul to the Medicaid system, which is long overdue. Medicaid eligible patients, as you know from hearing today from my colleagues and also directly from your constituents, struggle to find providers in their communities and often wait far too long to get essential oral health care. We urge the committee and the General Assembly to increase access by establishing the parity between adult and pediatric Medicaid reimbursement rates. While our pediatric rates fall far short of reasonable reimbursement for the professional services rendered for either preventative or restorative oral health care, the adult rates lag even further behind. The result has been twofold: a cliff that happens when a young adult ages out of the pediatric system and no longer can find care, as well as the catastrophic erosion of the adult network. The second significant step forward towards increasing access to care for Medicaid patients is the idea floated at the press conference and in subsequent discussions over the last few weeks to peg reimbursement rates to a common index so providers have reasonable knowledge of expected reimbursement rates both today and in the future. While our colleagues in our other healthcare sectors will benefit from Medicaid rates being pegged to Medicare rates, unfortunately, that does not work for the most of our oral healthcare procedures, as most dental codes do not appear on the Medicare schedule. And while the idea of pegging the rates to our sister states seems plausible, we fear that the process will become unmanageable and thus dental reimbursements will not keep pace with other healthcare sectors. For that reason, we suggest that another data collection tool, such as fairhealth.org, be used to peg dental rates for reimbursement. This will ensure reimbursement levels are based on transparent, real-world private market data, making participation in Medicaid financially viable for more providers. As you well know, Connecticut's Medicaid rates have not kept pace with inflation and remain only 57% of what Medicare reimbursed in 2007. This financial shortfall has caused many of our members to limit or stop accepting Medicaid patients, leading to workforce shortages and widening access gaps. Over the last 25 years, 39% of Connecticut dentists no longer accept adult Medicaid patients, making it harder for vulnerable populations to receive necessary care. The emotional impact that the dentist faces is immense when they must decide to no longer see patients that desperately need their care, with full knowledge that an alternate care provider is not likely in their community, is not accepting more patients, or their schedule is so overbooked that the patients cannot get an appointment for months. Expanding Medicaid dental coverage is not just an investment in oral health, but a cost-saving measure for the state. Since 2008, Connecticut has saved $1.25 billion through early intervention and preventative care. I appreciate the time today, and I urge this committee to support 1299. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for your testimony. And we're working on those rates. So thank you. We look forward to working together.
Appreciate that, Representative. Thank you.
All right, Ben Shaken, followed by Allison Dvorak. I don't know if I got that right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Representative Vale, members of the committee. My name is Ben Shaken. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance, a wide association that represents nonprofits who, as you on this committee know, very well serve more than 500,000 people across the state every year and employ 118,000 Connecticut residents, about 7% of the state's workforce. We have submitted testimony on a number of your bills today, but I'm going to talk about House Bill 5037, the act establishing the Connecticut Connect 700 program. We are supportive of this bill. I want to thank Representative Rosario for proposing it, as well as I believe Senator Austin also submitted a very similar concept. The state of Connecticut is actually one of the largest employers of people with disabilities in the state, and this program is designed to provide 700 hours of on-the-job training to people with disabilities and promote even more inclusive hiring of people with disabilities into the state workforce. We think the program could lead to increased opportunities. The unemployment rate for people with disabilities is twice that for people without disabilities in the state. And for people with cognitive disabilities, it's 3 times as high. Like I said, the state's already a significant employer. This is actually one of the differences between the state of Connecticut and Minnesota, which is where this inspiration came from. Connecticut has what's called a set-aside statute that requires the state to provide preference in its contracting to organizations that employ people with disabilities. This is called the Preferred Purchasing Program. It's managed by the Procurement Services Division at the Department of Administrative Services. As Senator Lesser said earlier, there was some conversation about this program last year in an agency bill. I haven't seen proposed again this year, although it may be. But this program could be expanded further and utilized more broadly to increase the number of jobs available through its contracts. We think the proposal that's before you could be a piece of that. The existing network of nonprofit community providers that work with people with disabilities across the state find employment, not just with the state, but with private companies, the federal government, local governments, should also be leveraged to strengthen this proposal as you probably move to draft this bill next. These providers offer job training, placement services, adaptive technology, and support in the form of job coaches for people on the job to work successfully. So all of these things are essential to people with disabilities succeeding in their jobs. Obviously, this program is broader than, or as proposed, could be broader than the Preferred Purchasing Program, could be broader than folks that receive employment services on the DDS waiver. Disabilities are more than that, but we support it, and we encourage you to draft it and to move forward with the proposal and continue the conversation that the committee started last year related to how the state as an employer interacts with people with disabilities and ultimately provides preference to them when they're hiring. So thanks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Yes, go right ahead, Representative Vale.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I know you mentioned the state of Minnesota. Is that the only other state or the only state that currently has something like this enforced that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of whether there are other states that have done this Connect 700 program that's being proposed. I do know from Representative Rosario's testimony that the motivation for this came from Minnesota. There are other states that have these preferred use programs. They're fairly common, New York being the closest one that has a fairly robust program, but they're all over the country. There's a whole association of these programs. The Preferred Purchasing Program in Connecticut is actually managed by my organization, by the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. We bid on the contracts basically on behalf of nonprofit providers. And then when they're awarded to those providers through our bids, we connect the providers and the people with disabilities into those employment programs, and similar arrangements exist around the country for state use programs. And there's a matching federal program as well that provides preference in federal contracts.
This might be a better, and I can get with Representative Rosario to find more, but just, are we trying to model this after, because this doesn't really have language attached to it yet. So I'll probably get with him to do, but is this being modeled after the Minnesota, if you're aware of that or not? I don't know.
I'm not aware of it. I think the
I'll ask
proponent, would
I'll
be
ask
able to answer.
Representative Rosario offline, but thank you for your input.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Have a great evening.
Next, we'll hear from Allison Vorback, followed by Katina Gianteris.
All right, good evening. We've made a day of it here. Thank you so much to everyone here, the members of the Human Services Committee, and thank you for your commitment to supporting the residents of our state. My name is Allison Dvorak, and I'm a registered dietitian with over 30 years of experience working with older adults related to chronic disease, nutrition, and food security. I am the Executive Director of Senior Resources, one of the agencies on aging in our state, and I'm here representing Aging CT, which is one of those 5 agencies on aging. There are so many important topics being discussed today that I know you've already heard from my colleague Marie Allen, and Maureen McIntyre was scheduled to speak later, but she is not going to be able to be here, but she has submitted her testimony. We're all speaking on different topics. And so today I'm here in support of HB 6101 and HB 5580. So proposed bill 6101 is an act concerning Medicaid coverage of food as medicine and expanding access to the Connecticut Farmers Market and WIC programs. The Farmers Market Nutrition Program through the Department of Agriculture, which has been in effect for about 15 or 16 years as I can recollect, has had record-setting success in redemption of funds for the purchase of locally produced fresh fruits and vegetables by low-income seniors and participants in the Women, Infant, and Children's, or WIC, nutrition program, with the financial benefit going directly to our local Connecticut farmer residents. This could not be more of a win-win. Participants are excited to participate each year, sometimes calling in January, and true, we have gotten phone calls already. It is amazing to have people excited about fruits and vegetables. So they're interested in continuing this program and participating. People learn about the foods that can be grown locally, what's in season, and therefore more cost-effective, and how to prepare fresh foods in their homes. Eligibility for the program is like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and has led to assisting people with application to this and other long-term financial support of their food security. Consuming more produce has a significant positive effect on all chronic conditions, including diabetes, obesity, and heart disease, while also reducing the risk of cancer and dementia. Food as medicine, defined as prescribing produce, is a holistic way to support healthy eating and local farmer success. Other components of the food as medicine discussion have included fully prepared medically tailored meals, which would be like the senior nutrition program, which we've talked a lot about in the past. Aging CT works with the meal providers throughout the state to provide Older Americans Act funded meals such as Congregate Cafe and Meals on Wheels. These meals meet the dietary guidelines for Americans, so they're low in sodium, and they're balanced, so they're carbohydrate consistent for people with diabetes, and they provide at least 1/3 of the necessary vitamins and minerals. These meals are helpful to people with a variety of health conditions, including diabetes and high blood pressure, as well as supporting the food security with access to high-quality foods. The federal funding for this program is never adequate to cover all of the needs of the program, and the ability to receive that program requires that people be 60 or over. Expanding payment source to include Medicaid could support the mostly nonprofit organizations which currently provide these healthy meals in every community of Connecticut, and reduce the strain of limited federal funding where possible, allowing the ability to feed more people of all ages healthy meals to support their independence and functionality in their community of choice. I'm also going to speak about proposed bill 5580.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Okay. Mainly, I want to discuss here the importance of medical nutrition therapy, which is provided by a registered dietitian and is a lot of these programs are covered through Medicare and find tremendous success in being able to provide people with the education that they need to impact their diabetes and any other chronic disease conditions. So medical nutrition therapy impacts the person by teaching them to fish instead of just giving them the fish. And it's really a reasonable, inexpensive way to make a lifelong lasting impact on the person with the condition. And if you're talking people, not only older adults, you're impacting their entire family by teaching the family how to make important decisions that impact their lives going forward. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for spending the day with us. Wonderful. All right. Have a good evening. Next, we'll hear from Katina Gianteras, followed by Lisa Tepper-Bates.
Hello.
Hello.
And good evening to the Human Services Committee. My name is Katina Gianteras. As a lifelong resident of Connecticut with 3 sons, all of whom were born in this state, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, the legislators of Connecticut, about the power of produce prescriptions for pregnant women, and particularly pregnant women of color and of low income. I'm Assistant Director of Research at Wholesome Wave, a Bridgeport-based nonprofit that has made a positive systemic impact on nutrition security both here and across the country since 2007. Wholesome Wave is currently providing produce prescriptions for pregnant women in Hartford and in Bridgeport. We call these programs Food for Moms. These initiatives will increase consumption of fruits and vegetables, resulting in increased food and nutrition security, and improved maternal and birth outcomes such as birth weight, preterm birth, gestational diabetes, and hypertension, and preeclampsia. In Hartford, we collaborate with the Hispanic Health Council and the Yale School of Public Health to implement a 10-month produce prescription for Latina women beginning during pregnancy and continuing until babies are up to 6 months old by providing $100 per month on debit cards that can only be used for fresh fruits and vegetables. Moms also have the option of choosing produce delivery on Instacart. In Bridgeport, we're working with the Southwest Community Health Center, a federally qualified health center, and the Tufts Food as Medicine Institute to deliver a 6-month produce prescription to Black, African American, and Afro-Caribbean women by providing $60 per month on the same debit cards, which can be used at Food Bazaar stores nearby. Both the federal government and health care organizations are investing in produce prescriptions in Connecticut. Our programs are funded by the USDA and Point32 Health Foundation, as well as Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation and other philanthropic donors. Produce prescriptions are proven to result in improved health outcomes. Our 2023 peer-reviewed article, which reported the results of produce prescriptions for 4,000 adults in 9 different states, showed that these produce prescriptions increased food security, consumption of fruits and vegetables, improved hemoglobin A1C levels, and improved blood pressure levels, and increased weight loss as well. Our neighboring states of Rhode Island, New York, and Massachusetts have integrated produce prescriptions into their Medicaid programs. There's a clear need when you look at maternal and birth outcomes of women and women of color in the United States. Black women in the U.S. are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy, which is a staggering number. Low birth weight or preterm birth infants account for much of the increased morbidity, mortality, and cost. And low birth weight in general is thought to place the infant at greater risk of later chronic adult chronic medical conditions, such as diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Passing of this bill will result in better maternal health outcomes in our state more shopping demand of fruits and vegetables, which is a benefit to the local economies, and better patient adherence to doctors' managed care plans. Healthy moms and healthy babies make for a healthier community. Wholesome Way strongly supports Bill HB 6101 and encourages Husky Health to provide produce prescription to moms at risk for adverse maternal and birth outcomes.
Thank you so much, Katina, for your work and for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. And I think I said the wrong name. I think it's the United Way team. Come on up.
We are a team. It's all
Okay.
good.
Please
Good
do introduce
afternoon.
yourselves.
I will. I'm Daniel Fitzmaurice. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the United Way of Connecticut. And I'm here with our Senior Vice President of 211, Tanya Barrett. Our President and CEO, Lisa, sends her regrets, but she actually has a meeting tonight as a volunteer commissioner on her Board of Police Commissioners. Since its inception in 1976 as a public-private partnership between the United Way of Connecticut and our state agency partners, 211 has helped countless residents navigate life's challenges. It's confidential, available 24/7, and offered in 240 languages. Our frontline contact center specialists seek to listen with empathy, to understand the totality of a caller's situation, and actually suggest resources beyond what they even initially called about. Together, they make a comprehensive plan to get the help they need. And that's clearly why 94% of callers report that they're satisfied with their experience using 211. United Way is often asked, as this bill suggests, what would it take to answer calls more quickly? It's actually very simple. There's a direct correlation between the frontline staffing levels in our contact centers, wait times, and the number of residents that 211 can serve. But the funding for our information and referral services for basic needs requests has been flat for 13 years. So as a result, we've reduced our staff to just 18 frontline contact center specialists. Meanwhile, 211's experiencing a surge of 300% increase in phone and web requests since 2019, and that's excluding COVID-related requests. That's why, in addition to supporting this bill, we're requesting a $2.25 million in additional annual funding. This would allow us to hire 20 additional frontline contact center specialists and increase our capacity to reach 1,700 more requests every week and reduce wait times to the industry standard, which is about 3 minutes. I'm going to pass the mic over to Tanya to give you a little more context, and then we're happy to answer your questions.
So I'm Tanya Barrett, Senior Vice President of the 211 Health and Human Service Division. And I just want to give you some context. 211 provides multiple distinct services. Our core service is called Information and Referral. Here, we connect residents with basic needs available through 40,000 community resources and public benefits like SNAP and Medicaid. The 211 Housing Crisis Hotline is a separate service. We also provide specialized services for child care and the 988 Mental Health and Crisis Line. We believe the human-to-human connection is what makes our service at 211 so effective. But we also see the importance of leveraging state-of-the-art technology. And we've been doing that in line with best practices and national industry standards. We've recently collaborated with Travelers Insurance and Vibrant Emotional Health to improve our internal efficiency, and Boston Consulting Group to explore enhancing our platform to help prevent youth disconnection. We are even using more artificial intelligence for staff training, giving us more time to assist callers with their urgent needs. So for these reasons, we are certain that strengthening 211 requires ensuring we have adequate frontline contact center specialists to meet the needs of our residents. For example, our contact center for 988 mental health and crisis funding is funded to answer calls in less than 10 seconds, and we're beating that by 7 seconds. When adequately resourced, our contact centers are leaders in the nation. Increasing our funding for 211's information and referral services by $2.25 million annually is a proven solution to ensure no one is left without help when they need it most. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you both so much. Yes. So your testimony is very clear and I really appreciate it. I pulled it up and you have great visuals and info that backs up what you're saying about the 2.25 million and that you could get it down to 3-minute turnaround per call, which I think many of my colleagues, if not all, would be thrilled about. Do you think we still need a task force to study? Or is it both, or the funding would be sufficient? Because that's the question.
It's a great question. I mean, we're welcome to be engaged in a task force. We're not gonna, say no to that. There's many opportunities we perhaps could explore. But I would just flag, everybody that's named in the task force. Tanya's in touch with pretty regularly. Our team at 211 talks to them almost on a daily basis sometimes, as well as submitting written reports on a regular basis to all those state agencies that contract with us. So it's a great question. What else would we uncover together? Fundamentally, it's that simple science of how many people do you have on the front lines and how long does it take to respond to help when you need it, especially during those busy hours, as I'm sure you heard, when families call most frequently for help and they really can't wait.
Thank you. Representative Vale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. So a lot of times, I used to have a colleague back in the day, Representative Bolsito from Holland, who always said, "Here we go again, another task force, another study." And his point in saying that is that oftentimes up here, to do something or make it look like we're doing something, we create a task force. Whether it be well-intentioned or not, sometimes maybe we listen and sometimes it just kind of goes away. So I think that's kind of what he got going at, that, politicians put something in. It's a little controversial. They call it a task force and everybody is happy, supposedly. But I'm someone that believes in just kind of getting stuff done. Do you think this, again, you mentioned the funding. I'll have to look more into that. This is my first time hearing about this issue, but do you really need it? I don't want to put you on a spot. Do you really need a task force? Or is I just kind of piggybacking what she said. Or you
could take it, Tanya.
Yeah. Again, like Daniel said, we work with all of the state agencies. We've pulled in experts from travelers. We work with national entities like Vibrant Emotional Health, that is the technical body that oversees the 988 crisis line nationwide. We use state-of-the-art technology. We know what the demand is for our services. We've been doing this. I've personally been doing this for 26 years. We are able to forecast the volume. We simply do not have enough staff to answer the phone more quickly. So to that end, if a task force would help with getting that, then we don't oppose it. And I think that's the best answer I can give you.
It's fair. It's kind of me putting you on the spot because I just like to kind of cut through the BS and get to what, the meat and bones of things. And sounds like you're doing some of this research and have some of the data available, that we're just going to be redundant and postpone taking action by creating a task force. Unless there's people that feel like maybe their voice isn't being heard or something like that, which doesn't seem to me that that's the case. So, all right. Again, I didn't mean to put you guys on the spot.
As Senator Ciccarella said earlier, and we had a great conversation with Jacob in the hallway, this is how it works. How a bill becomes a law is an idea emerges and we get to have this conversation. I think I'd underscore one thing you said, Tanya, which is the demand, the volume of requests is so high right now. And to your point, Representative, the time it takes to go through a task force process is probably not matching the demand from your constituents and our residents who are most vulnerable. As folks say, services delayed or services denied. And unfortunately, every time someone doesn't stay on the line, they miss the chance to get a benefit or a service or a community nonprofit to be on their side to help them.
Okay, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both so much.
Thanks so much.
Have a
good
great
night.
evening. Next, we'll hear from Ellie Mulpeter, followed by Tim Harvey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Ellie Mulpeter, and I am the director of the Academy of Lactation Policy and Practice, otherwise referred to as ALP. ALP certifies clinical lactation support professionals known as Certified Lactation Counselors, or CLCs. I've submitted written testimony, so I will keep my comments brief. I am testifying in opposition to HB 6934 relating to Medicaid reimbursement of IBCLCs as the bill is currently written. We believe that families are best served when lactation care and support services are expanded rather than restricted. CLCs represent the largest group of qualified lactation support providers in the state. We firmly believe that CLCs should be included in the language of HB 6934. As of today, there are 468 CLCs in Connecticut, and there are currently 266 IBCLCs, which is the type of provider included in the language currently. Well, we are glad to hear earlier today from the folks at DSS that their maternity bundle is open to all types of lactation support providers. We also heard from them that lactation providers need to bill underneath another provider in order to be covered in the new bundle. This may present a barrier in accessing care and means that all of the lactation support professionals working in private practice in Connecticut are unable to bill Medicaid. We are concerned that only IBCLCs are being recognized in this current version of the bill for reimbursement with Medicaid, as they are the smaller of the two groups providing care in Connecticut and do not provide services that are all that different from that of a CLC. There's absolutely no empirical research evidence in the entire professional literature that demonstrates that IBCLCs provide a higher or better level of care than a CLC. We also acknowledge that the companion licensure bill for IBCLCs is in the Public Health Committee. It is a huge concern for its potential to greatly restrict access to qualified support in Connecticut, as it could prevent CLCs from practicing within their full scope of practice. We ask that this bill not be passed as written. If the bill is still deemed necessary today, included in the language of the bill, remain restricted to just one type of provider. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much for your time. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony and for being here this evening. Next, we'll hear from Tim Harvey, followed by Dustin Harrison.
Good afternoon, members of the Human Service Committee. My name is Tim Harvey. I'm a pharmacist in Darien at Reeves Pharmacy. I'm here today to express my strong support of HB 6091 and through my experiences encourage the members of this committee to do the same. As pharmacy manager at Reeves, I've helped navigate many challenges, declining reimbursements from PBMs, COVID-19, and a robbery to name a few. However, the biggest threat to our business came in December of 23 when we received a desk audit from the state of Connecticut DSS. The audit contained 150 claims spanning between October of 21 and September of 23. I submitted all of the requested documentation to DSS within the one month time frame and waited. In May of 24, we received the results of the audit, stating the proposed disallowance was $705,000. It did not seem possible that DSS would take back 3/4 of the total claims submitted during this 2-year period. We hired a lawyer, dug deeper into the report and what we did to deserve such devastating consequences. In the report, there were 5 different audit errors listed. 4 of them combined would have resulted in less than $4,000 in disallowance. The 5th error in the audit was delivery documentation incomplete, meaning many of our prescriptions did not have a patient's signature at pickup. The reason why is simple. During the pandemic, the requirement to have a patient sign for their prescriptions was lifted. Our software company added an impacted by COVID-19 button to ease patients' fears at the pickup counter. We inadvertently continued using this button beyond when the DSS reinstated the requirement for signatures in August of 22. This common error on many prescriptions pushed us over the extrapolation threshold, and DSS was allowed to take back payments on over 75% of all claims spanning the 2-year audit period. Payment for thousands of prescriptions that were accurately dispensed to patients in need was totally void. This leads to a few things that need to change about the DSS audit process. Number one, extrapolation should only be used for fraud investigations. Extrapolation is not common practice, and Medicaid is the only payer program that I have seen use extrapolation. Number two, it would be more reasonable to consider the dispensing fee as the amount to disallow for an audit error. The dispensing fee is the profit, while the amount reimbursed for drug cost is completely out of the pharmacy's control. Number three, there needs to be better processes in place to inform pharmacies of critical changes in DSS protocol. Something as simple as mailing a physical letter or a confirm receipt button on communications would be a good start. Rather than taking such aggressive punitive action, DSS and pharmacies can work together to provide the people of Connecticut the care that they deserve. Thank you for your time. And I urge you to do what's right and support HB 6091.
Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry that that happened to you all. You do have a question from Representative Vale. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, for me to understand this a little bit, how long have you been in business?
78 years.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
When did you start? I hope not at the beginning.
8 years. Yeah, 8 years ago.
No. So, and you never had an issue with this before the last 2 years, correct?
Never.
And were you given any type of, explanation that you knew this was going to be coming and how to deal with it, or it just got sprung upon you, and all of a sudden they said you owed $700,000?
It was a surprise. Thought it was a surprise to us. We felt we were in good standing with the state of Connecticut. All regulatory inspections were, passed. Kind of came out of left field.
And are there many other pharmacies that have had a similar issue?
Yeah, there's a few that I know of. I know Ed Schreiner is going to speak shortly, and he could comment more on some of the other pharmacies. I don't want to, put any of their business out there, but I do want to put ours out there.
No, I appreciate that. And without getting into any legal thing, where does that stand now?
We were able to get it reduced via a lawyer. There was a lot of fear involved in that whole period. We felt like we were going to be going out of business. Our staff was very scared that we were going to be going out of business, including myself. And we were able to get it reduced. It's going to have a financial impact on our pharmacy for 5 to 10 years, at least 4, because that's how long they're going to be taking money from us.
It sounds to me like it should be reduced down to 0.
It should have been roughly about $5,000 in my opinion, and we're about $700,000 apart there.
Yeah. So, all right. And so is that kind of a done deal? Is there anything that this legislation is going to do moving forward that would help you with that situation, or is this just something more so it doesn't happen again?
I mean, we've already, gone through the entire appeal process. It kind of feels like, that's gone and done. But I really hope that I can prevent this happening, or we can prevent this happening from another or to another independent pharmacy, and of course prevent it from happening to ourselves again.
Well, again, I appreciate bringing all this to our attention, and the others that did as well. Seems like a bit of an injustice to me, a big injustice. So I wish you the best, and I think I'll be able to get behind this. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
And it might seem odd that a woman from West Hartford is so familiar with Greeb's Pharmacy, but my good friend is Mark Stuckey, and my former husband's Evan Gilchrist, who worked there. So thank you for testimony. I'm very familiar with your pharmacy. I've been in many a time, so I appreciate you being here tonight and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Dustin Harrison and then Melissa Pensa.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Representative Vale, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Dustin Harrison, and I am representing Freedom Care of Connecticut in support of State Bill 1300, an act compensating spouses for state-funded home care. My testimony today represents the voices of countless patients, caregivers, and spouses who have selflessly cared for their loved ones but are not allowed compensation under adult family living services. State Bill 1300 is a simple yet compassionate piece of legislation that aligns with Connecticut's policy of encouraging individuals with disabilities to receive care at home rather than in an institution. Under current regulations for adult family living and structured family care, family members, including children, siblings, and trusted friends, are reimbursed for providing care. However, spouses are excluded, despite their equally critical role in supporting loved ones at home. While this bill would expand the definition of family member for personal care assistance, it's important to note the distinction with AFL services. PSA caregivers are compensated hourly for limited daily assistance, while AFL caregivers live in the home with their spouse, providing 24/7 care for a daily rate based on the patient's needs. At this time, spouses are not included in the definition under AFL, nor is AFL included in this bill's language, as you've heard multiple times today. I'd like to emphasize 3 key points as to why spouses as caregivers under AFL services should be added to this bill. Number 1, it expands the pool of caregivers. Allowing spouses to serve as caregivers will significantly expand the caregiving pool, reducing wait lists and addressing the existing demand. Since 2024, Freedom Care Connecticut alone has had to turn away over 215 spouse caregivers who are already meeting their spouse's AFL needs. This is a statewide issue that needs to be amended. Point number 2, it has been proven successful in other states. Several states, including Indiana, have already implemented this reform and have seen substantial benefits. 13 of these states made the change during the pandemic, recognizing the ongoing needs of their elderly populations. The U.S. Veterans Administration also permits spouses as caregivers, and as a veteran myself, I've seen firsthand how valuable this benefit has been in Connecticut. Number 3, it improves continuity of care and cost savings. Continuity of care is essential, and allowing spouses as caregivers reduces turnover, as family caregivers have half the turnover rate of non-family caregivers. Studies show that family caregivers, particularly spouses, reduce costs and improve outcomes. For instance, a 2012 California study found that patients with family caregivers had lower expenditures and better health outcomes.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Spouses provide emotional support, a deeper understanding of needs, and more personalized care, which leads to fewer hospital visits and greater satisfaction. Bill number 1300 recognizes the essential role caregivers already play and ensures that they are compensated, easing financial burdens. Supporting spousal caregivers leads to better patient outcomes, reduced hospitalizations, and significant state savings on healthcare costs. By investing in those already providing care, we strengthen families, improve quality of care, and save resources. Thank you for your time and consideration on this very important topic.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Melissa Pensa, followed by Jessica Bruce. Is Melissa? Okay, no Melissa. Jessica Bruce? Yes,
I'm here. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I have to do this from home. I had knee surgery, so I wasn't able to come in. But thank you for letting me speak today. I am here to discuss, I just have to bring it up. I wasn't expecting to be the next one in line. So it's to discuss the dental services. So I'm the director of dental services at Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, and I'm a board certified pediatric dentist. I'm writing to you. I was going to write in, but I'm here to express my desire to promote the bill of expanding Medicaid oral health benefits for adults. I believe this is crucial for several reasons, particularly in the context of my role as dental director at an FQHC in New Haven. I oversee all the dental departments, and even as a pediatric dentist, I can see why it is important to expand Medicaid services for adults, and here are some of the reasons. Many low-income adults are often excluded from essential dental care under the current Medicaid system. Expanding these services would enable these adults to access dental services that might otherwise be unable to afford. They would reduce oral health disparities, which are very prevalent among the underserved communities. Oral health is linked to a range of systemic conditions, including cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and respiratory infections. By expanding Medicaid oral health benefits for adults, you can help address these health problems early on and preventing costly hospitalizations and emergency room visits that are often result from untreated dental conditions. This proactive approach can reduce the health care spending in the long term. As a pediatric dentist, I know that children's oral health is closely tied to their parents. Expanding Medicaid benefits for adults would also improve the oral health outcomes for children. Parents or caregivers would have better access to dental care and would more likely have a model positive oral health behaviors for their children. When adults have access to dental care, they can help create a healthy environment for their children and potentially reduce the incidence of pediatric dental issues, setting a foundation for lifelong oral health. Oral health should be viewed as an essential component of overall health. Expanding these services, regardless of socioeconomic status, can access the care they need to maintain good oral health. This leads to better quality of life, enhanced self-esteem, improved social and professional outcomes, all which are key contributors to a person's overall well-being. As in my role as dental director at an FQHC, I see firsthand the importance of accessibility to comprehensive care. Expanding Medicaid oral health benefits for adults is a key step to building a more equitable, cost-effective, and healthier society. I'm also here if you have any questions in terms of the bundling. So at FQHC, we bundle the services of the hygienist and the dentist. Usually in any healthcare, dental private practice, they're not bundled. So you get the money from both, the financial back from the dentist and the hygienist. And as you know, with the workforce, it's very difficult to find funding for these people. They've gone to school for a long time, and we have concerns as well with, access to care. So we're unable to sometimes have the exam and cleaning on the same day due to call outs, or unable to have a hygienist or dentist. So I'm here if you have any questions about that as well, because that's something that we deal with on a daily basis. It's very difficult, and the amount of I do the budgets in dental, and it's very difficult with the budget constraints that we have.
Thank you so much. I will ask a question about that.
Sure.
So let's say you all have described this to us before, but I guess I'd love to know the cost. So you have a patient's in, they're getting the cleaning, the dentist isn't in that day, but they have to come back to see the dentist.
So then we don't get paid for that visit when they come back.
And how much
Because
is
it's
the
a,
bundled rate?
I think it's $186.
Okay.
So that's to include, everything. So that's cleaning, exam, and sometimes, we have to schedule that across two providers, right? So if a patient no-shows, we have a 25% no-show rate. Then that means both my provider and my dentist, my hygienist and my dentist are not doing anything, and that's missed income. So we've had a lot of issues with that because we have to have them on the same day. And let's say somebody calls out, like it's, flu season. So one of our dentists had to call out, and I can't just put all the rest of the patients on another dentist schedule because they don't have enough time to see all of those patients. So those patients will have to come back for that exam, and we'll have to no charge that exam.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
It becomes very difficult. And with the finances that because I do the budget, I see where everything's coming, and it's been difficult to find dentists to work and for hygienists to work. I have to say hygienists are in very, very high demand, and they are asking for quite a large salary now because we just don't have any hygienists.
Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you so
You're
much for your
welcome.
testimony.
Thank you very much for letting me talk. Thank you.
Have a good one. Good luck
You
with your
too.
knee.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Next we'll hear from Michelle. Oh, wait, did I skip? I skipped. I'm sorry. Next we'll hear from Ed Schreiner, followed by Michelle Riordan Nold.
Good afternoon, Representative Gilchrist and members of the committee. My name is Ed Schreiner, and I was the owner of Stoll's Pharmacy in Waterbury, Connecticut for 35 years. Last year, I sold my pharmacy and I took a position as vice president at Northeast Pharmacy Service Corporation, and we provide business support services to pharmacies throughout New England and specifically to 113 here in Connecticut. Part of my duties at Northeast is to assist pharmacies who undergo Connecticut Medicaid audits to address those findings, improve their procedures to get back into compliance. So I've seen a lot of audits, and in 35 years, I underwent at my pharmacy hundreds of audits from various agencies. Connecticut Medicaid was the only program that ever used extrapolation in 35 years. Okay, so it's not an industry standard extrapolation. Right now, we have a 2010 law that was updated, and I want to focus on one part of that. We talk about clerical errors, but what the real issue is, there's a 1.75% extrapolation error threshold that's outdated, and it includes clerical errors in the calculation. So I know Department of Social Services said today clerical errors are not included, but to get to that threshold, it looks at all errors, including clerical errors. So to be very clear, when the threshold is surpassed, clerical errors are included in the extrapolation fine, and I've seen numerous extrapolated audits that do this. The excessive costs of drugs that we all know about, we have a task force here at the legislature looking at. So we're talking about price increases from 2010 have been astronomical. And because of those price increases, it assures that many audits are going to surpass the 1.75% threshold, and they're going to lead to extrapolation. So Connecticut uses National Average Drug Acquisition Cost, or NADAC pricing, plus a 1075 fee to pay a pharmacy. Okay, so the NADAC price is the attempt by the government to reimburse pharmacies as close to their actual acquisition cost as possible. So what that means is the majority of a drug reimbursement to a pharmacy isn't for profit. It's just reimbursing them what they paid to get the drug in the store. So the only profit is $10.75. Now, the problem with that is extrapolation calculates fines based on the entire amount, not just the $10.75. So if somebody dispenses a drug like Skyrizi, which we see on TV all the time, that drug's about $18,000 a dose. Medicaid reimburses $18,000 plus $10.75. Most financial advisors would tell a pharmacy owner, don't carry Skyrizi, but we do. So just understand the extrapolation takes the majority of the payment, which is the cost, and the penalties are based on those costs primarily, not the fees. So obviously, this is a very business unfriendly policy, and it's also bad for patients. So errors like Greaves told us, clerical errors translate to huge fines. There's numerous examples of testimony that was just posted today to the website from other pharmacy owners. I hope the committee gets a chance to read those other testimonies. You know, you might have missed them. They were just posted this morning. Please read them.
Your time is complete. Please summarize.
Sure. My experience shows that pharmacists are changing their focus from, instead of worrying about drug safety and efficacy, they're worrying about covering all the rules so they don't have these fines. So what I would recommend, in DSS almost backs me up on this, is when they say that pharmacy audits are relatively clean when compared to other providers. So because of this and the nature of NADAC pricing, I'd recommend that instead of talking about defining clerical errors and whether or not they're put into this calculation, what we should do is change the wording in the statute to say that extrapolation should be reserved for fraud investigations or possibly sustain high levels of errors found over multiple audits at the same pharmacy. So these people aren't paying rules. And to just wipe extrapolation out, except for those instances when it's appropriate. If there's a finding that's wrong and violates law that said, federal law says we have to take that money back, take that money back. That's appropriate, but don't compound it with extrapolation. And I'd also recommend eliminating that 1.75% threshold. That's what's putting people over into extrapolation. And one last thing I'd like to dispute from DSS, I know my time's up, the Section C, the NADAC reimbursement mechanism. So NADAC website does state that they won't get into a specific claim issue if a pharmacy has proof that a claim was paid underwater on that NADAC cost price. And it specifically says on the NADAC's website, it will refer those issues back to the state. So without passing that mechanism for us pharmacies to report, there is no provision or way for us to complain about a drug where we're reimbursed under costs. Because remember, NADAC is an average price. So some acquisition costs will be above cost, some will be below. Hopefully most of them will be in the middle, but there are pharmacies who get reimbursed below cost even with NADAC. So I know that's a lot if anyone has any questions.
It's a lot, but it's a good lot. And I appreciate your work on the task force and being here today. I learned quite a bit when you speak. So thank you. Representative Vale.
Thank you. I may have a few questions, but this is a new issue for me, and it red flags are going up here. If there's something you want to finish saying that you didn't get to finish in your statement, I'd be interested to hear what that was.
Yeah, there actually is.
If that's okay.
It's been my experience working with these pharmacies. You know, for 35 years, I was in my own little world and I was involved with Northeast, but I couldn't, you know, these pharmacies were my competitors back then. Well, now I work for them in part of my job. And what I've noticed since I've been helping pharmacies with audit, it seems like there's no system where DSS chooses audits. So if they're random, that's good. But what I will notice is when they choose a pharmacy where it's a new owner or maybe a new manager who maybe had come from chain drugstores that aren't familiar with the regulatory processes involved in an audit, those pharmacies seem to be the ones that experience the large extrapolated fines. And I'm talking anywhere, I mean, 700,000 is the largest I've seen, but I mean, even $38,000 I work with, that's a lot of money. And so it seems to be that it's more new owners, new pharmacists who haven't gone through that process at least once. And so what I would say that the audit, just like pharmacies from a regulatory point of view get audited by Connecticut Drug Control from DCP. And those audits, and the director of drug control, Rod Marriott, has told me this, they use them as an educational opportunity to bring pharmacies who may have a problem back into compliance. Now, if they go back again and they're still not compliant, they're not following the rules, that's a different situation. So I would say, why doesn't Connecticut Medicaid follow their fellow state agency in using these audits, especially with the new pharmacies, as an educational process? So rather than taking us $100,000, $700,000, which now makes the pharmacy struggle to comply even farther because they don't have any money to run their business, make it an educational opportunity and then go back a year or two later and see, okay, now are you following the rules? And if you're not, maybe extrapolation should be there, but it should be worded that way, you know, in the language. That's my personal opinion on that.
So again, do we need to look at the rules themselves or just the way they're being enforced?
Well, you know, I can't state what the federal rules are. Someone on the committee had brought that up earlier, so that would be good to know. I'm sure that, for instance, tamper-proof pads. So prescription has to be written on a special tamper-proof pad. Okay, and it has to have 4 different criteria. I've done in-services on this, and it's pretty restricted. So now a pharmacist, instead of figuring, hey, is this drug right for this patient? Is it safe? Is it the right direction? We got to look at the piece of paper that it's written on and find out, you know, is this appropriate? If it's not, I have a problem and we have to fix that. Well, that comes down from the federal government. So there may be something in federal law that says they have to address that during an audit, but I don't know if it needs to be extrapolated. So, you know, I think that's what we need to find out is what does federal law require extrapolation? No other insurance uses extrapolation that I'm aware of. So I don't know the answer to that.
I got a few more.
Okay.
So the 700,000, is it Greaves? Is that so?
Yeah, Greaves.
Seems like those are pretty minor issues that they had, and 700,000 is a ridiculous number. Is that because of what you mentioned earlier, where the cost of these drugs are so expensive? Is that what contributed to that high number in that case? Not just that $10.75 fee. You mentioned that it can be, because those other thresholds, the actual cost of the drug, was that what made that number so high in that case?
So when the state audits prescriptions, they look at 150 prescriptions that were filled over the course of 2 years. So in a lot of cases, and not just Greaves, what happens is if there's some kind of systemic thing that impacted findings for all of the 150 claims, in Greaves' case, it was on their software system. They didn't have the software set up. When COVID happened, we weren't required to collect signatures, so that they got shut off. Well, when COVID ended, we were supposed to collect signatures. Well, they never turned that on. That's a technical error, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So almost all but like 3 of their claims got cited for that. So it was 147 out of 150 claims. And because there were so many claims, and there was a couple of claims for expensive drugs that were thrown in there, well, they took those technical claims and the findings plus the drug claims, goes over the 1.75% threshold. Extrapolation applies to all of them, all those, all the claims. And when it's 147 out of 50, then they say, well, you must have done the same thing for every script for 2 years. That's how you get a huge fine.
That seems like an honest mistake to me, by all means.
Yeah, it is an omission, but again, it's an opportunity, in my opinion, for DSS. Don't fine them 700,000, put them out of business. Teach them what they did wrong, make them fix it, and then come back and make sure they did it.
Exactly.
That seems to me the fair way.
Are there widespread fines, like maybe not as high across the state?
I've seen in the last year 38,000 to 160,000. Some of them are some of the claims, when DSS does them, especially for some of the clerical claims, they say, well, we're only going to take back the 1075 fee. They don't always take back the full fee. But if they do take back the full amount of a prescription, which sometimes might be right, it puts them over that 1.75%, and it applies to everything over 2 years. I had in my pharmacy, I had a prescription that, and this I think is a clerical error, the doctor ordered 2 refills. Well, my technician put 3 on the prescription, and the patient got that 3rd refill. So technically, Medicaid shouldn't have paid for that. I agree with that. It was a $6 prescription. Okay, take back the $6. Mm-hmm. Well, that with a couple other things, they claimed I didn't give them a copy of a prescription for an HIV drug, which was very expensive. That put me over the extrapolation threshold, $100,000 for a $6 claim. Well, I had given them that claim, so I got that reversed. But just the principle of a small claim can do that. And it's extrapolation in the 1.75%. That's the big issue. And especially when DSS says that pharmacies are, quote unquote, relatively clean compared to other providers. I really think, they may not want to carve out everybody else and they use the same rules for everybody. I think they should be carving out pharmacy because we're so impacted by the high cost of drugs. So make a special rule for pharmacy, let DSS do whatever they feel they need to do with everybody else. I can't comment on any other kind of medical provider in the program, but pharmacists, because our costs are so high, that it almost guarantees every time they audit somebody, there's going to be a big finding.
How does this affect the national chains like a CVS or a Walgreens? Why does it seem that the only issues are with the mom and pop stores?
Well, I can't speak for them because I don't represent them and I've never seen their audits. I would assume that they have issues too. They have a lot of financial resources being vertically integrated. It's big money. I don't know whether they
I would think they
You
would
know, I
have,
can't even speculate why you don't hear from them.
wouldn't they have an opinion on this bill? And will this bill?
I believe they did submit written
Okay,
testimony.
I'll take a look at that.
NHTDS was the name of is their
Okay.
organization. I believe there's testimony that it was there today. I didn't get
All
a
right.
chance to read it before I came here.
Okay. All right, very good. Thanks for all the valuable information. And you think this bill is going to make a difference?
I think if we can make extrapolation only applicable for fraud and repeated what was the wording I used? You know, repeated audits of the same pharmacy that show no improvements, I think it's appropriate there. But for everybody else, I just don't think it's appropriate. It's a bad policy. You know, Connecticut, a lot of people say we're not a friendly business state. This has to be one of the most unfriendly policies the state uses.
Okay, again, thank you so much for your very valuable information.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a great evening.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Michelle Riordan-Nold, followed by Tracy Wodach.
Good evening, Senator Lesser and Representative Gilchrist and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm Michelle Riordan-Nold. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Data Collaborative. CT Data is a nonprofit working to connect people and data for good, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 164, an act establishing a task force to study expanding services provided by 211 Info Line. CT Data offers many data services to residents and organizations in the state. We hold data literacy workshops for nonprofit and state agencies. We build data infrastructure through our data strategic planning service. We are the state's designated census state data center. And last week we were preserving over 1,000 federal data sets as they were removed from government websites. We do research. An example of our work is providing community level analysis on early childhood. We manage an integrated data system, Hartford Data Collaborative, and we make data available through interactive visualizations such as SOTS business data and the Racial Profiling Prohibition Project. So from a data perspective, 211 data is a critical asset for understanding the arising needs in our communities. These data are particularly important since we are at a time when federal data about needs in our communities might no longer be available. I would imagine a task force at 211 would also include looking at the data and how it can continue to be an asset in our communities. In my written testimony, I provided 2 examples of our work that utilize 211 data and would be happy to answer any questions about that work. If a task force is established, I know there was questions around that earlier today, but I would be willing to serve on the task force and provide my data expertise if you so decide to establish one, and think through what expanding 211 would mean and make sure that we maintain a data infrastructure so that we can continue to understand current needs in the state. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Michelle, for being here and for the work you do.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next, we'll hear from Tracy Wodach, followed by Mary Lou Freitas. Go right ahead, Tracy. Oh, you're on mute. Tracy, you're on mute.
Sorry, I thought I took myself off. Sorry. Okay. Representative Gilchrist, distinguished members of the Human Services Committee, my name is Tracy Wodach, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. Besides licensed home health, hospice, and non-medical home care providers, the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home's members also include providers of adult family living. Together, our members provide services that foster cost-effective home care for Connecticut's residents in the setting they prefer most, their own homes. On behalf of our adult family living provider members, the association supports Senate Bill 1300. However, as mentioned by both Marie Allen from SWACA and Lori Sims from CareForth, an AFL provider member, we ask that the eligibility language within the bill include both state-funded and Medicaid, as both are part of this AFL program under the Connecticut Home Care Program for Elders. You have already heard from others today about the value of adding spouses to the list of eligible caregivers, and you have my written testimony, so I won't be repetitive and will keep my remarks very brief. The association supports the AFL program, especially the value it brings to an established relationship through the caregiver providing the care to the care recipient, most often a family member. What better caregiver to have such an all-knowing relationship than the spouse? One of the most valuable services of the AFL program is the support offered by the AFL provider, not just in training the caregiver, but also in supporting their self-care needs by helping to reduce the strain, stress, and frequent burnout of such demanding care. When the spouse is the personal caregiver, I would conjecture that they need such self-care support more than most. Including spouses in the AFL program is a win-win for all. The care recipient, the spouse, the care system that's already stressed and short-staffed, and the state and the cost savings, along with the AFL provider. For these reasons, we fully support adding spouses to the definition and eligibility of qualifying caregivers under the AFL program and ask that Medicaid funding be included in the language of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I don't see any hands. Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Mary Lou Freitas. Is Mary Lou with us? Okay.
I'm not Mary Lou, but I'm getting her link due to the fact that she sent me a link for the Zoom meeting, but I am a parent of a child with disabilities, and I am trying to testify on behalf of that. I know I've been trying to text her to tell her that she was in queue, and then I hit my video camera, and then I popped up. I don't know what's going on. But
what is your name, sir?
my name is Henry Martaccio, South Windsor, Connecticut, and I would like to take it very short and brief because as a parent that's been suffering for, my child is now 21 years old, I have been suffering from non-compliance of the American Disabilities Act. I am in support of SB 1299 and HB 6101. It's in regards to the fact that we are non-compliant in this state. 28 CFR 35.107 is the federal regulation to start 1990, the rights of the disabled. And as my local senator, which is Senator Anwar and Mr. Tom Delnicki, and has all refused to engage. The system moves faster than what the state of Connecticut can. And I am 100% in support of Rep. Johnson saying that we should collapse the Medicare system. I believe we should be our Medicaid system in going federal with it. We should be also looking at the review of Department of Social Services and Department of Developmental Services, as they both have settlement agreements with the Department of Justice who promised this civil right. And I respect you, Rep, as trying to advocate for us, but without having our rights at the designated responsible employee level, when you vet a bill and be able to adhere and make the correct changes so that there is no discrimination in new laws that are coming out against people with disabilities. My son is at 21 years of age right now. I have been on a 9-month hunt to find a representative to take out his teeth. I've been fighting back and forth with a dental hygienist out of BSS, and her name is Isabel, and also your subcontractor. I think that the state has to realize when you guys make a policy and procedure, the ADA ensures a reasonable modification, not Title I, which is your employment titles. It's an accommodation, a request for an accommodation. I want a modification. And with the modification, it brings us the appropriate needs of programs, services, and activities. My child has been knocked out twice so far in his life to have his teeth worked on. But yet state employees, if they have anxiety, can go get, it's called twilight sedation. I don't get why this is not being used and medically necessary for kids with autism or sensory processing issues. I know, and again, Lou's case, and she's the founder of Proud Parents, that her kids broke her front teeth, and they're saying extract because that's the only thing we can do. How is that possible? He's 21 years old, and because he's got a cavity in a molar, the dentist over at St. Francis Clinics, which that's all we are allowed to go to, is clinics with disabled kids. This is the biggest discrimination that's going on, ma'am, in society now today. That again, we are not accepted into society. We're not accepted in school systems. We're not accepted in appropriate services, programs, and activities. As I am a parent who has gotten $0 and I have managed my son's education, I have cared for it since COVID. I've been denied the parents' appropriate care package, which was Appendix K, in DDS commissioner and everyone else has refused to address it. I cannot get any legal representation out of Disability Rights of Connecticut. Can you imagine that one? Why is there not one state actor or state player that wants to challenge the state? Why is there not one legal entity under Civil Gideon that we should have rights for representation? I'm not trying to be.
Please summarize.
In summary, ma'am, I'm really hoping that this legislator, and I don't know who to go to, but I'm asking you, as your town is one of the strongest towns for the disabled rights out there. My town, the rich town of South Windsor, we don't have it. We have segregation. We have isolation. And you know what? It shouldn't be this way in a very wealthy community that has a representative, Senator Anwar, who believes he's sitting there saying he represents the disabled. Underneath the 504 that's been updated, ma'am, last year of July of this year, that means I should have a constant social worker to help guide me through programs, services, and activities that best is appropriate for his needs. I don't have it. Why hasn't Senator Anwar answered me? That's it. And again, I respect you, ma'am, because I know you're an advocate. I've been following you for years. And my problem is COVID, because I can't go into Capitol with an unvaccinated child. And I'm not going to be a hypocrite and get a vaccine. And again, I'm not saying I'm crazy, but there's a lot of disease in that Capitol because, again, HVAC systems, that is my life.
Well, what would be really helpful, could you follow up with some written testimony to us? You could
I
just.
have no, you can Google my name, HenryMarpoccio. This is going back all the way to 2008, which Raymond versus Rowland is the only settlement agreement that has hit the judiciary and has been accepted. Then we've had settlement agreements with judiciary. We've had it with aging and disabilities, and yet there is still no compliance. I finally got a phone call from a community ombudsman. Ma'am, I don't know what to do, but this state is out of control in the way they attack parents for speaking up for their children's rights. And this is not only about my child. No child should be having 8 teeth ripped out because the state doesn't want to pay for a twilight sedation.
So next steps, if you could send some testimony, we can ensure the whole committee gets it. And I think
I can give you my recordings because I made them go into Assume. I told them I was wanted a recording. I have so much evidence against this state, and I'm sorry. Even our governor's commission has refused to address this with me. And I don't know where to get the help anymore because my next problem is that I have to file an injunctive relief against your budget that you guys are trying to create. Because again, you're doing it by discrimination, by not having the designated responsible employee, 28 CFR 35.107, not only for the administration, but also for the legislators. This is a very key position. This person has affirmative power to automatically identify when, I shouldn't say identify, when it's identified to automatically correct the system.
Henry, I need to move on with the public hearing, but please do follow up. And thank you so much.
Absolutely. You can see Senator Anwar. He does have all my complaints to him, and yet he refuses to engage.
All right. Thank you, Henry. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Sharon Dickey, followed by Francis Trzeski. Sharon, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you. And thank you, Representative Gilchrist, and also to the members of the Public Health Committee. I did submit my testimony, so I will be doing a very brief summary. So again, my name is Sharon Dickey, a parent leader from New Haven, Connecticut. I strongly support the Senate Bill 1299, an act concerning Medicaid covered dental care, which would expand to vital dental services for Medicaid recipients. As a member of the Connecticut Oral Health Initiative, COHI, I believe this bill is essential for improving oral health equity. Currently, Medicaid covers just one dental cleaning per year, but the Senate Bill 1299 would increase that to two, along with other preventative services like exams and x-rays. It would also remove the $1,000 cap on treatments such as dentures, preventing more serious and costly health issues in the future. Having personally benefited from Medicaid dental coverage, I understand its importance, and many Connecticut residents do face significant barriers to care. And expanding these benefits would improve the health outcomes, reducing emergency visits and lowering healthcare costs. So again, I have submitted my full testimony, but I do appreciate your time and consideration for sure.
Well, thank you, Sharon. We'll take a look at your testimony, and thanks for the work you do in your advocacy.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, guys.
Good evening. Next, we'll hear from Francis Trzeski, followed by Tomika Friesen.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Fran Trzeski. I live in Canton, Connecticut. I am the parent of an adult with a developmental disability. I also serve as the council chairperson for the Connecticut Council on Developmental Disabilities and as board treasurer for both the ARC Connecticut and FAVAR, the ARC of the Farmington Valley. My testimony, however, is as a dad and a concerned citizen, not on behalf of those other organizations. I'm testifying on two bills, but first testifying in support of SB 981 with the substitute language that you'll find in my testimony and some others, I think, who testified today. This will protect the ability of hundreds of adults with developmental disabilities to stay on Medicaid after qualifying for Title II Social Security disability income based on their parents' SAA account. These are individuals with IQs over 69 and profound developmental disabilities that will cause them to need supports for their entire life. They're on Medicaid through Husky C and therefore qualify for Community First Choice, which is key. A key option that allows for personal care assistance and mentors, helps them with activities of daily living, employment, and community engagement, just gives them a significant measure of independence, and their parents a significant measure of ability to live a life also, frankly. However, once they begin to receive SSDI benefits through their parents' Social Security, they are immediately over the income limits, which is currently at $1,338 a month, and lose all Medicaid benefits, including Community First Choice. I could not overemphasize the hardship and heartache that this inability to access SSDI causes for the families concerned. Connecticut is only one of 8 states that does not protect these individuals from the critical loss of benefits. I would urge you to pass this bill with the substitute language proposed and put Connecticut in line with the other 42 states who protect people from losing their Medicaid benefits. Also want to just quickly testify in support of HB 5037, which is an employment bill. That I believe properly implemented will undoubtedly be successful in increasing job opportunities within the state for a significant number of individuals with developmental disabilities. Today, nearly 80% of people with developmental disabilities are either or underemployed. This program would put the state in a leadership role, showing the way to employing the ready, willing, and able workforce of the developmentally disabled. I urge you to pass HB 5037. You will not be disappointed with the new employees who join the state workforce. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of your volunteer work and for being here tonight to testify. Have a great evening. Next, we'll hear from Tomika Friesen, followed by Sarah Rodonis.
Good evening. I wanted to start by thanking the Human Services Committee for being here today. My name is Tomika Friesen, and I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I'm the project coordinator of our Produce Prescription Initiative at the Community Alliance for Research and Engagement at Southern Connecticut State University, and I wholeheartedly believe that House Bill 6101 could save health and save lives. Back in October and November, I conducted surveys and held listening sessions with patients at Fairhaven Community Healthcare. My team is currently working on piloting a produce prescription program there, and we wanted to first understand patient perspectives on how the program should be designed. What we continuously heard was that, and I quote, "Food and health are important in my family," that this program would be a very good help, and that the proposed program would be much better for my health. Even more than that, one patient shared that having extra income specifically for fruits and vegetables would be a good option to be able to begin eating more fruits and vegetables. Patients recognize that there's a financial cost associated with procuring fresh foods. And while we have strong patient interest in establishing our produce prescription programs, we simply don't have the sufficient means to fund it. This is where your support is key. Supporting those most vulnerable in our community is a shared responsibility, and everyone deserves to have their basic health needs, such as food security, met. Seeking a Medicaid 1115 waiver for produce prescriptions would not only ensure real improvement in people's lives, but it would also answer a fundamental question that many of us in the food as medicine space are asking right now. How can we run a fruit and vegetable produce prescription program without funding for the fruits and vegetables? I think one of the most encouraging aspects of this legislation is that now is the right time to get this passed. We have groundswell of support for food as medicine programming in New Haven, evidenced by the New Haven Food as Medicine convenings. The purpose of these convenings is to bring together local partners to identify shared strategies for food as medicine. And we currently have over 60 people, including doctors, farmers, social services leaders, city officials, and most importantly, people directly affected by food insecurity involved in this work. We even have buy-in from all of our local New Haven healthcare organizations. And yet, in all of these conversations, we're hearing the same question: what will be a long-term solution to sustaining access to fresh and healthy fruits and vegetables? By passing this bill, you're doing more than just funding increased access to fresh fruits and vegetables. You're enacting a piece of legislation that could ultimately be cost-saving and create healthier Connecticut residents. I urge you to pass this common sense legislation that expands access to fruits and vegetables for families with low incomes. Not only is this the right time to take action, but patients and organizations that I've spoken to through my work in food as medicine would agree that this legislation is a great next step to a healthier Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you so much for the work you do in your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Okay. Next is Sarah Rodonis, followed by Marguerite Brainerd.
Good evening, Representative Gilchrist and esteemed co-chairs of the Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Rodonis, and I'm a research associate at the Hispanic Health Council located on Main Street in Hartford, Connecticut. HHC has been a pillar to promote equity and address health disparities for Hispanics, Latinos, and other vulnerable communities through research, advocacy, and culturally resonant services. As part of my role, I work on the Food for Moms model program, a community-designed produce prescription program that provides a monthly produce incentive to pregnant Hispanic women who are experiencing low income. I am here today to demonstrate support for the House Bill number 6101, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of food as medicine and expanding access to the Connecticut Farmers Market Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program. I have the privilege of working with these mothers every day as their peer supporter, and I want to tell you what food as medicine means to me. It means that when I call my moms, I hear a healthy baby crying in the background, that I don't hesitate to pick up the phone when my moms need support, such as connecting them with postpartum resources, or hearing the gratitude they express when we work together to find solutions. For my moms, this food as medicine program is more than buying food. It plays a crucial role in enhancing their understanding of nutrition and equipping them with the tools to make informed, healthier choices that transcend beyond them to impact their babies and the generations that follow. Through my interactions, I have seen how they positively benefit when provided with the resources to eat healthier. While this program is part of a study and will end, I see a future for produce prescription programs like Food for Moms for new mothers and their babies to thrive. When my moms finish our program, they ask what's next. What other resources are available to me similar to Food for Moms? And at this time, I don't have an answer for them. So now I turn to you all and ask what's next. If you support Bill 6101, many mothers can have an opportunity to live healthier lives, not only for themselves, but their children as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do and for your testimony tonight. Oh, wait, there's a question. Yes, go right ahead. My
Thank you,
brain
Madam
isn't
Chair.
working.
Does it work?
Representative Shake.
It's been a long day.
You gotta give me a minute.
No, it's okay. It's quite all right. Sarah, I wanted to ask you, thank you for your testimony and thank you for all the work that you do in the community and providing the resources and, you know, essentially bridging a gap. My background is in nursing and in particularly maternal child health care. So it is a huge service that you and your colleagues provide, and through, you know, the program that's been in existence. I'm curious to know if, good or bad, if you have observed increase in positive outcomes, and particularly because of the access to healthy food and nutrition. It's something that I think, from what I've observed in the postpartum phase, for women, for new moms, in particularly, it's such a challenge to. We emphasize, you know, in order to take care of your child, you need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. And that includes the food, the rest, water, nutrition, all the things, family support, community resources. So if you've seen increase, decrease, or any correlation, if you've had postpartum anxiety in some of the women that you've taken care of, or postpartum depression or curving, and if you could speak to any of that, it would be great.
Yes, thank you for that very thoughtful question. And I absolutely agree with you. I mean, mothers are such an important part. And so it's just their health is so integral and often goes ignored, as you mentioned. So Food for Moms is currently an ongoing study. So I do not have the data from our particular study to say, oh, we have X amount of rate on this, X amount of decrease in this. What I will say is there's abundant literature showing the impact of nutrition, not only on the maternal health, but the health of the baby. When we do finish our study, we would be more than happy to share that. And the only other piece that I'll add, I'm new to my role, I'm new to the community space, and I had a mom come in. We were just chatting a little bit, and I was just asking her some questions about what the program meant to her, et cetera, et cetera. And I just saw a complete change in her demeanor when she spoke about her health and the health of her baby, and all of the terms and the knowledge that she gathered because of this program. So what I just really hope you all take away is that food as medicine can be so transformative to not just one person, but her baby and her baby's babies. And I just think that transformation is really beautiful. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Next, we will hear from Marguerite Brainerd, followed by Jim Schmerling.
Good evening, Senator Leeser and Representative Gilchrist and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Marguerite Brainerd, and I'm a registered dietitian serving as the Food Program Director of the Food as Medicine program at Fairhaven Community Healthcare and FQHC in New Haven, Connecticut. I am here today to express my heartfelt support for HB 6101, which aims to expand access to food as medicine interventions. We know that food insecurity is a major public health concern, and hunger and health are deeply interrelated. I've been providing medical nutrition therapy and empowering marginalized communities for over 25 years. and I've seen firsthand the negative impact food insecurity has on patients' health and well-being. I see patients daily with chronic diseases who report dietary noncompliance, not because they don't want to improve their health and eat healthier, but because they can't afford to. They simply don't have access to affordable, nutritious food. Many of my patients are food insecure and struggle to pay their bills, so making healthy food choices is not an option for them. At Fairhaven Community Health Center, about 22% of our patients screen positive for food and financial insecurity. 60% of those who have poorly controlled diabetes report food and financial insecurity. This demonstrates the link between hunger and disease. Not only does hunger create metabolic issues due to the consumption of calorie-dense, nutrient-poor food, but it is a perpetuating condition. As people become ill with conditions such as diabetes and cardiovascular disease, they need to spend more money on medications and have less ability to purchase foods. We have seen improvements in our diabetes in our patients, diabetes control and reductions in hunger and improvements in produce consumption when we have provided food vouchers and nutrition education. Our patients' responses have been overwhelmingly positive. They have said, it's like a loaf of bread fell from the sky. They have told us that food is unaffordable, even at places such as Walmart. When we have provided them food vouchers, they've been able to use their money for other important health factors, such as rent and medications. So while a prescription food program would cost the state additional money, the dollars would be more appropriately allocated. As Jack Geiser, the founder of the Community Health Center, once said, the last time I checked, the most appropriate treatment for malnutrition was food. So getting at the root causes of disease is more efficient, and there'll be savings down the line with reduction in prescription and hospital costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And we do have a question. Representative Comey.
Sure.
Hello, Marguerite. Thank you so much for coming. I was at in Fairhaven at the Community Healthcare Center just this week, or last week. I don't know, time flies. Anyways, you guys are doing great work over there. I was wondering, you might be the best person to ask as far as this goes, but I'm wondering, when you're working with families who are in need of food, and do the issues of like food allergies and maybe intolerances and things like that come up as far as for safety of folks and what they can afford and be available for?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do. And we just try to adapt. I think in most cases, at least with my experience, I've had less of that, just more of not having the resources to purchase the foods just to have on a daily basis.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Representative Shake.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Marguerite, thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Could you speak to, you talked about the, prevalency of children essentially going hungry. But with this program, have you also seen an increase in the ability for people to get to an actual grocery store? Because the other issue that plagues so many residents across the state are food deserts.
That's right.
So, in and around the community of where you work, and I refer to them as patients, not clients.
Sure.
If you could speak to that, if you've observed anything.
And I'm going to be honest, I'm new at Fairhaven, and my colleague is unable to be here tonight and probably can test this more, but from my knowledge and kind of what I'm seeing now that I'm taking over, we do collaborate with local resources, farmers markets, local farms. So we're able to, get produce or get patients to areas where they can access produce. One of the people that we connect with, like Common Grounds, they have a mobile market. So they drive around in certain areas, and our patients are aware of where the closest stops are for them to access fruits and vegetables.
Thank you for, further explaining that, because it's not, the issue is not just the food insecurity of the economic challenge, but it's also, right, the locality of proximity of where people can go to access healthy foods. So
that's a good point. And actually, so I didn't elaborate on this, but we are expanding on our food as medicine program here at Fairhaven. And we will have a food pharmacy. So our patients will have access to food just by coming here.
Thank you for eliminating another barrier and making it easier for your patients to access.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you for your work and your testimony.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Next, we'll hear from Jim Schmerling, followed by Vina Capita.
There we go. Thank you, Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening regarding House Bill 6935. My name is Jim Schmerling, and I'm the President and CEO at Connecticut Children's. We're grateful that the Human Services Committee has raised this bill. In my submitted testimony, I propose for your consideration some edits to the bill, the title, and some of the text shifting the focus from Medicaid rate parity to Medicaid cost coverage parity. Earlier this month, the Office of Health Strategy released its annual hospital financial report for 2023. In Appendix M, that report shows that Connecticut Children's Medicaid payment to cost ratio is 61%, while the statewide median for hospitals across the state is 87%. Achieving and sustaining parity requires that these ratios are at least equivalent every year. Now, some say that Connecticut Children's does not need improved Medicaid rates because our base rate for inpatient care is already one of the highest in the state. However, this statement is misleading and neglects the fact that our base rate is not inclusive of costs associated with the services provided by our medical staff, which are paid for by the hospital. Children are not little adults, and caring for them in the healthcare setting is predictably and appropriately more expensive than adult medicine. I detail in my submitted testimony why this is the case, but it's important to note that Connecticut Children's costs are significantly lower than the average children's hospital across the country. A 2023 report by Goldman Sachs that was published just last year showed that Connecticut Children's costs were the 5th lowest out of 38 children's hospitals nationally and 22% less than the median. As our state's healthcare safety net for children, Connecticut Children's devotes significantly more care to patients who rely on Medicaid at 56%, compared to the average adult-focused hospital in Connecticut at 22.6%. We also stand apart because our patients are sicker. We have the highest Medicaid case mix index in the state. Unfortunately, the status quo is not sustainable because our operating margin fell to a negative 0.25% in 2024 and is projected to decline further this year. Even more concerning is that our deteriorating margins, along with our days of cash, which is at a critical level of 43.93 days in June of 2024 and 25.56 days in September of 2024, which is precipitating a crisis for Connecticut Children's. Connecticut law requires that if a hospital reports 2 consecutive quarters of 45 days or less of cash on hand, OHS shall contact that hospital to offer assistance. We have notified OHS that we've experienced 2 consecutive quarters below 45 days and are still awaiting their response. According to the OHS report, if Connecticut Children's Medicaid cost coverage had achieved parity with that of adult hospitals in 2023, we would have received an additional $109 million in Medicaid revenue.
Your time
We're not
is
asking
complete. Please summarize.
This is up from our previous calculation of $36 million because OHS changed its methodology for calculating cost recovery that was used in their 2022 report. Consequently, to achieve parity in FY 2026 and avert the crisis that we're facing, Connecticut Children's respectfully requests parity of cost coverage with our fellow Connecticut hospitals' payment to cost ratio. By supporting House Bill 6935, state leaders can ensure that all children have access to the healthcare services they deserve, regardless of their zip code or caregiver's income. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being here and for your testimony. I don't see any questions, but we will dive deeper into your testimony because I really appreciate
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next up is Vina Capidia, followed by Ivelisse Correa Brown. No? Okay. We don't have Vina with us. Is Ivelisse with us? Okay. How about Dea Andre Brown? No? Okay. Sharon Cable? We're flying through now. Phil Stahlboger?
I'm here.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you, committee members. My name is Phil Stahlberger, Senior Vice President, Public Affairs for MTM, also known as Medical Transportation Management. Just want to offer brief comments on Senate Bill 1298 regarding the medical transportation standards. As you know, MTM has a contract with DSS to be the broker, as we're called, and we arrange rides from our network of providers in Connecticut to take Medicaid enrollees to and from their medical appointments. We take this responsibility very serious and continuously seek to ensure that our clients make these appointments safely and on time. Senate Bill 1298 would essentially permit taxi and livery drivers who operate under a temporary license to transport our clients to and from their medical appointments. Clearly, DSS policy requires such drivers to have a permanent license for this purpose. And the change is in lines 21 through 25 of the bill for your reference. Now, we can accommodate this change, but request that if it is adopted, that it fully be endorsed and supported by DSS, DMV, and DOT. Yes, conceivably, it could make additional drivers available to help our clients increase rides, which is a positive change. However, we need to be assured that there is absolutely no liability on MTM's part in the event that the driver is found not to qualify for the license or would be involved in some sort of accident while transporting a client. I'm happy to stand for any questions. I know this conversation has had, or this issue has had a few conversations already today, and appreciate Representative Case's comments earlier. Happy to stand for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Phil. And based on conversations earlier, I think I'm understanding this in a different way. So I'm just going to talk it out a little. From MTM's standpoint, the policies you have in place for the independent drivers, you feel good with and then are you're liable for that, but those are your policies in place. Is that correct? That's a correct understanding.
Correct, Madam Chair, and those policies are approved by DSS. So this whole process that we have is approved by DSS, as they confirmed earlier.
Okay, and then the F certification, like that to you is okay, since they've approved that and signed off on it, you're comfortable. And so I get now, you'd want DSS to green light whatever we do, because then you wouldn't be held liable because it's approved. Right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, as long as all agencies are in agreement. We have a contract with the state. We're there to do whatever the state wants us to do. But we need to make sure that patients are getting to and from their appointments safely, and that there's proper safety guards in place to make sure that that does happen safely and on time. So again, DSS approves pretty much everything we do. And if we're going to add additional requirements of the rest of our network, one, it's going to cost some of these transportation providers more money to do that, which would mean we'd have fewer drivers potentially in our network, which means we'd probably see an increase in missed trips. Mm-hmm. So if you play it all out, we can do it, but it would take some time for us to make sure that all those providers would then need that F endorsement.
Okay, thank you. Representative
Sure.
Bale?
You asked my question, but I want to reiterate, because this is a closed-ended question. So if the drivers have an F endorsement, you're good?
Some of our providers in our network have the F endorsement and they have our approval. Correct.
All right. I used to have my F endorsement, so I know what it takes to go through that. And
Yeah.
I think it's pretty adequate. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands. Thanks so much for being here.
Great. Thank you. Good to see you.
Next we have, we don't have Ben. Kathleen Duffany. Go right ahead.
Thank you to the leadership and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Kathleen O'Connor Duffany, and I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6101 to expand access to food as medicine interventions, including produce prescriptions and the Farmers Market Nutrition Program. I'm a Connecticut resident living in West Hartford. I am faculty at the Yale School of Public Health, Director of Research for the Community Alliance for Research and Engagement, and co-director of the Yale Griffin Prevention Research Center, working to address food insecurity and chronic disease in Connecticut communities. Over the last 4 years, we have led evaluations of 2 produce prescription programs at clinics in California and currently partner on 4 ongoing produce prescription programs here in Connecticut. Overall, food as medicine studies nationally have shown an increase in fruit and vegetable consumption, improved health metrics, improved food security, and cost savings. Notably, based on a rigorous systematic review by the Community Preventive Services Task Force, the CDC Community Guide as of December 2024 indicates these fruit and vegetable interventions are strongly recommended based on evidence. Related to my research, we've seen substantial improvements for patients. For example, in one study with people with type 2 diabetes, of those seeing a doctor, 80% reported they were told their blood sugar improved and 60% that they lost weight. We saw significant improvements in HbA1c for this study overall. To provide additional context, I'd like to share some statements from patients as reported in our evaluations. One stated, "My A1c came down significantly and I lost weight. I learned to cook differently and with a variety of vegetables." Another, "I've made progress from the time I started this program. I lost 14 pounds. My A1c went down." When asked about purchasing patterns, one noted, "It has allowed me the freedom of eating fresh fruits and vegetables almost every single day of each month." And lastly, "Fruits like blueberries, cherries, cantaloupes, and veggies like asparagus, fresh mushrooms, celery, and organic greens were always unaffordable to me, and now I can wisely buy them and have better nutrition." It is vitally important that these produce prescription programs receive funding. Through many meetings, I know that clinics and hospitals across Connecticut are ready to engage in produce prescription programming, but lack critical funding for the fresh fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, in addition to improving patient health and healthcare savings, expanding food as medicine programs can also strengthen local economies by directing funds to local farmers and food distributors. Over the past 6 months, we have convened healthcare, community, and agricultural partners to leverage our collective expertise, building shared systems to support food as medicine here in Connecticut. I am in strong support of Connecticut obtaining these waivers, as 14 states have already done. With your support, we can address the high rates of chronic disease and food insecurity through thoughtful, co-designed, and implemented produce prescription programs. Thank you for your time and consideration. Feel free to contact me with any questions.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. We do have a question. Representative Vale.
Sure.
Thank you. Heard a lot about this again today. So obviously, you don't need a prescription to get produce. So my take on this is that in lieu of using narcotics, you can get a more healthy solution through vegetables, fruits and vegetables, and then someone would prescribe that and people would be able to receive those vegetables and fruit either free or at a discounted rate. Is that kind of the meaning behind this?
So first of all, it being related to the healthcare center and people's health, and hearing from a doctor that this is a means of improving their health and actually receiving the funds to do so. So people receive either a card where they can reimburse funds for fresh fruits and vegetables at a given grocery store, or vouchers for farmers markets, or as somebody had asked previously, it can also be delivered to them. So we have programs in which people can select which option they would like in order to obtain the fruits and vegetables.
Okay, so they would talk to a doctor, and then in lieu of other medicine for health reasons, whether we talked about postpartum depression or general health, getting down sugar levels, things like that. So that's kind of, but that's where the prescription part comes in, correct?
Right. So at the healthcare facility, the healthcare provider identifies who would benefit from this and who would be included in this program. So it may be that they have the participant, the patient has a low income as well as prediabetes. This would be a really good opportunity for that patient to address their prediabetes and decrease their HbA1c, for example. They would then refer them to this program in which they would start receiving a card every month. So they receive a card and they would receive the funds every month on that card, or like I said, the food delivered, or vouchers for the fruit and veg program. It's also linked to, for the majority of the programs, linked to nutrition programming. Some linked to nutrition programming in the community, as well as nutrition programming at the clinical site.
Okay. I like the concept. I was just wanted some clarification. And would there be an income
Yes.
part to this? You have to be under a certain income level.
Many studies will use the USDA 6 food insecurity scale. So if people are food insecure, they would be eligible. So if they're food insecure and they're pregnant, for instance, or postpartum, if they're food insecure as well as having prediabetes or diabetes, for example, or hypertension, this could be something that they then are eligible for.
Okay, I get it. So it handles a few different issues.
Exactly. So it's addressing food insecurity.
Yeah, I certainly could use a lot more vegetables in my diet. And so I just think maybe there's, if someone like myself, if my numbers were up and I could I still, maybe if I didn't qualify, would I still be able to, have access to someone to put me on a program like that as well?
You could have access to the program, sure.
Okay. And then, okay, I got it. I think I got it figured out now. Thank you for your answers.
So through the 1115 waiver, it would be specifically for people who are low income or food insecure and with a chronic disease is often what the 1115 waiver would cover. But really what we're seeing nationally with these programs and in the programs that I specifically worked on is a reduction in HbA1c, increased fruit and vegetable consumption, self-reported health is significantly better also over a short period of time. So we're talking even like within a 6-month period. So a lot of these changes for patients who are engaged.
Is there a specific metric that determines whether someone is food insecure or not?
There's a scale. So it's like a survey, a 6-item survey that's been validated, that works really well to identify food security, is very robust. There's also a 2-item survey that's also a USDA scale. So that's what we use kind of in the field of public health research.
And would you suggest that metric be put into this bill?
Yes, I think that would be important.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Shake.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Kathleen, thank you so much for all the work that you and your colleagues are doing. Just to I guess, pivot off of some of my colleagues' questions, because it's, from my understanding, it's not just the strict allocation of funds that are then distributed, to the patient. There's also the patient education of nutrition, correct? If you could talk about that, just to give, I think, further clarification.
So there's nutrition programming and how we are, I'm starting to say nutrition programming instead of just nutrition education, because there are other ways versus just kind of didactic education. There's sharing of culturally relevant recipes that are healthy, things like that. So nutrition programming is part of administering these produce prescription programs. So people attend, in one of our studies, they'll pick up their vouchers or their card at a nutrition education session, for example. So, and these can be offered at the clinic or even locally. So for example, our Food for Moms program, the education is conducted by the Hispanic Health Council in the community, but directly linked to the patients who are receiving these incentives for fruits and veg. So the programming we feel is really important, the nutrition programming. And as you had mentioned earlier, would I add that to the bill? Yes, I would add nutrition programming to the bill, a requirement for nutrition programming along with the PRX programs. All of ours have nutrition programming that's required. And also, two other comments, co-designing the program, these malleable aspects of the program with the community you're serving, as well as implementing with respect and dignity for the participant. So we assess if after being in the program for 3 months, is there anything wrong? Like, is there any feelings of disrespect, so that we can change it immediately in the programming or in the locations where people are receiving the food. So really thinking about how it's being implemented also is important. We've developed a lot of tools to do this for implementation in produce prescription programs here in Connecticut, to really develop and implement these programs with dignity for the community in which it serves. And we believe then making these programs stronger.
Thank you, Kathleen. So the nutrition program, it's a multifaceted approach that patients are, I guess, enrolled in, if they choose to participate. Is that
exactly?
I'm just trying to understand, of not knowing all the details, nutrition programming versus the nutrition education that is automatically included with this particular program. I'm just trying to understand the link.
Yeah, so the nutrition ed, we could think similar to the SNAP education, nutrition education programs. And we're in our study group looking for really nutrition program that participants have said they wanted, which is this engagement of, looking at their recipes, changing their recipes, supporting them in adapting their own recipes, and then sharing it with other participants who are in the program. Those more kind of interactive, not just didactic nutrition education programming, things like teaching kitchens, where you can go with your family, and a doctor like Nate, who had also, I think, he submitted testimony, Nate Wood, can teach people about creating these really healthy recipes, and families can do it together. So that's what I mean by nutrition programming. It's nutrition ed plus some of this more interactive programming that's patient-centered and focused on supporting purchasing, preparation, and consumption. So it's not just about access, it's also supporting, the nutrition ed is supporting knowledge, but also how to purchase, what should be purchased, how do you purchase on a certain amount of funding that you're provided for fruits and veg, how do you prepare, and how do you consume, so that really we don't lose people along the way.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then it also, I'm putting on my healthcare hat. It's also in that education piece of it, and then the practicum or the actual action where people are participating and learning about it, is building their good habits, right? Their long-term,
Yes.
yes, their long-term positive outcomes, that hopefully, in the event that something were to change, they have the knowledge base and have identified where they can go in their community so that they can hopefully still somehow access and continue so that they're on the trajectory of maintaining good positive health outcomes.
Exactly. So it's really changing patterns also. So like you mentioned that they're changing their own behaviors and their patterns of purchasing and buying. And we've heard also about how their family has changed what they're eating, and their children are really interested now and will be eating the fruits and veg because they've tried them different ways. They've tried different ones. They weren't just restricted to what they had bought before. So we're really seeing a lot of these what we would call like unanticipated outcomes that are really strong. And if we capture, we can even show how much more impactful this program really is. Because we're seeing changes in partners, we're seeing changes for children and families. And as you said, in like, patterns of behavior.
And with the reduction with A1C levels that you have been able to monitor in the studies that have gone on, whether it's here or across the country, can you just talk about how with the reduction of the A1C for diabetes, that's also improving cardiac health. It's also improving energy levels. It's also, possibly improving, everything from someone's eyesight to their circulation. Just what, it's not just diabetes, right?
Exactly.
It's a positive snowball. If you could just briefly talk about that.
So I'm working in a lot of the results I have right now. I do have some strong results around diabetes because we're working with people with prediabetes and diabetes. But just from a healthcare perspective, diabetes is also a precursor to other cardiovascular diseases and metabolic conditions, and it's also partnered with other chronic diseases. So they're hand in hand, these conditions, and improving one aspect actually improves your entire health. But we're also seeing addressing hypertension, which is very prevalent in Connecticut, high rates of hypertension. So it's cumulative as far as the impact on health in general.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your testimony and being here tonight. Next, we'll hear from Siobhan Hamilton Burgess, followed by Olivia Rinks.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening to the rest of the Human Services Committee. My name is Siobhan Hamilton Burgess. I am the founder and executive director of Hartford Health Initiative. We are a nonprofit based in Hartford. Well, my testimony today speaks to anyone that receives Medicaid insurance. I am testifying in support of SB 1299. Specifically around the increasing the biannual cleanings for people that have Medicaid insurance. About 2 years ago, so first of all, our organization is health equity, health disparity focused, right? And 2 years ago, we embarked on a mission to ensure that everyone has access to preventative health. For us, that is an opportunity to be a gateway to other specialties you may need, but also in order to impact the health outcomes for the residents we serve in Hartford and all other residents that lack access or are low income. When I found out that Husky Medicaid only got cleanings 1 time a year, I was flabbergasted. I said, "Oh my gosh!" Because as a child, my mom always had private insurance, and I'm sure most of you guys go to the dentist 2 times a year, right? And so health equity for us is not equal outcomes, but it's about having access to maximizing the potential for your health. And by going to the dentist 2 times a year, you're preventing you're giving an opportunity to screen for cavities, right? You're getting an opportunity to screen for oral cancers. You're getting the opportunity of not losing your teeth. And this is usually the end result of many people with Medicaid, because the pain or the situation is so acute that you're going to a clinic where they say, we're just pulling out your teeth, right? That's the option. Or you're ending up in our emergency rooms, right? And that brings up the whole thing of non-emergency situations within our emergency room and burdening that system. The American Dental Association, recommends 2 times per year, right? And so just wanting to make sure that not because you qualify for Medicaid and you're low income that you get less care than everyone else. We want to ensure that we are providing, the moral character that you are not less. Where you go for care is not less. What you deserve is not less, right? And within this state, what I will say is that going back to the emergency room, we experience a challenge, right, of low reimbursement rates, right, and limited providers when it comes to dental for adults specifically. And so with increasing this and ensuring more investment in the beginning in preventative care, we could be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because the least amount of burden we're putting on our system is lowering the cost of what Medicaid is paying for these services, for those extremely acute services, which cost a lot more money than if they were going for a regular cleaning, right? And so that could impact how we can reimburse, right? The reimbursements could go up because we are now less emergency care, less sort of really acute care that costs a lot of money, and put that into the preventative system, which I think will have a major impact for specifically the residents and the people that have Medicaid insurance and experience disparate health outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony and for your work. We do have a question. Representative Shake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Siobhan, thank you so much for all the work that you do. I am with you. I was shocked to learn that Medicaid recipients only have 1 preventative screening a year when the ADA recommends 2. So my question, though, is do you know for children that are receiving Medicaid or Husky, I don't know, do they only have 1 preventative service per year also, or do children?
No, they have 2. They have 2. They have 2 per year. And so you would want to understand when you're building health habits, right? You're building a health habit as a child, you go twice a year. Then as an adult, you go once a year, right? And then you get a job and you go twice a year again. And so for continuity of care, it would make sense that it would go across the board. But yes, young people get 2 times a year. Adults are 1.
Thank you so much. And, not so long ago, some of our hospitals here in Connecticut had offered dental services within the emergency room. I think when I started my nursing career, there were some hospitals within my area that have that. And that's not the case anymore. So when these adult patients are landing in the emergency room with their oral care emergencies, it's very scary for the patients, number 1. And number 2, the length of time and the follow-up care, because those patients are going to have to go and seek specialists if necessary, right? Yeah. So
or end up at UConn's clinic, where the solution is let's pull out your teeth, because that's the easiest thing, or it has your health or your teeth has degraded so much, or the gum disease has gone on so far that those are kind of, you're limited in the options in which to correct the issue.
100% with you. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I think I've signed on as a co-sponsor of this bill. If not, I'm going to make sure before I leave the building that I do.
Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you, too.
All right.
So much.
Yeah.
Olivia Rinks, followed by Cinzia Lettieri. Okay, no Olivia. So we'll go Cinzia Lettieri, followed by Melanie Wild Lane.
I live in Clinton, Connecticut. I'm a mom, an educator, but also a community advocate. And I'm here to hopefully testify on two bills if I have time. But the first will be Senate Bill 1300, an act compensating spouses for state-funded home care. I am strongly in favor of supporting this proposed legislation for quite a few reasons. First, Connecticut is facing a significant demographic shift. As of 2023, more than 1/3 of our population is over 50, and this proportion continues to rise. Notably, the number of residents aged 65 and older grew by 3.4% since June of 2022, now accounting for 16% of the state's total population. Furthermore, Connecticut ranks 4th nationally for its share of individuals aged 85 and older, a segment expected to more than double by 2040. These statistics highlight the growing need for long-term care solutions that are both compassionate and sustainable. The aging trend has intensified the demand for caregiving services, yet Connecticut faces a severe shortage of healthcare workers. Nursing homes are struggling. 15 facilities have closed since 2021 due to staffing challenges. The shortage disproportionately impacts small and rural towns like where I'm from, where access to professional care is already limited. Residents in these areas face longer drive times to healthcare facilities and have fewer primary care providers and specialists per capita compared to urban regions. Considering these challenges, family caregivers, especially spouses, have become the backbone of elder care in our communities. I know and have spoken to many of my neighbors who are quietly and selflessly caring for their spouses at home, often without compensation or any type of formal support. These caregivers are providing round-the-clock care, sometimes at the expense of their own financial stability and mental health. Compensating spousal caregivers offers several key benefits. First, enhanced care quality for family members provide deeply personalized and compassionate care, often leading to better health outcomes and a higher quality of life for those they care for. Economic relief. Financial compensation helps ease the significant economic burdens that many family caregivers shoulder, enabling them to continue providing care without sacrificing their own well-being. And systemic support. By recognizing and compensating family caregivers can help address the growing shortage of professional caregivers, particularly in small towns and rural communities where the need is most acute. In conclusion, passing this bill would be a compassionate and forward-thinking approach to supporting Connecticut's aging population. It acknowledges the hidden labor of spousal caregivers and helps ensure that older adults can age in place with dignity and proper care. Thank you for considering this important legislation. And if I have time, I'd like to comment on Bill 981, proposed Senate Bill 981. I'm very much strong support an act expanding Medicaid eligibility for older persons and persons with disabilities. I know this has been talked about a lot today, and so I will try to keep it brief. Every year, thousands of older adults and people with disabilities in Connecticut receive modest cost of living increases to their Social Security Title II benefits. While these adjustments are meant to help individuals keep pace with inflation, they can unintentionally push some just over the income limit for supplemental security income.
Your
SSI.
time is complete. Please summarize.
I will summarize by saying this bill matters because it protects vulnerable populations from falling through the cracks in our healthcare system. Seniors and people with disabilities often live on fixed incomes and face mounting healthcare costs. Losing Medicaid can force them to forego essential services, medications, or long-term care, jeopardizing both their health and financial stability. It strengthens our economic security for individuals who already struggle to make ends meet. Without Medicaid, they may be forced to spend a disproportionate share of their limited income on healthcare, pushing them closer to poverty. This legislation ensures that they are not penalized for modest income increases that was never intended to disqualify them from vital benefits. I think that the state of Connecticut has an amazing opportunity here to support this extremely vulnerable population, not only adults with disabilities whose parents are tirelessly working to take care of their adult children, but also for our senior community that really needs our help right now. So I am in strong support of both of these bills, and I hope that you are as well. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for your testimony. Yep, Representative Shake.
Oh, there's a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Did you have any other comments that you wanted to make?
I just want to say that I'm very in touch with my community. And these are two, I felt very compelled. This is not my background at all. I'm an educator. I've worked in education policy. So this is not what you would say my background. But I felt so compelled to come here today because I have spoken to so many community members about these two specific issues that we're facing. And I know that we're talking about spouses, but I actually spoke with a woman who is 81 years old taking care of her 100-year-old mother, if you can believe that. So these are in our communities. These are in our small towns. And people are living in the shadows right now, and they're really struggling. Your constituents, people across the state of Connecticut are really struggling. Parents taking care of children with disabilities that are just, they're living week by week, day by day. And that's just extremely unconscionable to me when we're talking about our neighbors. So thank you. And any consideration would be really wonderful and amazing, especially for the community I live in.
Thank you so much. For an area that you just described that you don't normally work in, but you do because of your level of advocacy. And I hope you come back and have been in touch with whoever your state reps are and helping to push forward this legislation, because it makes a big impact when people show up to do this. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Melanie Wild Lane, followed by Evelise Correa Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for adding me to the schedule today. My name is Melanie Wild Lane. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. CASBAC is a statewide nonprofit organization supporting 327 as of this week school-based health centers through advocacy, networking, and education. I'm testifying on behalf of HB 6933, an act concerning billing for suicide risk assessments at school-based health centers. I'm also testifying on 1299, but to keep it short for 6933, we approached Representative Gilchrist earlier in the session, and we were approached by the Connecticut Children's Advocacy and asked, where is the suicide risk assessment for school-based health centers when not attached to another medical visit? Where is it in state statute that Medicaid reimburses? And we said, it's in HB 6643 from 2023. And then we did a deep dive and found that Section 1 was removed by a House amendment. And so we did a deeper dive. We said, they're getting reimbursed, so it must be somewhere. Where is it stuck? We found it. After researching desperately, we realized that the language is in Public Act 23101, and we believe that this covers the reimbursement for suicide risk assessments completed at a school-based health center by a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant medical provider. And so hopefully we've taken some work from you now. And probably should have done that before you wrote the language. But more importantly, or just as important, I am here today in strong support of 1299, which is an act concerning Medicaid covered dental care. This bill aims to expand access to essential dental care for Medicaid recipients and ensure fair reimbursement for mobile and school-based dental providers. So let me walk you through. We have 141 or so school-based health center mobile dental or fixed dental sites inside our school-based health centers across Connecticut. This is a bundled package. And so when we're talking about school-based health centers, we're not like a private provider. We're not like an FQHC where we have multiple rooms and we can move patients around And so you can see them all in one day. The way it works in a school-based health center normally, typically, is that a hygienist comes in and provides the cleaning, and then maybe a week or two later, if you're lucky to get a dentist to come back, the dentist comes back with the DA or dental assistant who does x-rays and an exam, and then they find that the student has cavities that they can do in a school-based health center or mobile dental site, and so they come back on a third day, but guess who only gets reimbursed? The first person who touched that kid, and that's the hygienist. So all other services are not reimbursed. So what we're asking is for your consideration is to unbundle, not unbundle completely, but unbundle for school-based health center, mobile dental, and school-based health center fixed dental sites so that they're sustainable. Because right now, if you're only getting a hygiene visit and it's $69, but you've seen that student 4 times, that's not sustainable. It never will be. It never can be. And so the state has put in some money in the last year or so through, I don't even remember now.
Your time
Senate
is
Bill 1.
complete. Please summarize.
Sure. Where we got $10 million. And part of that $10 million went towards new mobile dental programs. And they're not able to even pick up and begin. So they've maybe purchased vans and new mobile equipment, and it's sitting either in a parking lot or in a storage unit. So we're asking you to consider unbundling for just school-based mobile dental.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
First for, hey, you found the language. Thanks. I didn't check that box.
But I appreciate your help in trying to find the language
Yes.
initially.
And then way earlier today, did ask the Department of Social Services about this specific example. I don't know what was in, but I would love to do a follow-up. It seemed as though that was new information.
So yes, I had a very similar conversation. You heard from Dr. Bruce, Dr. Jessica Bruce. We had an email conversation as I was entering the room, and she said, I don't think school-based health centers need to be unbundled because they're being paid out. And I said, no, they're not, because what they're hearing, what the FQHCs are hearing is that, or what's happening, better yet, is that the mobile dental hygienist comes in and sees that student, and it's not affecting the main site, the follow-up work that's being done at the main site. So if that student goes back to that FQHC and receives restorative work, their cavities are filled by the dentist on site, they're being reimbursed. So the hygienist gets reimbursed, the dentist at the FQHC gets reimbursed. However, if the dentist follows the hygienist into the school at the school site, that is still bundled. And so that's where we're falling apart, and we're not able to, and again, I don't have to tell you, I'm preaching to the choir. The school is the best place to reach a kid and to decrease all the barriers. And if we can't bring a dentist behind a hygienist, it's a fail. It's a missed opportunity.
Yep.
So I hope that helps.
Thank you. That does help. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank
Next up is Evilise Correa Brown, followed by Dia Brown. DeAndre. Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking on a couple bills. First, beginning with 5580, Medicaid coverage for diabetes education, self-management programs, and medical nutrition therapy. So when my sister started nursing school, I guess the instructor asked them a question. Which one would you rather have, AIDS or diabetes? And most people would pick diabetes. I picked diabetes. And she's like, I did too. And then she explained to me that AIDS has moved from a terminal illness to a chronic illness, that you can manage with medicine. Meanwhile, with diabetes, it, develops a general breakdown of the body and, you end up on dialysis many times. So there is much greater cost, and our population is increasing with people that are diagnosed or, pre-diabetic. So something needs to be done. So by investing a little bit now, we would be saving money from rising costs in dialysis and other complications that accompany diabetes after extended periods. Next is SB 1299, an act concerning Medicaid covered dental care. Access to dental care prevents other health issues such as heart disease and emergency procedures at a higher cost. Please increase funding to include 2 visits a year and increase provider pay for adults. Next is HB 6101, Medicaid coverage of food as medicine, expanding access to the Connecticut Farmers Market and WIC. This will help both families and farmers in the local markets. Access to healthy foods while boosting our local farmers just makes sense. It makes sense to invest in healthy foods, combating both food waste and food insecurity at a time of record need. In summation, most of the bills in front of you today really are about prevention, including the ones I didn't speak on. Some financial investments now will result in lower costs in the future. Let's build a better society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and your testimony. DeAndre. Nope, DeAndre Brown. I'm so sorry. It got spelled weird on here. It's my own issue. Come on up.
How you guys doing? Good afternoon, committee, representatives, everyone that came through. Hi. Oh, sorry for talking so loud. Hi, my name is DeAndre Grimdy Brown, Executive Director of Fallen Angels Music and Evolve Love, and affiliate of BLM 860 and CT Can Warriors. I'm here in support of Bill number 164, an act establishing a task force to study expanding services provided by 211 Infoline program operated by the United Way of Connecticut. As we all know, if we call 211 right now, as a homeless person sleeping in downtown Hartford, you'll either get a robot or a person that directs you to a shelter where your stuff might get stolen, or pray you're not under someone that is going through withdrawals on a bunk bed. But that's just some of the possibilities that happens as a result of 201's failed system. But this bill changes that, especially if strengthened by you, our respected committee. Here are some pros of Bill 164. Improves access to critical services. The 201 info line connects residents to housing assistance, food programs, mental health services, etc. Expanding staffing and reducing wait times ensures that more people get help faster. Reduces call wait times. Many callers experience long hold times, delaying access to crucial resources. A goal of 5 minutes or less improves efficiency and ensures people receive help when they need it most. Addresses the rising demand, economic hardship, mental health crises, and public health emergencies have increased the need for social services. A 20% staff expansion helps handle higher call volumes without overwhelming operators. Enhances emergency response during natural disasters, public health crisis, and housing emergencies. 211 plays a vital role in connecting people to emergency assistance. Strengthening the system ensures it can handle spikes in demand during crises. Provide data-driven solutions. The task force will collect data, analyze challenges, and recommend evidence-based improvements. A structured approach ensures state resources are used effectively. Strengthens coordination between agencies. 211 program connects with nonprofits, government agencies, and local organizations. A well-supported system improves communication and resource distribution. promotes efficient use of state funds. Instead of immediately increasing funding, the bill first establishes a task force to identify the most cost-effective improvements, ensure that taxpayer money is spent where it will have the most impact, benefits vulnerable populations,
Your time is
senior low.
complete. Please summarize.
Thank you. Seniors, low-income families, individuals with disabilities, and people in crisis rely on 201 for essential services. Expanding and improving the program, make sure no one is left behind. Also, I'm also here in support of Bill number 6101, AAC Medicaid coverage of food and as medicine, and expanding access to the Connecticut Farmers Market Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program. This will help bring natural nutrition to Black and Brown income communities, um, lower middle income communities, which is definitely needed with the lack of fresh grocery stores in the north end of Hartford, and I can imagine in the other places in Connecticut that are urban communities. So this bill could definitely bring a brighter future. Um, for example, Comoro's Cultural Corner, Comoro Harrington has an amazing garden on Sterling Street. You guys should go. It's amazing. It's really dope. In the summer and spring, it's perfect. She does thinking of doing days too, but she has amazing fruits and vegetables and a beehive and amazing stuff. And that being in urban and lower income communities is important because, like, I feel like there's a lack of that in a lot of places that I come from and people like me come from. So,
Thank you so much, and
food,
thank you.
food is a medicine,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you for your testimony on both issues. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
And Joshua Storm.
Hi, I'm Joshua Storm. I'm a constituent of Melissa Osborne's. I'm here to support Bill 6088, an act requiring hospitals and healthcare workers to accept cash payments for co-pays. Regretfully, many people don't have access to mainstream credit. According to the FDIC, if you earn less than $15,000, only 53.2 do not have access to mainstream credit. By the time you get to above 75,000, it drops to 4.6. If you have no high school diploma, you have almost no access at 46.7%. This drops with a college education to 5.3. By age group, it's just as well, it's not as discriminatory, but it is. 21.5% do not have access to credit. It drops to 13.6 between the ages of 45 and 54. But it starts going back up because if you start losing your memory, credit cards are incredibly problematic. And then we get to the rate and ethnicity. 9.5% of Asians don't have access to credit, but it jumps to 28.6% for Blacks, 25.5% for Hispanics. And what concerns me the most is the disabled. Having been disabled and having a wife that is disabled, credit is incredibly problematic. As we've already seen today, there are already so many barriers to getting care for the disabled, but 31.4% do not have access to credit. So when John Dempsey Hospital requires credit card only payment, and they have places in Southington, East Hartford, Canton, Torrington, Farmington, and West Hartford, yet only accept cash payments in Farmington, this is an extreme barrier to care. The proposed language should read that any healthcare provider that accepts copays at the point of service should also accept cash. Why is it your credit score affects your ability to get care? I believe this is patently unfair, and I hope the committee agrees with me. Any questions? And I've also submitted testimony.
This is very helpful, and I see that you've submitted, thank you, because I think you're the first person to testify on this, so it's very helpful. Any questions? So the current language does not include the copay piece, and you're saying it should?
Well, there is language that suggests all retail services and retail providers should accept cash. We passed that in 2021 Public Act 12. But for some reason, healthcare providers believe they're exempt. Even in the testimony you received today, they asked for an exemption. Unlike retail providers, where I could choose to go to a different retail, it's pretty hard not to seek medicine, especially since while John Dempsey's the first, both Hartford and St. Francis Care Network are trying to move to a cashless system. And what about the unbanked or people who can't get banked? Recent immigrants don't have a social security number. They may not be able to have a driver's license. Certainly, if you're disabled, my wife lost her driver's license in 2008 due to epilepsy. We have solved the identification problem by getting her a passport card. But many of the poor just don't have the knowledge. It's only because she's married to a master's degree candidate that she has the ability to know her way around. Yes, I do manage a lot of her care, but it is problematic.
So in my quick look over the testimony that's in opposition, would you be opposed to a system where when you have to pay, if you need to pay by cash, you could pay after the fact if there was no fee associated with that after the fact payment?
Well, for me, it works because I still have a bank account.
Okay.
I don't have an addition, like I have an ATM card, but well, blacks make up 13% of the US population. They make up 30% of the unbanked. And certainly we saw plenty of people here today who it would be difficult to operate a traditional bank account. They also have, if you don't meet the minimum deposits, very high fees. Some people just don't trust banks. And then finally, there's the religious problem. If you have a kosher account or a halal account, which doesn't have interest, it pays a dividend instead. You also don't agree to the indicia mark of the Visa MasterCard. And while when I refinanced my house, I had an 808 Fair Isaac score, today I can't even generate a Fair Isaac score because we don't utilize credit.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Vale.
Again, to me, we could talk about the semantics of why people can or can't have access to that. But to me, it's a freedom issue on top of it all. If I have the ability to pay, have cash from the United States, they should take it. I shouldn't have to do it. I shouldn't have to follow up with it. It should be there and available. Some people may not want to get a credit card or to have the bank. Some people don't like that type of access. So there's a lot of reasons why that you stated, but to me, it's a freedom issue. And you shouldn't be denied care if you have the money to, on top of it, having the money to pay for it, and they still don't want to give you the care, or they're not going to do that. It's I don't know, seems ridiculous to me. So I'm certainly going to see where this one goes and pay attention. But you should be able to pay cash whenever you need to.
I agree with you that it's a freedom issue. It's also, imagine if you're a person suffering from domestic violence who does not want to leave a paper trail, who is at risk or fled an extremely violent relationship. And unfortunately, I had a friend, a male, who was shot by his wife, and she's going to get out in 20 years. He's certainly not trying to leave a paper trail, even though I understand it's majority men assaulting women. It does go both ways.
Again, I'd suggest to just stick to the facts. Because there's a lot of different reasons why people may want to protect their identity, but it's just a matter of doing the right thing and being able to pay your bills. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you and have a good evening.
You too. Is there anyone else who would like to testify this evening? Seeing none, that concludes our public hearing. Thank you everyone so much. Have a great evening.